treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tickets are now on sale for the Dallas Safari Club Summer Expo from July 23rd to 26th at the Gaylord Texan Resort. Join DSC as we celebrate over 40 years of wildlife conservation and ethical hunting. You'll meet hunters, outfitters, gear manufacturers, and conservationists from around the world. With almost 500 exhibits, auctions, and family-friendly fun, there's something for everyone. Get tickets at biggame.org. First responders and military are free. Visit biggame.org today.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Peyton Russell. Aiden is here. Sean, of course, is on vacation for the week. And then Bobby is supposed to be here. Bobby had a little car trouble this morning, Peyton. He had a nail in his tire. And now my question is going to be, who's going to change that for him? He doesn't know how to.
I think he just drives here with it still in the tire.
Right, yeah, that's his plan. But what happens at 10 o'clock?
He fills it up again and tries to make it home.
Am I going down there and putting a spare on for him?
Does he have a spare?
I would assume he has a spare. I think every car comes with a spare. Do they still come with spares? Cars still come with? I think they do.
Yeah, mine does.
Yeah. I'm sure the truck has a spare. I haven't needed one. No, Aiden's saying no. His doesn't have a spare. Huh? What a spare.
Bad car.
That's a bad car. But
how much do you charge for that, though? Are you charging for labor?
No. Neighbors, friends don't charge for labor. You don't charge. You help somebody move, right? They just give you 6-pack of beer, 12-pack of beer, right? You don't. There is no fee. For these things. But Bobby will be here eventually. He said between 6:00, 6:07, and I can just see his hands moving when he gets here finally. It is it's a morning already though. Peyton texted us. We got a fire drill going on up here.
Yep.
We have no internet. We have no computers. And I wonder, does this have anything that something was going on yesterday? My phone was on SOS mode. Cameras are down too, so you don't see my pretty face.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Man, it's a broken record up here, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Awful hump day.
Did you have phone problems yesterday?
I did not. Wi-Fi worked, everything. I could send text. I mean, I can't send text right now, apparently. I'm trying to send you guys your live reads, and it's not working.
We were driving to the Ranger game last night, and all of our phones in the truck were on SOS mode, which is what I would get in, like, Cabo. Cancun, right? Where I'm in another country.
Yeah, not DFW.
Right, not here. And you mentioned that this morning. I see a like the Spectrum truck downstairs, like outside the building, down over by the bus stop. I see that, and I'm like, huh. Well, that's not good. That tells me that there's a problem. There's a problem in here. So everything's going nuts. Everything's going haywire here. Up on the 16th floor here. Peyton's looking around. We got people moving back and forth. So we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this together. But I don't know if y'all's cell phones were down yesterday. Let me know. 877-881-1053. Mine went down. They went down, I guess it was around 4:30, 5 o'clock. But people are saying that it's that bashing soccer karma with Bobby. That's what it is. And also people are saying not all cars come with spare tires anymore. That's a miss. How does a car not come with a spare tire? How does a car not come with a spare tire? What are you supposed to do if you get a flat? You got to tow this thing now?
I guess so. Oh, look, he's here.
What's going on? How does a car not come with a spare tire? He has arrived. He has arrived 3.5 minutes earlier than normal.
Cars come with spare tires still, I think.
Yeah, they have to.
Mine did, and that's 4 years old.
Yeah, Aiden's saying his car didn't have a spare tire. Okay.
Do you trust Aiden knows where to locate it?
I mean, there's only like 2 places it could go. I don't think. I think there's a chance he has no idea there's something underneath the trunk, though.
Yeah, that's what I think is probably happening here. But no, I was listening to you as I was coming up the elevator which I was worried to go up the elevator even. Aren't you? And the headphones don't work here either.
Yeah, might have been going in and out.
Nothing works.
Nothing works.
That's what I'm discovering. But no, I was a little scared to get on the elevator because I was like, given the run that this thing's on. Oh gosh, there it is. Given the run that this is on, it makes me think this is the day where the elevator would break.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like when I step on it. Yeah. So no, you won't. I don't think you'll have to come down there and change the tire. But when I started the car, the tire pressure is supposed to be like 32 on all of them, 32 to 34. So the front driver's side was 18.
It's low.
Yep, and so I was like, crap, I got to go get air. And, of course, this is one of those things that's not reliable anymore, where you go to a gas station, they're just like, yeah, our air doesn't work. We can't. Yeah. There's nothing we can do. And I was like, okay, next one. And so then I went to the next one, and I filled that up. So by the time I got here...
QTs are free.
I did, but I went to a QT. The QT was, it didn't work.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
So I was hooked up to it, and I looked at it, and it was like, all right, we're up to 33 or whatever. And by the time I got here, it was like 31. And so I think it'll probably be down back to where it was, and I can just go roll to a gas station, or not even roll to a gas station. It shouldn't be that bad. But I think it's slow leaking, but I have no idea where the nail is. But that's certainly a nail. I just don't know where it is.
Some people are saying they come with the fix-it flat.
They're still fix-a-flat that a lot of the cars will have in them.
Yeah, they come with, air pumps or the liquid fill for nail, but not the spares. Interesting. Is Aiden old enough to know where the spare is? That's a good point. All right.
But the thing is, like, I would also think that's a certain make or model. Like, that would do that.
That would do the
yeah, I would think spares would come standard in certain makes, and it's just whatever his make is, which don't want to slander anybody, but whatever his make is doesn't do it. I don't know what it is. So I'm just saying, I don't want to say, like...
What would you guess his vehicle is?
He's a Kia guy for sure.
He's a what guy?
Kia.
No, Aiden would drive a used Audi.
A used Audi?
Or no. Yeah, I'm going to go Audi. No?
I think of him as like a box Chevy.
Closer, though, because you kind of hesitated.
I don't know what he said. Our headphones just went out again. Does that mean we're on the air?
I don't know.
A Jeep. Yeah,
a box. Jeep guys.
Are you a duck Jeep guy?
Not like Sean's Jeep, just like a little motor car Jeep.
Oh, okay. That's right. I've seen your vehicle. I've seen it.
What do you think? Do you think this is somehow related to the U.S. losing in soccer the other day?
I wouldn't think so.
Is this some sort of Like, is this the best that Belgium could coordinate as an attack for revenge on allowing Flo to play?
They would probably just take the caffeine out of chocolate.
Is that what they
That's
did?
probably what they would do.
This is like one of those little annoyances where they say like whenever they ask Reddit questions, like you can give your enemy a minor annoyance or you can send them to heck instead of hell. So heck is just minor inconveniences. What are you giving them? Like it would be stuff like this. Like their headphones are going to go out a little bit, or the internet's not going to work, or whatever.
I'll tell you this: in the year 2026 of our Lord, I don't think the internet going out's a minor inconvenience anymore.
Right, but only our studio.
Yeah,
which is apparently what's happening. It's our two rooms that it's not working in. I mean, you've got the Wi-Fi, but it's the actual internet connected to his stuff. As my headphones go out again.
So you didn't have problems with your cell phone yesterday?
Not that I noticed. I did the day that the U.S. beat who did they last beat in the World Cup?
Bosnia Herzegovina.
Yeah, the day they beat Herzegovina. The day they beat them, they had me and Kristen couldn't get our cell phones to dial out, and then they were like on emergency mode, and we're like, what the hell's wrong? So I don't know. I thought it could have been something like that, but
we were all going to the Ranger game last night. Me and Sarah and our buddy Wesley.
Wesley.
We were all in the truck together, and we all noticed that we were on SOS mode with our phones.
SOS, please.
And I was like, man, what's going on here? Because that happened.
Was it a dead spot where you were at?
It was half the drive. It was from Roanoke to about south of the airport.
Yeah, and then for there to be no internet here. I mean, I think what we're finding out is what we do here just ranks a little different compared to what other media outlets do.
Yeah.
And they recognize they got to take down, whoever this is, feels like they got to take us down and silence us, but we're not going to be silenced.
No, we won't be silenced. We may not be going over the air, but we won't be silenced.
No, we're out there though. But I guess as we've got 5 minutes left here, would you like to talk about your Rangers experience, or would you like to talk about your World Cup excitement?
Let's do Rangers experience because the World Cup excitement. The U.S. didn't play. I do have.
Oh, but you thought it was the greatest game of all time. I'm sure, like everybody else on Twitter seemed to say.
It was a fantastic comeback.
The script.
Well, Egypt believes in the script, I think, because they're calling out FIFA that they want Argentina to win.
Well, it's a good thing you want to talk Rangers because we actually have a Rangers highlight.
Hey!
Bachman at the belts to the plate. And there's a high drive, well hit, deep right field. That is way back. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Alejandro Osuna, his first home run of the year.
Man, he's one of those guys who I wasn't quite sure he was ever going to do anything for you at the plate. And he's managed to come up big in a couple instances. He gets the home run yesterday. Rangers get the victory, and you're the good luck charm, I guess.
I was in the bathroom when that home run happened.
Which is worse, being in the bathroom missing that home run, or Broadus convincing Walchuk to leave before Seager hit his home run against the Diamondbacks?
That one.
That's probably worse.
That was probably worse. I only went to the bathroom because we were going to leave in a few minutes because it was the 8th inning. It was the bottom 8, and I didn't want to get caught in the crowd after the 9th. I didn't, because the Rangers were already up 5-3. I didn't want to get caught in the crowd, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to go to the bathroom now. Because I didn't think there was a chance in hell Osuna was going to hit a home run.
No one typically thinks there's a chance of that. It's the first one of the year.
I mean, he doesn't even pull the ball. I mean, everything he hits is oppo. It's a line drive to left or center.
His spray chart is nuts how because especially what qualifies as even hitting it opposite field or whatever else. If you just look at how often has he pulled the ball to the second baseman's left-hand side, to his glove side, he has hit it's like 15% of his hits have been hit to the glove side of the second baseman. It's nuts. He's not a pull guy, but then he manages to rip one down the line, and that's part of a game where the Rangers show some resilience, show some fight, and come back.
They were down, tied, and they take the lead, and they wind up winning, and they get and we had great seats. Thanks to Mike Wang for the seats. We were in the 7th row, really the 5th row, right by the dugout.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Fantastic. Fun game. Fun game. Hit up Texas Live for about 30 minutes beforehand just to get a quick bite. Got down there about 6:15. So went there, then went into the stadium, and it was I was like, all right, I wonder what kind of soccer fan was going to be there, because we've seen Australia fans there, we've seen other fans there. Colombia, I think it was Colombia was the fan base that was in there. But I'll tell you this, Peyton, you'd be happy. And I wanted to go up there and do it, but I thought better of it. Mm-hmm. Tarps off section was litty.
Still going.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It started.
What do you mean still going? That is not just a fad. That's like
it's an
embrace of life.
It started out in about the 5th inning with just 2 rows in the upper deck, upper left field. The upper deck in left field started with 2 rows. By the 7th inning, the entire section was full. People just kept going up there. And my buddy's like, should we go up? I'm like, dude, I am not going up there and getting shirtless in front of nothing but 11-year-olds, because that's who it was. I said, I'll get arrested. You can't do that.
Were there any?
There were no adults. It was all.
There was not a single adult up there?
It was I would say 90% of them were 11 to 20.
I think if you're in the next section over, you're safe.
You're safe.
I think you have
but
to
if you go to that section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody wants any part of that. It was like everybody was like 11 to 20. I'm like, I'm not going up there.
How often has this trend been embraced by the ladies?
There was a woman up there I saw on the Jumbotron, did not take her top off.
What?
Yeah, I know.
So that is society norms that are trying to hold her back, is what that tells me, and that she needs to fight for. Her
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tarps off suffrage.
Tarps off, and then got to see the great Chuck Morgan. Went into his booth during the third inning.
He's a big listener to the morning show.
Yeah, he is.
He's awesome.
Got to see how the sausage is made and all that stuff. But it was a fun night over at the Globe.
Yeah, the Rangers ultimately get the victory. In fact, the victory on the mound came from one Peyton Gray, who I believe was the G-Bag guest this week. So you got to hear the winning pitcher on our airwaves this week.
You know who wasn't? Chris Martin.
No.
He of the, 7 ERA now.
Yeah. Look, Colwyn came in there and actually didn't give runs up, which was nice, because Colwyn has had major struggles lately where he's given up 2 runs, I think, it was like 5 of his last 9 appearances or something. But yeah, 7.3 ERA at this point, a 1.86 whip now for Chris Martin, the newly returned Chris Martin. So not going so well there for Chris Martin, but it's going well for the Rangers as they pick up a victory, and it's a victory against a below 500 team, which we're not always getting. Hopefully they can finish things up here strong to end the season. You know what? Let's do, since we didn't get the chance, we'll hodgepodge here. We'll have a football segment up next for you. We'll lead with some football, and we'll close with the developments yesterday regarding Marshawn Nealon and the Dallas Cowboys and the findings from the concussion center. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee.
segment here brought to you by the personal injuries Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We had football yesterday. Football that got people excited, including Tom Brady. We're going to get more on that in just a second. Before we get to that, I've got to get a question answered, and you guys don't know about this question, but if you could, hang on just 1 second. Adam!
Oh, Bobby is getting up, and he is going in the hallway, and he's asking some guy named Adam.
We're gonna bring
You had no idea he worked here.
Oh, that's Black Adam.
That's Black Adam.
Black Adam does not look how I would have guessed.
Yeah, what's up? I have a question. So, guys, yesterday I'm leaving, and as I'm walking out, I'm saying, like, bye, guys. See you later, whatever. And as I'm walking out, I turn around, and as I'm walking out, I hear Adam say bye. As Aiden's like, see you, Bobby. And I'm walking out with Nick Harris. And Adam says, see ya, Bubbles.
I didn't say Bubbles.
Aiden, did he say Bubbles?
No. I'll tell you what I said.
What did you say?
I called you Bobbles.
Bobbles?
I don't
Why?
know. I don't know.
Was that an intentional nickname, or did you stumble?
I just kind of, that was just the first one that came to my head.
Bobbles.
I just kind of give everyone a nickname.
You heard Bubbles? He heard Bubbles.
Well, I meant to say Bobbles. I mean, if I said Bubbles, that's on me, because that would just be mean. But Bobbles, I feel like, is a proper nickname. Or Bobatha.
What works? Bobatha, Bobbles?
I like Bobatha. I like Bobatha better. I think Bobatha is a solid name.
Okay, I was curious if that was just a stumble or if that was a nickname. Fred's big on nicknames, as your Black Adam.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of like Fred. I just come up with nicknames for people.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, I was just curious, and I was just like, all right, I want to get, because that's all I was getting called in text yesterday by Nick Harris was Bubbles.
Bobbles, Bobifer. You can be Bobifer.
Yeah, I mean, people have. When I was younger, somebody would call me. I don't know if I can say the nickname I was called on air. I'll tell you during the break. You can tell me if we can say it on air. Let's talk a little Argentina, if we've got a highlight. We do.
Trying to link the play again using Lionel Messi. Deflection there on the way through. And can they line something up here? Argentina. Oh, it's gone in. It's 2-2. And who else? Lionel Messi, the savior for Argentina.
Fox Sports and FIFA with the call. What a freaking finish. Down 2-0. Messi already missing a penalty kick. Already missing one.
And this is down late, wasn't it?
78th minute.
That's pretty late.
Pretty late. Down 2-0 in the 78th minute. That game is over.
Is that a good headline from Sports-Center with 11 minutes remaining in the game?
11 heaven. I kind of like it. You know, I don't know if you noticed this. I know you probably didn't. But, you know, so when Argentina scored the first goal to go down 2-1, the guy who scored it, Moreno, didn't even celebrate. He runs right back to the circle for the center circle. He was like, we don't have time. We don't have time to celebrate. We're going right back here. And I was like, oh, boy, it's on.
Is celebration not part of stoppage time?
I mean, it generally is. But, like, even if you have, like, 45 seconds of celebration and they only give you 30 seconds, you're still wasting 15 seconds.
That's true.
So it's like, let's not waste any time. Let's go right to it. And then Messi gets the equalizer, as they call it, and then and that was really a broken play. It's kind of, the ball was just kind of all over the place, and then a gorgeous header in stoppage time to take the lead and ultimately win this. This is bigger than Knicks down 29. I don't think it's where.
Oh God, don't do this.
I don't think it's 28-3.
Tom Brady did.
I know Tom said it was. I don't know.
I think that's Tom trying to seem like soccer guy. I think that's what Tom's trying to do. Like, hey, I'm watching too, guys. You know what I have a problem with then, based on what you just said? Because I was not watching. The representation on social media to me was that essentially all three of those goals were scored by Messi.
Yeah, he had an assist on one and he scored on the other.
I don't like that. That's the representation, because everybody's just like, he's the greatest. He authored the greatest comeback. Oh my gosh, he's this or that. Which, if he scored the game time goal, that's great. And I'm not saying that's not great, but there's got to be some level of resentment that exists on that squad. For like, is there ever any credit for us?
Yeah, like they have to completely defer to him.
He didn't score the game winner. And again, I'm not saying that he didn't do other things that contributed, because there are times that 0-0 games are considered great, and scoring doesn't just mean the only thing. But the fact that if you don't watch the game, I think the representation on social media sounded like he scored all three goals, and he didn't.
Well, that's true. It is the representation.
I would think that would bug people at some point. And they've talked about it on the games the announcers have all year. The whole strategy is to play to him on that team, is to just, hey, let's get him there. I saw some TikTok the other day that was like, this is my impression of Messi playing in the World Cup. And it's just some guy just walking around, and then like the ball comes here and he like runs up really fast, and like, but otherwise it's just like, which is, it very clearly is geared towards get him the ball. Let's go.
Get him the ball.
I wonder if there's, like I said, I wonder if there's any resentment that exists.
I would think it's human nature that there is somewhere in there. Because like, Tom got almost all the credit for 28-3. I would argue Edelman's catch was the most important of any of the plays. Kyle Shanahan should get a ton of credit for the Super Bowl.
He should.
So should Dan Quinn.
Shanahan more than Quinn.
Shanahan more than Quinn. But they should get a ton of credit for that.
By the way, we don't talk enough about, and I don't know why he's managed to avoid it. And Lord knows I don't want to dump on a Texas Longhorn. But the historic run of blowing the biggest game that Kyle Shanahan has been part of, like the Super Bowls he's lost up double digits in the fourth quarter, like as a coordinator and as a head coach now, I don't know why it doesn't stick to him as like the ultimate choker.
Because we like him.
Why? He's kind of a D.
Because people like that he's like this, he's this unique, creative guy.
That's true.
They like that about him.
An engaging match on the pitch.
It was a really good match, and Egypt is destroying the referees. I wish some of the audio they had was in English. I didn't understand what they were saying, but you could see in the post. I mean, they transcribed it, and they were like, "This is what all they want. They're just trying to get Argentina to win. They want Argentina to win the World Cup." That is what was said by one of the players. You have to be livid because they had a goal that was disallowed. And there was a penalty that they called after the second goal. They scored their second goal, so they should have been up 3-0. That was 100 yards away from the play. They had it. They said he had a foul to get possession again. 100 yards down the field. No call until they score. And they're like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, that's not cool.
Feels a little Donaghy. Tim Donaghy.
Feels a little Donaghy.
That's look. I would have a hard time. I would assume as an Egypt fan, feeling like I wasn't cheated if that was the case.
Right.
But somebody else on the fan text is saying it's well known 2-0 is the worst lead in soccer. Why is that? I don't know if you know, but fan text. Why is that considered?
I would say that because you're just one goal away from being. Like all the pressure on the other team, it's not insurmountable. I don't know.
Okay, here you go. This is one of my problems that exists right now. I've not taken any shots at soccer during this segment. I asked the question: is there resentment that exists for Messi's teammates from like him always getting the shine? 469. Only resentment is from you towards soccer. 30+ million tuned in for the U.S. game. Not a small group of people. The insecurity and the gatekeeping is really tiresome. It's tiresome. I didn't even bring any of that up. And somebody is so in their feelings about it because they're that upset about anybody who's just like, I just don't love the sport, that they react like that. And so that's, I would just say, we're having a whole discussion about something else. And you want to bring it back to the gatekeeping and the whining.
The 2-0 lead.
Maybe you should have been in goal for the U.S. the other night. Sounds like you would have done a good job.
The 2-0 lead creates a dangerous psychological trap. Leading teams have constantly eased their intensity. And then once you get to one goal, I mean, anything can happen. And that seemed to play in here. We did lose Colombia, and that's a shame because I love their Rangers game. I love their fans. I love their fans.
They were at the Rangers game.
Oh boy, I love their fans.
How were you not sure it was Colombia at the Rangers game last night? You didn't just spot one of the fans you love?
I did spot one of the fans I love.
And that's how you knew?
Well, I saw the jersey.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, and I was like, that's Colombia. That's Colombia. And I knew it was Colombia anyway. I just didn't want to say it, because my wife might be listening.
Oh.
But it was Colombia.
She might say it too.
She might.
She might say it too. You never know.
By the way, Bobby, you're in luck.
With what?
There are no games today.
Yeah. I mean, I think I probably would have watched about as much today as I did yesterday. But You had a soccer question you were asking during the break, so we're gonna pivot a little to that. What were you asking about with youth soccer development?
So, we talked about this yesterday a little bit about growing the sport here, and every one of these teams that is moving on. So France has got Mbappe, and Argentina's got Messi, and Norway's got Haaland. They all have a dude, and we don't. We don't. I mean, everybody kind of pointed to Balogun, but he's not a dude. And I wonder, if those same guys were 6 years old here, with everything is the same parents, same everything, same desire, same love of the sport, would they have reached the same potential? Because what happens there, Messi, when he was 10 years old, his family just moved him to Barcelona. They said, here, go to Barcelona and go get trained. We send kids to camps for a week, maybe. We have problems sending kids to Florida to go at IMG. Do you think, I'd tell you this, I would never, if you told me that my kid would make the major leagues, if at 12 years old I had to send him to Japan, I wouldn't do it. Because it's selfish, but I want to watch him play.
Yeah,
I want to watch. My favorite thing is watching my kids play baseball. I don't want to. I would be robbed of that now. Is that selfish for me? Of course it is.
Yeah,
they're my kids. I can be selfish about my kids.
So, yeah, because it's one of those things where you do consistently hear about some of the European athletes. Luka ran into this.
Luka came in at 19. What 19-year-old college player is as seasoned as Luka was coming into the NBA?
Right, yeah. Luka had been playing against adults since he was a teenager.
Right.
And was basically sent to go live, I think, by himself. I don't think his dad was even with him initially.
We would never do that.
Yeah, it's just not something that we're doing. But
drop out of school at 10 years old and go play soccer?
Take Freddie Adu, who was supposed to be the guy in the U.S. when he had moved to Maryland. But that was the thing. He had played in Ghana, I think it was, against adults, as a kid, and was this phenom or whatever. When he comes over here, plays in Rockville, Maryland, and ultimately never develops into the soccer player that he was supposed to be. Is that why? Is it because he didn't go do that? He didn't go overseas and play, or he didn't do something like that? Is that?
I have stalled. They stunted his growth.
Yeah, I have no idea what all soccer players' growth is stunted pretty much when you watch the play. But other than that, I don't know. That could be very well why. It kind of gives you. It doesn't sharpen you as much when you're playing against Sean Sharif and goalie in Maryland,
right?
And they don't have normal size hands.
When the mixed doubles you're playing against is a soft hitting guy and a hard hitting girl. That's what Sean's was.
Exactly.
Is that going to sharpen the other team?
Gosh, we should read those excerpts again from his title that he is represented one way. And then we read the local paper, and it's talking about how Brooke is get your ass together. I'm not going to another set. she's running the ship like Sean does here. Just get this ready. I want this. Do this.
You think all of Sean's angst and anger is from that one moment where she told him to get his act together?
Yeah, but he got his act together, so he listens. So he's
not at the tennis court.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs made a move. They signed a big-time three-point shooter, allegedly, and they also sent away somebody in a trade yesterday. We'll talk about it next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
From the 469, don't worry, Bobbles. Oak Cliff loves you and has your back. Thank you, 469. That is in response to the me going back and forth with the 214 a few minutes ago. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. No Sean Sharif this week. It's myself. It's RJ Choppy. It's Peyton Russell. It's Aiden Butler running the fan cam. And you can actually come out and call me Bobbles or Bubbles or whatever to my face on Friday of this week, because we'll be out at Just Love Coffee remote this Friday in Grand Prairie, 1020 Mayfield Road, Suite 600. It's an absolutely awesome location. It's going to be a good time. So come on out, get some breakfast, get some coffee, get the Sean and RJ blend. What is it? It's an Ethiopian Yirgacheffe.
Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. Very nice.
It's fantastic stuff. And it goes to supporting the Sandlot Children's Charity when you purchase one. So secure the bag. Do it.
Secure the bag. Get yourself some coffee.
That's what you got to do here. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We mentioned going to break that the Mavericks have actually done something. Man, this is going to be a challenge here. The Mavericks have acquired Tariq Biberovic. I don't know how to pronounce it. But they have acquired the 2023 draft rights to Tariq Biberovic in their trade with the Memphis Grizzlies for forward Santi Aldama. And Biberovic is a guy who, now that he's been acquired, he's going to sign a 2-year, $6 million deal with the team, option in year 2, according to Mark Stein. But he's somebody who has played overseas and has been an assassin from beyond the arc. He's shot 45% from 3. So that's this is his game. He's just a perimeter shooter who can knock down 6'6" guard with a strong outside shot. I saw Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer was very intrigued by him and said, this is somebody who can absolutely let it go from deep, gives the Mavericks some perimeter game if they want to have him. But also in the course of that Santi Aldama and I guess Tariq Biberovic
could be
acquisition, Tark could be that too, like Scooble.
Yep.
They did send away one Chris Middleton. So Chris Middleton ends up being part of a sign and trade that involves the Wizards and a complicated 6-team trade that has the Pistons, Grizzlies, Clippers, Bucks, Mavs, and Wizards involved in it. For instance, D'Angelo Russell was moved once again. He was shipped over to Memphis. Karis LeVert was in this swap. But ultimately...
Got some names in this swap.
Yeah, some names that have maybe past their day. But Chris Middleton ends up going right back for his time in Washington. And it was he had the opportunity to basically just shut it down and not even play here after the trade. There's an opportunity where he could have gotten the buyout and just moved on, but he stuck it out and was here when The Mavericks were not very good, and they didn't have a whole lot to play for, and so he at least gave you a little bit of, intriguing basketball.
He's a 3-time All-Star.
Got you down. But I mean, he gave you like a 35-point game in there against Memphis. So there were some times all right, at least he gave me something to watch that was kind of interesting at times. But Chris Middleton on his way out, and maybe the Mavericks have found a diamond in the rough here with Tariq or Bobbles Biberovic.
Bobbles.
It could be that.
Bobbles Biberovic.
We never really know.
I think that actually is one of the best nicknames ever. Bobbles Biberovic.
All right, so I don't.
How about Bibbles?
Bibbles, that can work too.
Biberovic.
Yeah, I like it. So we talked about this a little bit the other day. And then G-Bag was too scared to ask Dusty May about it. We're the show that we ask the questions where the guest wants to fire us. All right, that's not a G-Bag thing. So they
ask
Dusty
the questions that want to get them beat up. By the way,
yes.
Speaking of, Rowdy Tellez, did you see that signed a contract yesterday?
Oh, is he doing Nathan's hot dog eating contest next year?
No, he is. He is not. He signed.
That'd be like juicing. You can't have
yeah, he signed yesterday with, I believe, the Braves. They bring him back on a minor league deal.
Man, we were.
Have yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
I have. When you talk about, I didn't get the chance to say it yesterday. When we said what's something during crosstalk that you have memorized for no reason in particular, I think I have that whole interview memorized. Down to the 10th of a second of how long each of them took to respond. Have yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy? It's the greatest quote ever. I love.
He was gonna get that. He was gonna get that question.
A couple weeks ago, I just went and pulled that interview back up because I just want to listen to this while I'm driving. It makes me laugh. Now I could laugh at it, but no, there was we talked the other day about I can't remember if you're here for this. Dusty May had done a social media interview and was asked who his favorite artist is. Were you here for this?
Oh, no, I think I was out for this one.
Do you know who he said? They said, who's your favorite musical artist?
No, I don't know who he said.
Rod Wave. Peyton? There's no chance that Dusty May is seeking this out.
No.
So what we had determined, I was talking with Alec about this. What we determined was that he was told by somebody at some point on the recruiting trail, hey, coach, this is the guy everybody's listening to. You need to know some Rod Wave. Drop that in your Florida Atlantic recruiting pitches, because it certainly would have been Michigan, because in the last 2 years, if you were referencing Rod Wave, you weren't making any inroads with the recruits. But, hey, Rod Wave used to be great. That's why we're playing something from 10 years ago. But Alec and I were talking about this, and Alec said, you know what I think this is? He said, it's similar to that. He said, but he probably really does like it, or he's convinced himself he liked it.
Right.
Because he said, I did that in a relationship at one point.
We all do
all
at
right,
some point.
I gotta fake this a little bit. Yeah. I gotta pretend to like this. And then he said, over the course of it, you start convincing yourself you like it. And he's like, and Alex said, like I did with Megan Thee Stallion, or like Klay Thompson I did with Megan Thee Stallion, I guess.
Whoa.
But it brought up the topic that I thought was interesting. Have you ever, and you can text in 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Have you ever faked something and convinced yourself like you liked it for the sake of a female?
I'm sure I've done that too many times.
Or a job, a recruit, whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, I do it every day. I'm just kidding.
I told the bosses I was a Tolo when I was interning.
Were you not?
I mean, I listened, but I wasn't like I listened like 7 days ahead of the interview, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna memorize segment names and everything. I was like, oh, baseball nuggets, Mike Bassick, love it, man. But I was a Tolo.
What did you like? What would have been great is if he would have pulled up like a really old segment, and then he would have like mentioned something that had gotten canceled, or somebody like somebody who wasn't here anymore. Like he's like, yeah, I love Rage. You kidding me? Like, how can you not get enough of Richie and Grego? And then there's like, yeah, that's not actually the thing. But no, and that worked out for him. But that was more of a faking thing.
Yeah.
I had Kristen to this day claims that I did not reveal my homebody nature to her until we were married. She says that she's like, you were much more gung-ho about going out. I was like, no, I wasn't. I've never been about it. She goes, well, that means you were faking it because you were. I was like, I don't think I ever represented that to you, that I was gung-ho about going out. I would go out because you wanted to, or we would go, like, if you wanted to, on my off day, it's the Bill Burr bit. Well, where Bill Burr talks about, he said, He said, women, when they see that open spot on your calendar, the first thing they think is, oh, let's just fill that up with stuff.
Yeah,
they don't need to do anything.
There's nothing to do.
Yeah, they don't see that as an off day. They see that as an opportunity to do things.
Yeah.
And so I would just, yeah, sure. Okay, we can go do that. Even if I was tired or whatever. Now they're just sometimes where I'm like, I'm not going out this weekend. Sorry. We're staying home because I need to recharge.
Yeah. No, I'm sure we've all done this with music, I don't know necessarily with hobbies. Maybe Sarah plays golf because she knows that I like to play golf. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But yeah, this happens. Everybody has done this at some point in their life, and if they say they haven't, they're just not aware that they've done it.
Is that what Dusty May did here? The rod wave thing was.
Yes, because I do believe at some point it's in some form or fashion.
I'm not saying he can't like rod wave. Yeah. He was introduced to it because somebody told him, hey, you need to know this for the kids.
All college coaches in some form or fashion are frauds. And that's not a generalization. That's a fact. Every single one of them is fraudulent.
They got to be a little bit of a salesman.
Way. They have to be a salesman.
There's used car salesman energy there.
All salesmen.
No offense to the used car salesman. I'm just using a trope from society.
Yeah, and all salesmen are frauds. They're not happy every day.
Some of the stories on the page. Right. 817, I lied to my girlfriend, told her I like horses. Now I'm married to her and I'm taking care of 4 horses. I think 817, I think I'm still trying to convince myself that I like sparkling water. Let's see here. 214, I had an ex that had that Betty Page look. She loved Modest Mouse. I still listen to them. They are awesome, but I was resistant.
Modest Mouse.
Yeah. I used to hate certain songs until I went to the strip club and sung Beautiful Morning, dancing to that song back in my younger days. Ha ha ha. My wife's spaghetti, and I still pretend. 817, I think my wife faked it long enough that she's convinced she likes it now. So there it is on the Fan Text 7 things. Tarot readings, says the 682.
No, come on. See, this is my boy John is a Disney adult. And I'm like, come on, man.
How do you define that, by the way? Because to me, I think there's a difference between an adult who likes Disney and a Disney adult.
I agree.
And the fan text, I think the other day when you got some people worked up, I think they were just taking that to mean an adult who likes Disney.
No, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about when it becomes your identity and you put the ears on and you wear the ears all day. And you go there by yourself, not with any kids. By yourself. Not even with a wife or not even with a husband.
Like an obsessive thing.
You just go by, yeah. And I was like, come on, just blink twice. Your wife got you into this, and now you're just following along.
That's exactly what it is. That's got to be the go along with the thing. I actually do think Kristen went along with it more. I think Kristen told me she liked
with
things
you being a Disney adult.
No, but I think Kristen went along with like, oh yeah, I love this movie. Let's watch it or whatever. When she did not, she used to think I was funnier than she does now. She doesn't think anything I say is funny now. She used to laugh all the time, and then it's like, all right, that was clearly a tactic to just get into my pants. And you don't now that you got them, you're just like, why buy the cow? I got the milk for free. Don't have to laugh at anything anymore. And it's a little hurtful. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. 1 hour down, 3 more to go. The Rangers get a victory over the Angels. Is the World Cup a vision for the future CFP? And RJ Chappie's got some Big 12 thoughts. The Monster Energy Big 12?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it next on the Fan.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We have 10 hits combined all year prior to these two games. 3-2, drive to left field. Meckler back, he turns. That one's out of here! Off the bench, coming in hot. Foscue, a game-tying laser line drive home run off Saucedo.
Oh, winning feels good, doesn't it? The Rangers win 8-3 over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim of, Southern California or whatever their name is.
Out of here!
This is Sean and RJ. That's Jared Sandler. I'm Bobby Belt. He's RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell on the board. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. And Jared Sandler with your call there on 105 through the Fan last night as the Rangers get a dub that RJ Choppy was in attendance for. I think I heard you there. I think I heard you in the cheers.
Man, I was being a little bit rowdy. It's a very...
Was it in honor of Rowdy getting the deal?
No, it's a very quiet crowd. Listen, guys, it's just, there's not a whole lot of trash talk. There's not a whole lot of, yelling at the other team. We were close enough to the third base dugout. We were 5 rows behind the dugout. So every time Guzman, their third baseman, was walking back to the dugout with the ball, I was trying to get the ball. I kept yelling at him I didn't see a bulge. So I was like, are you wearing a cup? Zach Neto, where's the rest of his pants? I mean, he was wearing those high pants, very, very high. Get the rest of your pants out there. O'Hoppy, he got drilled in the OPP. Yelled that one out.
It sounds like a lot of what you were focused on yesterday was the groin area.
Yeah.
Why was that?
Well, it's just I was trying to make people laugh. That was my goal, and it worked.
Did it?
It absolutely.
Did Sarah laugh?
She did laugh. She did laugh. I think I took it a little bit too far. O'Hoppy, I was like, no one's going to, dude, after he got drilled in the groin, I was like, yep, dude, no one's going to have kids. No one's going to have kids with a 220 hitter anyway. So, I think we need more of that.
These aren't the genetics we're looking for.
Yeah, I think we need more of this. We need more, just hecklers. We need hecklers these games. We just don't have enough hecklers.
If you're one of those fans, and there's plenty of them, if you're one of those fans listening to us who don't believe in heckling,
I'm a big believer. I don't believe in trash talk, but I believe in heckling.
When I went to the Rangers-Astros playoff game, I think it was what game was it that they blew where they were up and then like Altuve came in and hit the home run off of Chapman? Was that like game 4 or something?
That was 5.
It was 5. So yeah, because that put them up 3-2, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
I was at the game. That's the day I met the great Colt Heron and his buddy Tyler Deary from Rafter Peak Construction, and he was like, "Hey, come sit up front with us in right field. I'll get your ticket. You can come sit right down next to us in the front row, and we can heckle Kyle Tucker all game." And man, if you would have heard some of the things we were digging deep for to try and get his attention, the ones who don't appreciate heckling in our listener group
can't do it. That's what it is.
Would not approve of me. It was
the ones who don't appreciate heckling can't heckle.
Kristen ended up getting into the heckling by like the 8th inning. And because she didn't know baseball, hers was just foul. It was just foul words. And I was like, oh, wow. Goodness, woman.
You got to do it. You got to do it without, you got to do it in a very PG way. Those are the best hecklers.
That's what you got to do.
And we were heckling last night. It was fun. Those are good seats. We had great seats. Thanks to Mike Wang for the seats. And yeah,
boy,
man,
it really was all about that last night, huh?
It really was. It really was.
Yeah. You're just calling out OPP, asking about the bulge.
Yeah.
Wang gave you the tickets.
What third baseman doesn't wear a cup, Peyton? Why are you not wearing a cup? I know they don't do that anymore.
Did Beltre do it? Beltre wore a cup.
Beltre was a vacuum, and he was going to get every single ball.
My dad did say, he said, never wear a cup. He played third base at college. He said, never wear a cup.
A lot of these guys have told Zach and Eric when they go in there. Eric will always ask questions like kind of relating to that as a bit in the clubhouse during spring training. And a lot of them have said guys don't wear cups in Major League Baseball anymore.
Yeah, he said, he goes, I never wore one. It forced me to use my glove. Okay.
I mean, you make one mistake,
You're
lights
cooked.
out.
Oh, yeah, lights out.
Rangers and Angels tonight at 7:05, Game 2 of the series. Mackenzie Gore will be on the hill for the Texas Rangers, or he's at least the probable pitcher for now. They've been known to make some changes late in the game.
Which Mackenzie will we get?
Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to talk about the Big 12 here in just a second. The Monster Energy Big 12 and what Chapi is saying is being destroyed as one of the worst deals in the history of sports. But before we get into that part of college football, there was an interesting article up yesterday from Chris Vanini over at The Athletic, where he was talking about should the college football playoff expand, which is something that we've all discussed here. But he says, here's what the 48-team World Cup can tell us. So what we can learn from the World Cup when also approaching the idea of the CFP expanding, which, by the way, the U.S.'s run has ended in the World Cup at the hands of who?
Who did we lose to?
Yeah, who was that team?
Belgium.
Belgium. Oh, Fred Davis the other night was talking about that Belgium team.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody knew this or not, but USA Soccer's playing tonight here in about 10, 11 minutes. In fact, I want to say we got the
anthems going off.
Belgiumese? What do you call what's a Belgium person considered?
Belgiumese?
Is that like Japanese, but they just put
Belgium in there? I think they're just Belgians.
They're just Belgians.
Yeah, but he went for Belgiumese.
They're really just Germans with better marketing.
The anthems going off.
Belgiumese? What do you call what's a Belgium person considered?
I'm not even watching the fan game. I'm just listening to the clip, and I can still see Fred's face. What do you call these guys? Right, Belgiumese? He's doing a little bit of the
Belgiumese.
He's got a little bit of the Jay Leto energy there.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. What do you call these guys? The Belgiumese? Yeah, what are those? But over at The Athletic, Chris Vanini writes about this and the structure that we've learned. So he talks about why the World Cup shows the CFP should expand and why it shows it should not. So the first point, expanded access really means something. He said 4 countries made their World Cup debut, including Cinderella darling Cape Verde. That itself was worth celebrating, and watching the world learn about places like Cape Verde, Curacao, and Democratic Republic of Congo is meaningful. This is supposed to be the world's tournament, so it makes sense to have more of the world. He said more upsets. The round of 32 was far more exciting than anyone expected. Of the 16 games, 12 were decided in the 86th minute or later, including 3 on penalty kicks. Cape Verde took defending champion Argentina to the limit. Paraguay, however you choose to say it, knocked out Germany. England nearly lost to Congo, and Belgiumese needed a furious comeback to beat Senegal. The best teams are protected early. Only a handful of teams have a real chance at winning the World Cup. Just 8 countries have won the 23 tournaments. The expanded field meant favorites France, Argentina, Spain, and Brazil could cruise into the knockout stage without fear. So those are all 3 pretty strong arguments in favor of CFP expansion based on what we see in the World Cup. Now what he says is why the World Cup shows the CFP should not do it. And this is more what I'm curious if you think this is a fair point. Number 1, some games didn't mean anything. The United States started most of its backups in its 3rd group stage game against Turkey, knowing it had already won the group and knowing they had already won the group and that Turkey was already eliminated. Norway sat its starters against France despite having the opportunity to win the group. Other group games for top teams didn't mean much because 2/3 of the field advanced to the round of 32. We already see this in the NFL regular season where teams play backups if a playoff spot is already locked up. I'm not one who believes Michigan would rest starters against Ohio State as rivalry week is a key backstop, but something similar is a real concern that Sankey has expressed. Is that fair?
I think so. I mean, I think, look, if the U.S. had already won the group, they were going to sit their guys anyway, regardless.
What is the biggest rivalry? Because he said he doesn't think Michigan and Ohio State would do that. What's the biggest rivalry that you could see them saying, we'll just sit our starters? Like it's a rivalry, but it's not important enough to those schools.
And it has to be late in the year. Like OU, Texas, they wouldn't do that because it's...
Yeah, we're just let's take the strongest rival and just assume we put it on the last week. It doesn't have to be that way. But let's say OU Texas there. Like they obviously would play their guys. Would Texas A&M has tried so hard to divorce from like being associated with Texas as a rival at this point because of when they split conferences, then they try to nope, we're not even going to play them anymore. Like that whole thing. So I could see those teams doing it. Like A&M specifically, I could see saying we're just not going to play people if you were playing Texas in the final week.
I could see Ohio State doing it against Penn State.
Yeah, but we wouldn't say any of like this is your main rival. Those schools wouldn't sit anybody, would they?
I don't think so.
Not a game that I can think of. Like, would you sit people against Bama?
No.
Even if nothing mattered, you'd be like, I don't care. We're playing this game.
We're playing them.
Next one, average play is rewarded. 11 teams advanced to the knockout stage by earning just 4 of a possible 9 points in group stage play, compared to only 3 such teams in the smaller field in 2022. In college football last year, an 8-4 Iowa team that had no notable wins would have qualified for a 2014 playoff. Tennessee would have been in the mix late at 8-3, despite not beating the team with a winning record. There are teams with seemingly no shot of winning the national title that also may not view a 2014 playoff as a major accomplishment. And you are worried about the watering down of quality, or that the CFP becomes, you like Cinderella to a point.
Yeah, I don't want Cinderella in the Final Four. I want Cinderella in the Sweet 16. Mm-hmm. Maybe the Elite 8. Yeah, I can get down with that.
Like a team like Iowa going on a hot run, and then all of a sudden they're one of the 8 teams left. You're like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, because Iowa's boring.
Yeah.
Now, if Iowa was one of these teams that was like, Mike Leach, Texas Tech, I'd be all in on it. Right? That'd be cool.
No, that'd be fun, but they're a team that scores like 10 points at a time.
Right. And 16 to 15 is a high-scoring game. I would be out on that.
And another point, will making the field mean as much in the future? Chris Vanini over at The Athletic says, Brazil is the only country to play in every World Cup. An expanded field means it likely will never miss one. The U.S. missed in 2018, but an expanded field means future qualification drama isn't likely to happen. Ohio State will rarely, if ever, miss a 2014 playoff. What will it mean for the college football regular season if 4 losses can still get a team into the playoff? Real concern?
4 losses? Yeah, it's a concern because that you've rendered the regular season useless.
Specifically 4 big teams. Like Bama is not sweating anything. And
No.
is that a problem that you're not putting any pressure on those programs?
You want to have these guys playing their best. You want these guys to be the whole point of college football is how important these regular season games are. Like it used to be you could not lose a single game.
Yeah.
Right? And then it was like, all right, you can't lose a home game. And then it's like, all right, well, you can't lose 2 games.
You can't lose 2 conference games, yeah.
Right? Now it's gonna be what? You can't lose 4?
Right.
I don't know.
And one of those conference games you can't lose is in the Monster Energy Big 12.
Brett Yormark, he's my guy. I love him. He's getting destroyed today. Not just
For not answering anything about Sorsby?
No, well, he answered without answering.
After a while.
Yes. Without answering, he definitely answered. It's clear that there's a breakup coming. It has to. But they're calling this the worst deal in the history of sports.
Ooh.
According to reports, Monster Energy is now the title sponsor of the Big 12. It's the Monster Energy Big 12. They'll get patches on jerseys, and they'll get logos on the field. This is for football and men's basketball and women's basketball. They are paying the Big 12 $20 million.
Ooh.
That means each school gets $1.25 million. That's it. That's it.
Nope.
If they did this for the Big Ten or the SEC, it'd be $20 million per school.
Yeah, the fact that this isn't an acceptable thing to them
tells you how dire it is for non-Big Ten or SEC teams. How dire it is. Where the Big Ten and the SEC are making billions of dollars a year. And the other conferences aren't even making hundreds of millions a year. They're just making millions. And that's impossible to compete. And if you're a Texas Tech, you couple what Yormark did yesterday with not answering the questions about Sorsby, and you add this in, if you're Texas Tech, you have to leave.
And this comes in, you mentioned that. There was a lot of panic yesterday. Or not, I shouldn't say panic. There was a lot of eyebrow raising towards Teresa Gold, the Pac-12 commissioner, because she had been asked about, hey, what are the media deals look like? What does the revenue look like for these things? And she ended up saying that it's inappropriate to release numbers on media deals. And now, like, Pac-12 supporters are like, that's a bad sign, because if the revenue was fine, you would talk about it. It's only inappropriate if it's concerning to the future.
Right.
Here.
Like this deal here might be the worst thing for the Big 12 and the best thing for the Pac-12. Maybe some of these schools decide to reach out to the Pac-12. Maybe it's good for the ACC.
Yep.
I don't see the SEC and the Big Ten going to Texas Tech and wanting to, especially after the whole Sorsby thing. I don't think they want any part of the Red Raiders. But I think the ACC would welcome it. It's a big brand in terms of, like, you're getting a lot. I mean, you're getting a half million alumni base. And Big alumni.
Yep. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. When the Cowboys traded away Micah Parsons, they traded away the what-ranked edge rusher in the NFL? We have the answer thanks to another top 10 list today from Jeremy Fowler over at ESPN. We're going to look at the top 10 edge rushers and chopping it up next in the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It is the Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Bobby Belts. He's RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell on the board. Aiden Butler out there coordinating your video. That's Tupac Shakur as the bed music. How Do You Want It? With Casey and JoJo, I believe, singing the hook on it. But yeah, we just passed we just recently passed the birthday of one Tupac Shakur. Chop. Here's how long.
We did?
You remember, I'm sure, the news when he had died.
Do I remember the news
I'm sure you
when
remember
he died?
Yeah,
Of course I do.
We are 2 months away from the 30-year anniversary of his death. Does that make you feel old? You would have been probably like what year did you graduate from Tennessee?
I was from Tennessee?
Yeah, what year did you graduate?
02.
What year did you get to Tennessee?
97.
Okay, so you would have been a senior in high school.
I was starting my senior year. Because it happened in September, right? It was
September 7th of 96 is when he got shot. He died on the 13th.
So we always
I was born on the 20th of that year.
So, wow. Yeah, look at that.
Which upsets you more, that you were never in a world with Tupac or a Cowboys Super Bowl, Peyton?
Super Bowl.
It depended on when we would have started school, because we started the first Wednesday after Labor Day. So I have to go back to the calendar of 1996. It could have been day one of school.
Man, and that probably would have been a tough thing. Well, actually, no, you were in Jersey. They were. Y'all had a harder day about 6 months later.
Yes, March.
So, R.I.P. Biggie Smalls, R.I.P. Tupac Shakur, and all the others. All right, we mentioned the Cowboys 30 years since their last Super Bowl. Let's see if there's a certain edge rusher on here who they may or may not have traded away that could impact the answer of how long that drought will continue. It is the top 10 list from Jeremy Fowler. We do these every day at 7:20 when they start coming out. It's my favorite list of the year. Just the being able to getting to see where scouts, coaches, executives, everybody else have these players ranked. And specifically when you get to a position where there's a Cowboys player, it's like, all right, how much are they overrating them or underrating them or throwing shade or just trying to get a handle on where this is? So this used to be an exciting list for us because we see where exactly was Micah Parsons. And now we're just going to look at it with sadness in our eyes of where exactly is Micah Parsons in terms of how much is going to hurt to see him on there. So before we start, where would you guess Micah Parsons is ranked on this list of top 10 edge rushers in the NFL?
3 to 5.
3 to 5, okay. Is there going to be a Cowboy mentioned anywhere? Even in the receiving votes?
No.
Okay. Those are your two answers. We'll see if you're correct by the end of it. Top 10 edge rushers with honorable mentions after that. Number 1 is
Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, the unanimous number 1. Not a single vote for anybody else other than Myles Garrett. Highest ranking was 1, lowest ranking was 1. Last year he was ranked number 1. He's on a tear. He owns this category right now. One write-up from an NFL coordinator said he doesn't get enough credit for just how powerful he is and how you feel that up close. Everyone talks about Aaron Donald's power, but Myles is just as strong. You had another NFL coordinator who said he's seen every type of help an offense can give, slide to him, chips from tight ends, and running backs only run plays away from him, and he has a game plan or counter for all of it. From a mental standpoint, it's really impressive, and an NFC executive added his ability to feel and navigate at the line without much wasted movement is elite. Slam dunk, no doubt about it. The number 1 is Myles Garrett. Number 2, this is where the list begins.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to view TJ anymore. He is getting older. I really like the guy in Houston.
Will Anderson?
Yeah, I'll go him.
Because this has been, what? Would you say over the last 5 years, the top 4 have been, everybody agrees the top 4 edge rushers in football, in whatever order, are TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, and Nick Bosa. Generally.
I mean, if you want to throw Max in there, I guess.
Max was has creeped up recently, but I would say consistently over the last 5 years, it's been those guys.
Yeah.
It's right around there. So, number 2, Micah Parsons.
Whoa.
Highest ranking was 2, lowest ranking was 5. His ranking last year was 3. Parsons is so good, the write-up says on the field, that he jumped a spot in the ranking despite suffering an ACL tear in December. The tape is still that good.
How good did you think his year was?
Really good. When I watched him play, he was still Micah. It's just like the Dallas game is a perfect example of it. He wasn't able to get a sack in that game because Dak was getting rid of the ball fast, was sliding in the pocket, doing various things. So it's easy to look at and go, okay, he didn't have the impact he should have. If it was anybody else back there, if it wasn't a veteran quarterback back there who knows how to move around, he may have gotten 8 sacks that game. Wow. Like, he was dominant in that game. The write-up here, a veteran NFL defensive coach says, elite burst and closing speed to make plays. He has the most rush versatility of the group, consistently wins over centers and guards and tackles. It doesn't matter where he is. An NFL coordinator said there are 2 guys that never really get blocked in the NFL, and it's those 2 guys, Miles and Micah. You do what you can with movements and quick game, and it's not enough. Micah Parsons, number 2. Does that sting a little bit? I think this is the highest he's ever been on the list.
Yeah, sure, it stings a little bit. I still think... I think Cowboy fans, a year removed from the trade, are kind of relieved, right? It's like, all right, we don't want to deal with this. He's a good player, really good player, great player. We don't want to deal with everything. So I don't think that it stings as much as it could have. It could have stung much more.
By the way, if you are, yes, we're seeing all your texts right now that say, we're hearing a bunch of static. And so if you're hearing static out there, we're reaching out. We're figuring it out. But, all right, number 3 on the list, the top 10 edge rushers in the NFL. Number 3 is?
Let's try for Will Anderson.
Will Anderson is number 3 from the Houston Texans. Highest ranking is 2, lowest ranking is 8. He was 8 last year, so this is a big jump. He was the guy on...
Very good.
He was the guy on a really good defense. And he was actually tied with somebody in the voting. But he won the tiebreaker by getting more top 5 votes. So whoever we name next actually tied in points with Will Anderson. But an NFC scout says, I still feel like he's underrated to a degree. I would actually agree. True 3-down force multiplier who demands attention and has the rare ability to elevate the play of teammates. Separate NFC scout said, combination of speed to power, then his strength and effort. He's better than I expected, to be honest. So Will Anderson is number 3. We had 2 of the top 3 right here in our state. And then number 1 came from this state.
Look at that.
This is a pass rush factory is what I'm learning here.
Yes, it is.
Number 4, who is technically number 3 but lost a tiebreaker. Got lots of names you can throw out here.
I do. I guess I think they're going to defer to TJ still, even though they shouldn't.
It is not TJ Watt. I'm surprised he's this high.
You're surprised?
I'm surprised.
Aiden Hutchinson?
Nope. Max Crosby.
Oh.
I love Max. I think Max is great.
Another one from here.
Yes. Given the way everything played out and everything with the trade with Baltimore and going back on it and how everybody's like, I don't know if he's even worth the gamble. I figured league opinion on him must have been a little lower and that they were thinking he was declining. But for him to finish tied as the 3rd best edge rusher says a lot. You had one NFC exec who said he's a bad MFer versus the run, the pass, whatever. He's a pain in the ass all game. If there's ever been in these articles a quote from Jerry Jones, that would be the one. You ask him about Max Crosby because he's a bad MFer versus the run, the pass, whenever he's a pain in the ass all game. That would be a Jerry quote.
I could see that being Jerry.
If you're going to get a Jerry quote in any of these, that's what it is. He kind of said that to us. When we asked him about Max last year, he kind of described him that way. An AFC executive said, you're getting a complete body of work with Max. He does everything well. Pass rush, splash plays, great against the run, high motor, tackles in the backfield. And they don't mention this. I'm just adding this in here. He's also considered just like the tone setter, like the culture guy. He is in charge of the culture, and that's whatever your defense is and the energy behind it, like Max is driving a lot of that. So that's 4 of the 10 here on the edge rusher list, the top 10 list from Jeremy Fowler. Did running backs and cornerbacks. Now we're doing edge rushers on day 3. Number 5.
Let's try TJ.
Aiden Hutchinson, Detroit Lions. Hutchinson's unique skill set makes him a steady climber up the board, similar to Anderson. One NFL defensive coach said skilled with his hands, very good speed to power rush to keep offensive tackles off balance, and his superpower is his motor is nonstop. Hutchinson, they note, is the first player since 1982 to have 40 or more sacks and 5 or more interceptions in his first 4 NFL seasons. I did not realize he had 5 interceptions.
No.
And something that should be noted here,
those have got to be all tip balls, right?
I would guess so, yeah, or jumping up and doing something. We're through the top 5 now. We're going to number 6, all the way through the top 6. Every single person on this list who's in the top 6 got at least a top 2 vote. So that tells you how kind of smushed together all these names are. Really? And if you want to go all the way down to 8, they got a top 3 vote. So number 6 here, we've already named.
Outside of Max Crosby, they were all a very high first-round pick.
Yeah, because Will Anderson was top 3. Mike was 12. That was close to the middle. Myles Garrett was number 1. Yeah, and then Aiden Hutchinson was number 2, I think.
2 or 3, yeah.
It was 2, because number 1 was Trayvon Walker. But so far, you've got Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Will Anderson, Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson. That's the top 5. Also getting a highest ranking of 2, a lowest ranking of 10, and up from 9 last year. Who is number 6?
Up from 9?
Yep.
Oh, I couldn't even. I have no idea.
So we've said that in the first 4, Aiden Hutchinson didn't have it, but this now means with this player, 5 of the first 6 have a Texas connection. That's a hint for you.
Huh.
So either went to a school around here or maybe plays for Houston or Dallas.
Who plays for Houston other than Will Anderson? I don't know.
Houston Texans edge rusher Danielle Hunter.
Oh, God.
31 years old. This year's voting served as an appreciation of sorts for Hunter's career. Danielle Hunter has been, you want to talk about a guy who, if you go, I can't see it right now, I think he had 3 sacks his entire career at LSU. Like, he's the guy that if you want to pick somebody who's got traits but didn't have a lot of production in college as an edge rusher, when we talk about, Keldrick Falk or Michael Williams or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter's who you have to point to and go, well, maybe he could do that. An NFC executive said one of the best power rushers of all time. Another NFL coordinator said, take a look at the guy's career production. There can't be a more underrated, dominant player since I've been in the NFL. His silent tape was unreal. He's a total force. The only other guy that I would say, because I do think Danielle Hunter is incredibly underrated, the only other guy that I would say doesn't get thought of for just how dominant he is in the same time period would probably be Mike Evans, would be the one, because I don't ever think of Mike Evans as being, he's always the name that I would forget. And then you look and go like, oh yeah, nobody's ever done what Mike Evans does. But these are his sack totals since 2016, Danielle Hunter. First, his rookie year, he had 6, which is more than he had the whole time at LSU. But since then, 12.5, 7, 14.5, 14.5, 6 in only 7 games, 10.5, 16.5, 12, 15. That dude is as consistent as they come. Number 7 on the edge rusher list. Big name.
Big name?
Big name.
Then it's either going to be Watt or Bosa.
Who are you going to throw out?
I'll throw Bosa out.
TJ Watt.
Of course.
Highest ranking 3rd, lowest ranking off the list.
List.
Did you get a chance to vote in this?
I did vote in this.
You got a chance here. Last year he was ranked number 2. He falls all the way to 7. 31 years old. They said this is a sizable fall for Watt. The write-up, an AFC executive said he's definitely in decline. He's still very good, but some of the younger players have surpassed him. This is the 3-time sack champion as well. An NFL personnel evaluator said he can win with his high motor and his flair for the big play, but the burst and get off isn't the same as it was as a result of lower body injuries. So that's the most negative write-up and quotes we've seen about a player yet, and he's still the 7th best edge rusher according to this list.
Is he though? Is he?
Yeah, probably. Who are you going to put above him? They put everybody who probably should be above him.
Would you put him above Jared Verse?
Man, I am not the right one to ask here, because I think Verse has been a little overrated. Verse is a good player. He's been a little overrated.
He
had 7 sacks last year, Watt. I would still... probably Verse is an arguable one.
Okay. Trey?
He's above Trey Hendrickson still.
Okay. Josh Allen, or whatever his name is
Josh
now.
Allen Hines. Yeah, I think I'd still take TJ.
Okay.
All right, number 8 on this list. Top 10 edge rushers from Jeremy Fowler.
All right.
Chopping it up coming up here in a few minutes.
Let's go Jared Verse.
No Jared Verse. It is not Jared Verse. Nick Bosa.
Oh, okay.
Highest ranking 3, lowest ranking this year, unranked.
Wow.
Several voters acknowledged that Bosa would still be in their top 5 if healthy. A torn ACL, the second of his career, cost Bosa all but 3 games last year. He was balling out before the injury. That's hilarious that in an ESPN article they put he was balling out before the injury. He had a 21.6 pass rush win rate along with 2 sacks. An NFL personnel evaluator said he's got the best speed to power move in the NFL. He gets offensive tackles on their heels, and he pushes right through them. Number 9.
Number 9?
Mm-hmm. Top 10 edge rushers from Jeremy Fowler.
Let's go with Jared Verse.
No. Division.
Within
the Cowboys division.
Jalen Phillips? Is he still there?
Guy got dealt for a lot of draft capital.
Kyle.
Oh, the Carolina kid.
Yep.
Burns.
Yes.
Brian Burns. Highest ranking 6, lowest ranking unranked. Last year, he was an honorable mention. 30 years old. They say Burns continues to put it together. An NFL coordinator said he was different than in years past. He was more of a force consistently, more of a pain in the ass to play against. Number 10, rounding out this top 10.
Jalen Phillips.
No.
I mean, I've said Jared Verse a million times. Sounds like eventually it would be there, so I'll say him again.
No. And that's stunning to me. I wasn't even thinking of it until you mentioned it, but the fact that he's not in the top 10 is pretty stunning. So he is not in the top 10 here. It is.
Oh, Trey Henderson.
No.
What?
No. A little bit of a guy who's underrated. You would count Oklahoma as local. Oklahoma.
Dude, I have no idea. I owe you in defense lately.
Broncos edge rusher, Nick Bonito.
Wow.
It says that Bonito is the only pass rusher to make his top 10 debut this year. He won a close race with Cleveland's Jared Verse for the last spot. Starting in 2023, Bonito's sack totals climbed from 8 to 13.5 and 14. One high-ranking personnel evaluator said he's got maybe the best get off in the league. Serious closing speed. He's on the quarterback as soon as the ball snapped. Good spin move and excellent lower body flexibility. So the last 2 days, Cowboys have not been on the list. They're not in the top 10 on this one either. Did they sneak into the also receiving votes like they did the last 2? You said no.
I'm going to say no.
Honorable mentions before that.
By the way, you said that Bonito just edged out Jared Verse.
Yep.
Which means that Trey is lower than 11.
Jared Verse is 11 because he's an honorable mention.
Yeah.
12 is Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
13 is Josh Hines Allen. So you ended up naming pretty much everybody. And then in the also receiving votes, Trayvon Walker, Jalen Phillips, Montez Sweat, Laiatu Latu, Nick Herbig, and Alex Highsmith. No Cowboys make the list. But that also means, given that you've got, Alex Highsmith on there and Nick Herbig, that does mean that 3 Steelers edge rushers are in the top of this.
Oh, gosh.
Which is nuts to think about. A lot of people have wondered if Herbig or Highsmith would get traded. Because if they just refuse to get rid of TJ.
I mean, they should get rid of TJ and let those 2 guys eat.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, those are 2 really good. John Oning is a huge fan, formerly of PFF and Dallas Morning News. John Oning is a really big fan of Nick Herbig. He thinks that he's really special. So that's the edge rushers list. Tomorrow, we're going to have another list for you. Will a Cowboy end up making the defensive tackles list? He better. Oh, he better.
Oh, yeah. If you're going to give up high quality
Quinnen Williams
picks.
will be there.
Yeah.
We'll see just how high he'll be. By the way, one more reminder for you guys. This Friday, we will be at Just Love Coffee, so come on out. Say hey to us. It'll be in Grand Prairie at 1020 Mayfield Road, Suite 600, right near the IKEA. Now, let's get to some chopping it up.
Ow.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop it.
The Kelsey Swift wedding sounded miserable. And be thankful you were not on the invite list, Will Compton.
Dude, Will Compton is not happy.
No, he's not. He was on. So I guess Dave Portnoy called him up, put him on speakerphone, and he was on it, and he was talking about not getting invited to the Swelsey wedding.
Aren't you like a tight end U guy? How did you not get an invite to that wedding?
I'm going to be honest. Didn't think nothing of it. First of all these photos I keep seeing, I see Dean Bling and Dino got it in.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yes, real.
Listen, until I talked to Travis or George, who's been on the inside. But as I've been seeing these photos of everybody else at that wedding, I'm kind of flabbergasted why we didn't get the invite.
Okay, so here's the conundrum.
Is he genuinely mad or is he doing a bit, you think?
I think he's doing a bit. But listen, if you're friends with somebody and it's a 1,000-person wedding, you probably expect an invite.
Yes.
Right?
I'm not going to be like it's twofold. Offended that 1,000 people were invited and I wasn't, but then also it doesn't sound like it's a very personal thing anyway. So it sounds like it's all for show to begin with. So should I be that offended that I wasn't thought of personally in their very showy wedding?
But when you expect to get an invite somewhere and you wind up not getting one, do you say something? And this could be to a birthday party. It could be to a wedding. Do you ever say something when you expect it?
Nope.
I've never have.
Oh, no. You do.
Wait a second. Well, what?
You do. What will he do, Peyton?
Oh, if Bobby and Sean are hanging out in Dallas or whatever, he goes, whoa, what was my invite?
The only time I say it is when you're in Flower Mound, and I'll go, yo, so are you were right down the street. You're like, what do you want me to do? How's that Marty B's? I just forgot.
I don't say I forgot.
You'll say you forgot initially, and now initially you would say you forgot. Now you've got to the point where you're just like, what was I supposed to do? We were there with other people. It wasn't even my thing.
It wasn't my thing. It wasn't my thing. Yeah, I'll joke about.
You're just worried that I'll yell at the gelato girl.
That's right. Oh God. Oh yeah. I'll say, Peyton, did you get one? Because we didn't get one.
No.
But for a wedding standpoint, see, who did you deal with most at the station that you did not invite?
Did anybody come at you? Like legitimately, other than KNC's like on-air jabs?
No. Other than the on-air bit stuff, no one really said, "Hey, where was the invite?" No one really said that. I don't think.
What do you feel was the biggest? Who do you think was the biggest snub from Peyton's wedding ballot?
Biggest snub.
Biggest surprise was Carter.
That was a surprise. That was
I invited him 7 months ago.
Surprise.
It was surprising 7 months ago.
Did Lucius get an invite?
No.
That one, because you guys are all in the same room.
Yeah.
It's like you're on the same team.
It's not a who I like, who I didn't like.
You were limited. We get it. Nobody's trying to be like,
this is not this.
Nobody's airing it out like you hate him. We're just, everybody has to make tough cuts. It's like the 53-man roster. Sometimes you got to send somebody to waivers that you don't want to.
But Will Compton had a great line. He said, of course, Dean Blandino had to be there. That's one of Travis's teammates.
That is good.
That's a good line.
That is good.
That's a very good line. But you should be happy, Will Compton, that you did not go to this wedding. Because according to People magazine, the vows took 20 minutes each. They each recited 20-minute vows. She was brought to tears when he promised to protect her forever. The room went completely silent, the guests hanging on to every word. I could not imagine. That's a show bet punishment is to do 20 minutes. And then you're doing 20-minute vows?
So is this just Travis knows that she's a very average songwriter? And that she's going,
an elite
and that she's going to. Oh gosh, here's how her vows went. I bet. I saw you sitting on that NFL bench, and I thought that's the boy I'm gonna marry. You brought me to the threshold, and you picked me up to carry, or something stupid like that. That's what Taylor's vows are gonna be. So did he think though? Like everybody here thinks she's Bob Dylan, and she's gonna write some insane vows. I gotta come with it, and like, do you think he felt the pressure to? She's going to have lengthy poetic vows. I have to write something, and that he just got lost in the sauce. Is that what happened?
Maybe he did. There was a lot of food items there, obviously. One station had fresh pasta tossed inside giant Parmesan wheels. By the way, this cacio e pepe craze.
Dude, it's so good in Italy. It's awful here, but it's really good in Italy.
It's not even an
Cacio e pepe.
Until about a year ago, I didn't know a single person that had ever tried it. Ever. You know, I grew up in an Italian household. We had Italian food literally every night. It never once even popped up on the menu. If it wasn't red sauce, it wasn't being served.
Oh, man.
Period. This whole cacio e pepe craze. But they had a wheel. They had burgers and fries and full service bars. Apparently, it was a big time event. Obviously, 1,000 people. But 20-minute vows out.
It's pretty. That's. I would be irritated. I would think there's got to be celebrities who are irritated, right? Like, there's nobody. The celebrities there. Do you think Adam Sandler's like, you're keeping me on my feet up here for 40 minutes in a suit instead of my basketball jersey?
It seems like a long time. Like it's a lot in a tuxedo for that long. I don't know about all that. All right, it is chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. So you know when you go to a restaurant, some places will hand you the toast tablet, the little tablet where you can electronically tap your thing and they turn it around and it's got the tip stuff already, or they'll hand you the book. And some places have both options. And a server says what that means is they're kind of profiling you. They're profiling you. So if they think you're a bad tipper, they're going to give you the tablet because it automatically gives you like what's perceived as the lowest possible one you could give, which is the 20%. But if they think you're going to be a big tipper, they don't give you that because it could cap out their earnings. Okay, so they give you the booklet.
How do you think they would determine that? Is that just based on your behavior at dinner?
Could be your behavior.
Or are they looking at you?
I mean, look, my kids, like my 13-year-old says they go out. He goes out to dinner with his friends all the time. I don't know where they get the money from. Probably me.
Have you checked your credit card statements?
No, he didn't have a credit.
No, you do though.
I do.
Yeah, have you checked your statements to see if he's...
No, I've not. But but he'll go out. I guarantee you. And I'm like, dude, you've got to tip well. I always tell him, you've got to just double the first number, right? Just double the first number and give them something. They got to get a tip. I guarantee you, they're giving him the tablet to make it easier on him. But if it's somebody that's like, looks like Mark Cuban walks into your restaurant.
We all sit down at a restaurant.
You just hand him the booklet.
Let's say we're doing a show dinner, and we all sit down at the restaurant. Who do you think they're giving the book to, and who do you think they're giving the little kiosk to? Out of us. Like, are you getting the kiosk or the book? If this is a real thing, I would get the kiosk. Somebody would look at him and go like, he's not even dressed nice.
RJ gets the book for sure.
They should give me the book, but I think they look at me and go, that's a kiosk.
I don't want the book. I'm just 20%, man. Just 20%.
Oh, so you should get the kiosk.
I'm just giving you 20%. You could urinate on my food. I'll give you 20%. You could turn that food into gold. I'll still give you 20%.
Now, do you tip post-tax or pre-tax?
I tip on the total, the final number, whatever the big bold number is on the bottom.
Do you tip on the tax, Peyton?
I do, but I know some people say you're not supposed to.
Oh no, I tip on the whole total.
Who is out of the four of us? Is Sean the one who your tip is most on the line? Not like you'll get nothing, but like the variance of what your tip could be.
My tip's the same regardless.
I'm generally going to probably give you whatever I'm going to give you.
I'm not sitting there and judging your service when I'm trying to do math. I'm just like, you get the 20%, man. If you were great, cool. If you sucked, cool. If you have a better day tomorrow.
If you give me attitude, that will affect it. Like if you're getting sassy with me for no reason, or if you just neglect us and I see you keep going to like one table right next to us, it's like I just. You're going to get it handled here. Just like pay attention. Like I need something over here.
Yeah. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let's go to Maryland. You just mentioned Sean. Let's go to Maryland. A burglary suspect nabbed. Why? So this guy got arrested because he called the cops because his truck was being stolen. Why did he get arrested? Because he called the cops as his truck was being stolen? Because at the same time he called the cops that his truck was being stolen, he was in the process of burglarizing a Verizon store.
Oh, okay.
And I can't think of a worse time to have your truck or vehicle stolen than when you're trying to commit a getaway robbery.
Yeah, it's like the old, the greatest crime is steal somebody's weed, they say. Because they're like, what are you going to do? You're going to call and say, you stole my weed? You're not going to call.
Oh.
So instead, you call and go, hey, I'm robbing this Verizon store. Somebody stole my truck. Which do you think they prioritize on their dispatch? Are they prioritizing the Verizon store robbery or the truck being stolen?
I think they're going to...
It's got to be the truck, right? Because the Verizon
mobile.
Guy's not going anywhere.
Right. He can't go. Where's he going to go? Run?
But if he had... I guess it's more like the calls come at the same time. Which do you want to stop? Do you want to stop the Verizon store or the carjacking?
I would think the car.
Carjacking feels like karma, though.
Yeah, it kind of does. Kind of feels like karma.
So maybe you do prioritize getting the Verizon store guy.
This is in Ellicott City, Maryland, on the morning of just June 25th. The call came in, and this guy got his car stolen, and he called the police, and then he was indeed arrested. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want explosive diarrhea or why that your brain is improving by driving your vehicle?
We can do explosive diarrhea neighborhood watch tomorrow because I know that ties in.
Yes,
so that's kind of a tease. So
all right.
Why don't you do the driving?
So a study is out that if you drive a manual transmission, which can either one of you drive a stick?
No, not a trans guy.
No, okay. It actually they do say that it does increase cognitive ability.
I would 100% believe this.
I do too.
Because you're talking about in general. So I know with the stick shift, it keeps you more focused on the road. Mm-hmm. It keeps you more locked into. I'm driving. You're not distracted by looking at things. Can you do the stick shift?
It's been 30 years, but I learned on one.
I think they said. I heard this. I think
no
it's like
idea.
15% of the population or something is the estimate that can drive a stick shift.
I have no idea if I'd be able to drive it. I would tell you this: I would not feel comfortable on a hill.
My dad always drove a stick shift.
Yeah, I learned on one, but I could not. It's been since I got my driver's license.
That is still the most popular form overseas, though, isn't it? Like, I think stick shifts are more common than automatic transmissions over there.
I could see that. They especially if it's a sports car. Like, I would not want a sports car that's a manual. That's an automatic. I would want a manual.
That's what mine is.
U.S. News and World Report says it's 18% in the U.S. Is the estimate, and then globally it's 50 to 65%.
Wow!
Because over in Europe and Asia, it's 80 to 90% of drivers can do a manual.
Less than 3% of new cars in America.
Wild. That's crazy because it's a dying thing. You don't see them very often.
But why are they so prevalent overseas? Is it because of the sports cars? Is it because it's cheaper?
I think it's cheaper to make. It's easier. They are apparently easier to maintain. It's like really complex, the manual or the automatic transmissions. So maintenance is easier a lot of times.
Oh, chopping it up.
There you go, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Brett Boone coming up at 9 o'clock. Some below the belt next hour. But coming up next, all right, we'll let chop nutmeg all over you a little bit. That's next on The Fan.
After we get you.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Otra vez Messi. Se desvía la pelota que cae al área. No pudo Julián Messi. ¡Gol!
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop page time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
What a game.
Telemundo and FIFA on that call.
There you go. So my next door neighbor, Crespo, is from Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard somebody so loud through the walls. This is not a.
You just haven't been next to me before,
right? This is not an apartment.
See, you haven't been next to me.
This is house to house.
Yeah.
And during this game, he does not watch on the regular Fox broadcast. He watches an Argentina feed. I've never heard somebody so loud in the house while they were in their house. And I look out the backyard, and he runs outside, and he's on his knees. He's in tears. He is in tears.
Very emotional.
I've never seen him. I've never seen him like that. I've never seen anybody like that over a sport. This was one of the most remarkable moments. And he's like, there's just the range of emotions that an Argentina fan had to go through yesterday. Incredible. But,
by the way, really quickly, your theme song there, first off, you're looking great. Shred season is clearly on after we'd gotten enough requests for people who wanted your World Cup intro.
Yeah.
That it's now on the Facebook page and the Instagram page. So if you'd like to see Chop's naked chest, which is just in peak position, and also hear the World Cup song, you can go to the Sean and RJ Facebook page or the Instagram page, and you can see the latest video there.
A lot of people sent me a text about this, like, what the hell is going on? I'm like,
it's very much like you, though. You start twerking after you kick the ball, then you take the shirt off, and you just reveal the 8-pack abs.
Jealous of the abs there. So Argentina moves on, not to without some controversy, as Egypt's goal that was disallowed, really changed the face of this entire game. They would have been up 3-0. They were up 2-0.
How long did it take for that goal to be overturned? Like, from the time it scored, how long until it was like, oh, wait, hold on?
Well, it was...
Was it immediate? Did people know as soon as the goal was scored, like, wait, it didn't count?
No. They had to go to the VAR.
So, when Telemundo made that call, did that guy just have to expend all the goal energy, then have to go, never mind, wait, nope, hold on.
I don't know how that works.
Doesn't it feel like a waste? You just let all that out, then you got to go like, oh, never mind.
I don't know how that works, but Egypt is just beside themselves over what they're calling the fix. They're calling the fixes in. You have saying the tournament was rigged. Congratulations to Argentina on the World Cup. The tournament was rigged. They didn't need anything else. The referee was unfair. The cup is being given to Argentina.
Boy,
they're not happy.
9-4-0. Yet again, corrupt FIFA shows Argentina favoritism. 3-0-2. Fraud. Messi is a fraud. Boy, there's some hate on here.
I saw a lot yesterday on social media.
Messi, F Argentina 817. Look at this.
I saw a lot of people on social media yesterday showing the difference. Like Ronaldo is always taking photos with you have like streakers that come on the field, right? They just storm the field. He'll sit there, he'll take photos with them, and like Messi will like just shoo them off.
Yeah,
I see it now. You could do this, I'm sure, with everybody, where you could kind of put them in compromising positions.
Yeah,
but there's quite a bit of people that are, today or yesterday, we're saying that, but man, Messi's so amazing, and put into context this game, Tom Brady brought up 28-3. It's not 28-3.
No, it's not.
I don't think. I'm trying to think of how you could compare this game.
There were some people on the fan text earlier who were saying 2-0 is a dangerous lead in soccer, I guess, because it can lead to complacency and, it's false sense of security, and it's a problem. It's the amount of time it happened in and how improbable it looked, I guess. So, yeah, what would be similar in terms of like a comeback like that?
I'll tell you what it is. It's the Red Sox in Game 4. Down 3-0.
Where Dave Roberts steals second.
Down a run, ninth inning against Rivera. Or maybe it's the Diamondbacks against Rivera.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where nobody thought they were going to come back and win.
Yeah.
Because nobody had gotten to him, ever. Maybe it's something like that. It's probably a little bit bigger than that because anybody could score one run in baseball. You could run into a fastball. Here you had to score 2 goals just to tie it, and you had 11 minutes to do so.
Is this similar to the Mikko Rantanen hat trick in Game 7 against the Avs last year, where they're down 2-0 with like 13 minutes to go, and then Stars come back and they win 4-2, and Mikko gets a whole ass hat trick in the final 10 minutes of the game?
I mean, that's
because that was a big deal. Everybody thought they were done, but I think that's more where you're going to have to tailor this sort of, because 28-3, it's not that. It's just not.
It's not. That's so crazy. It's so above and beyond. 28-3. What was the Bills one? Was it 35-3?
So we've got some, 30. That was 30, 35-3 that they came back from. You've got some of the submissions on the fan text. They say Reggie Miller in New York choke job. That's probably close, because that was what? That was 6 points with 12 seconds left or something like that. Somebody says it would be like 20 points in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes left in the NBA. 2-0 in soccer is like being up 17 at half and you take your foot off the gas and lose aggression, says 682. So seems a little bit, although 214 is saying they think it's similar to T-Mac 13 points in 30-second game, which seems like the strongest endorsement out of the ones we see on the fan text. Fan text is seeming to think this is a good comeback, but it's not historic in the terms that people were reacting to it in real time.
Remember, Belgium did the same thing a week ago.
The Belgiumese?
The Belgiumese. Weren't they down?
As Fred calls them.
Weren't they down 2-0 in the 85th minute?
Belgiumese?
Weren't they? Am I wrong on that?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure they were.
They were.
And they won in, and now they did not win in the 91st minute. That's the game that went to extra time. And you played a 120-minute game just to get a penalty kick in the 119th minute, which is garbage. But, it's a good comeback. It's a really, really good comeback. The tournament itself has been fantastic. The TV ratings are... Bobby, the TV ratings are through the roof.
Yeah, and this will... we're going to need some... There needs to be some... I'm not just going to troll here. I haven't trolled about soccer today. There does need to be some clarity after you read these, because I think there's not an asterisk, but there does need to be a footnote based on what you're about to read.
Yeah, so... And I'll give you the non-U.S. numbers first. Mm-hmm. So... From July 2nd, so again, these numbers don't come out the day after anymore. They used to, they don't.
Yep.
From July 2nd, Portugal-Croatia got 11 million viewers. Most watched non-U.S. Men's World Cup game in English in U.S. history, excluding the final. The Spain-Austria game on Fox got 6.5 million. And Switzerland and Algeria on FS1 got 3.46 million. That's huge. That is huge. USA Belgium, according to Polymarket, drew 42 million viewers. That was yesterday. Came out, it was only like 30 million. Polymarket's saying that now that number's up to 42 million viewers. If it's 42 million. That's going to be the highest rated non-NFL telecast probably in 50 years.
Which it should be.
Right, because
they have, in the last 4 years, here's the thing, if this didn't set a record, it was going to be, that's a huge concern if it didn't blow away records, because Nielsen changed the way that they counted. This was a story we talked about a couple years ago. Nielsen changed the way that they count like sports bars and restaurants and different things like that. And what that has done is every single time in the last 2 years you see a big sporting event, their first run through the ratings, like this new rating system, was like record setting because it counted. It just expanded the amount of people that could be counted by the system. And even in the World Cup rating comments that have been out there, Nielsen's SVP Brian Fuhrer had said pretty much every bar that you see has a game going, and it's definitely made a big difference. So the fact that now you've got the bars and the way that sports bars and restaurants are counted, it should break records.
Yeah,
because sports bars are full of people watching.
Absolutely.
So the way that is counted now, I don't think it's an increase in 2022 in terms of interest, obviously, because the U.S. went further. But I don't think you've essentially, in legitimate terms, doubled the number of people who have watched it from last time. I don't think that,
probably not.
Which is what the numbers look like. It looks like it's doubled.
Right. And now there's going to be interest because it's here.
Yes.
Right.
All of that boosts it.
And also, it's on at a normal time.
Yes.
These games are prime time.
I would guess if
that U.S. game, if the next World Cup, when it's in Morocco and Spain, and actually they're doing it in like 3 different continents next year, but let's just say it's in Spain, that game's going to be on at noon. It's not going to draw the same amount.
Yeah, and if you look at if this would have been done under the old system that was in place for TV ratings, it still would be a big number.
Yeah,
it just probably wouldn't be up to. Would you say it's over 40 now?
It's at 42 million. It'd probably be at 14.
I'm guessing. I think it's even more than that. It's probably up to like 25 to 28 or something. Like when you look at how other things have been impacted by this. So it's a new rating system. It fairly counts bars and restaurants now, so it's a good thing. But we've seen this in every sport. Every sport broke television records their first pass through under this new system, and this is the first chance that the World Cups had to be under it.
If 42 million is the real number, that's the highest rated non-NFL game, professional sports, since Twins Braves 1991, which drew 50 million.
I'm stunned. Like
that would be higher than any NBA Finals game ever.
What blows me away when you say something like that is not as much the World Cup thing as me thinking there was a baseball game in 1991 that 50 million people watched.
Between Atlanta and Minnesota.
Yeah, and I know that was a huge series at the time, but like when you think about that, that's not how typically, I mean, people don't think of baseball getting a 50 million viewer number. Like it's not even reasonable anymore.
And 5 years prior, the Red Sox Mets got 60 million. Those are the only games. Those are the only games in my lifetime in any non-NFL telecast that drew more than 42 million. The LeBron Golden State Game 7 got 31 million. That's huge. Prior to that, Game 7 Lakers Celtics got 28 million in 2010. Prior to that, the Bulls Jordan's last game got 36 million. Other than that, we're not looking at it. Nothing. It's insanity if the 42 million number is real.
And
that's the question.
And there will be no viewers tonight because tonight there's no World Cup.
No games.
So night off. There's Rangers Angels though a little bit later, and the Rangers did pull out a victory yesterday against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim of Orange County in Southern California. And they'll play game 2 this evening, which you can hear right here on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk about that next, as well as the new trend. Not wedding rings, not engagement rings, divorce rings.
Whoa.
We'll talk about that next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. But first...
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Texas Rangers got back to their winning ways.
Because of me.
Last night, because RJ Choppy was there, they get the victory over the Angels, 8-3. The comeback kids. They consistently came back in this one, fought back to tie games, then take leads. They'll get another chance to play the Angels, the 20 games under 500 Angels, which has normally been disastrous for this Rangers team. They'll get a chance to win a second in a row later on tonight. Mackenzie Gore will be pitching. We'll have Brett Boone coming up at 9 o'clock. Below the Belt is coming up at 8:40. We're going to talk a little bit about Brian Broaddus. Was not happy yesterday. Wanted to take some little side shots. Not totally
I'm
side
not a
shots,
fan.
but he is not a fan of one person in particular, one player in particular. We'll talk about that, and then we got the Red Zone coming up at 9:20. But first, have you heard of a D-ring? You ever heard of that shop?
Called it something else, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you would call it, who knows what a name you might have for it. But these are becoming very popular. D-rings, divorce rings.
Oh,
you sound surprised.
Like you get a ring because you're divorced?
So, this is from the BBC. Shimmering on Deb Marino's finger are diamonds set in an eye-catching gold ring. She says, of course, it's a middle finger ring, because why not? The Florida-based blogger says. Getting rid of her engagement ring would have suggested a regret the 34-year-old doesn't feel after all. Her marriage brought her daughter. Even just not wearing it would have felt like a waste. She didn't want to do that, and so she didn't want to lock it away in a box. Diamonds are precious, and she had heard of this new trend, the divorce rings. Deb is part of a rising trend promoted by jewelers around the world of women marking a new chapter in their life with a new statement piece, the divorce ring. Deb had the diamond from her engagement ring set at one end of an open circle and added a new sapphire to represent her daughter to the other end. It cost $3,000. You have that money now because you're divorced, and I assume you're getting alimony.
Whoa.
It's a sizable sum to part with when divorces can be expensive. It doesn't say here, but I was going to add for the guy. Ring resale values. They're not expensive for them usually. They can be, I guess, but they're not usually. If she's spending $3,000 to reset her ring, I think she probably did fine in the divorce. Deb's middle finger statement.
That's a fair point.
Deb's middle finger statement fits right in with what the fashion pages are calling this year's hot divorcee summer, a celebration of liberated glamour and a don't care energy. So they are resetting their engagement rings instead of giving them back or doing whatever with them. They're getting those rings, and then they are wearing them on the middle finger where the divorce ring goes instead of on the ring finger. Your thoughts on this trend?
You know, I am divorced.
Mm-hmm. Would you have done this? You didn't have a diamond ring, of course.
I've never. My actual divorce lawyer texted me because I've never heard of a divorce ring.
Well, they're really popular as jewelers, so we would need to.
I would assume they are. Yes. No, I mean, I would not wear a ring. To me, a divorce is nothing to celebrate.
Yeah,
it's not. I'm not gonna.
Well, and this isn't celebrating the divorce. This is celebrating your new life. Apparently, like it's like I'm not celebrating that, but I'm also not gonna say goodbye to something that was worth a lot of money. I'm gonna take it and change it.
I mean, you could sell it. I mean, I don't know if you keep it. Does that not indicate that you in some way want it back? I don't know. I'm just kind of.
Well, I mean, I think if we're really talking about what it's supposed to represent, then I think it's perfectly representing divorce. You're taking the valuable part that the man gave you, and you're just taking the really monetary value part, and then you're taking the ring which represented the stability and going, I don't need that, and throwing that away and putting the money in a new thing. I think that's what it represents.
Yeah, I mean, can you not make the diamond into a necklace?
Some, but I mean, you're wearing it on the middle finger. You're grungy, sure. And you're just trying to do this. Peyton, would you?
I've never seen a diamond on a middle finger though.
Yeah, it does look a little. I would imagine it looks weird. It looks weird when she's holding up her hand in the picture.
Yeah.
Peyton, would you do this if things ever ended poorly?
No.
Or do you think Mackenzie would?
Put that out there, man.
I'm not.
What are you doing?
We got to talk realistically here. I'm not saying I don't think it'll happen. That's why I'm asking him to answer a hypothetical, just like the hypothetical you were asking in the hallway right now.
Oh.
All right?
What was that?
It's no different. I can't say it on the air.
Oh, no.
But there were a lot of concerned faces among the young guys out there.
Well, we were
They couldn't tell
talking-
if it was a hypothetical or an offer.
We were talking about that at over the weekend at the house.
It was very graphic.
Actually, last night at the game.
I don't know. You know what? I'll come up with a way to communicate it to the listeners if they like. I'll find a way to put it on our social pages.
I would not.
You have to DM me on the Facebook page and tell me you want to be part of our private Facebook story, and then I will put the question on the private Facebook story.
Go.
But Peyton, would you do this?
No, I would not, because I think when you're out in public or just around anyone, like a quick glance, it makes it look like you're wearing a wedding ring. Because I don't look at, like, if I just see a ring on someone's finger, I'm like, okay, they're married. If there's diamond or something, they're married. If there's solid color for guys, they're married. But if I'm not looking at the ring going, okay, is that middle finger though? Is that ring finger? What is it? I would just assume you're married. So I think at quick glance it can backfire a little bit.
Yeah, I could see that. Would you have been a little like, what the hell? If like when you split up, if your ex-wife would have like been like, hey, I took the diamond, I put it in a new ring, I'm wearing it on my middle finger. Would you be like, what the hell?
No, so I guess I could say that I'm not mad at her about it at all. It doesn't bother me. But I couldn't, when we were separated, I couldn't find my wedding ring.
Oh,
I couldn't find it.
She take it,
and I was like, where the hell did this thing go? She got getting all mad at me. She's like, you just whatever. Well, years later it goes by. She says that she took it, she sold it, and she bought the dress that she went to the courthouse to get divorced in.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. I was like, kudos.
Goodness,
Kudos to you.
that is savage.
Kudos to you.
Holy cow.
We went through a rough stretch. We're in a really good place now. We get along great. We talk all the time.
I've been around y'all. Y'all are completely good. Your mom and her seem like they're
still
like
get
best
along.
of friends.
Everybody gets along.
Yeah.
Everybody's kumbaya. I love her new husband. She likes my wife. Everybody's good.
It's the perfect setup.
It really is a great setup. But yeah, she told me now she may have just been saying that, but she told me that she took the wedding ring, sold it, bought the dress that she went to the courthouse to divorce me in.
So you guys found a happiness though. You found
sure.
you found new life after death, just like in Arizona. New life after death, or what turned out was never death. Did you see this story out of Arizona about the toddler?
The toddler.
Oh, at the daycare.
An 18-month-old boy. This is from NBC News. I had to check and make sure it was definitely NBC News and not some fake website. An 18-month-old boy was pronounced dead after a near drowning in January during the Super Bowl or before the Super Bowl. He was found breathing hours later in a hospital morgue. This is the write-up. At 6:20 on Super Bowl Sunday, so this is actually February, an Arizona toddler was pronounced dead in an emergency room. At 11:52, the boy was found breathing in a hospital morgue. What happened during that nearly 6-hour period and the circumstances that led to the near-pool drowning of 18-month-old Vincent Lorenzo Fiordolino in a pool are now under investigation by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. The Gilbert Police Department said in a statement the child ultimately survived and has been released from the hospital. The kid's back home now. Totally fine. But this was for 6 hours. They thought their kid had died.
Oh, my God.
And was found in the morgue by the mortician or found either that he was still breathing. This is the biggest lawsuit you've ever heard of,
So,
I would think.
Okay, so I know nothing about the story. Was he not breathing at one point? Like, are they concerned about like brain damage?
So their son had wandered off to the pool while the Super Bowl was on, and they said that there was the potential of both parents' state of mind being impaired by marijuana. Both admitted to smoking marijuana the morning of the drowning. Mercy Gilbert Medical Center confirmed it had conducted its own internal investigation to what it called a heartbreaking situation, but the hospital has not revealed the results of its investigation and declined to answer questions. The doctor is identified as A. Tusi in the police report, and when he was questioned by a police officer about his decision to pronounce the boy dead while the child was still gasping for air, the doctor allegedly pulled rank and told the officers, "Please do your thing and let me do my thing. I went to medical school for a reason." That's what this dude's talking about. This dude, you can never work again.
No.
You can't.
No.
The fact that this
not
was
there, not in that capacity.
Never, anywhere. The fact that they declared him, the fact that they declared him dead while they said he was still gasping for air, that just sounds like somebody who was lazy. They said that the toddler is not identified within the reports in terms of the name. Said that they can't comment specifically, the police did, on some of the ongoing investigation. But they found that the boy was breathing with the assistance of a ventilator. He avoided serious brain damage, but he will require ongoing medical monitoring and extensive therapy. The boy was rushed to the emergency room at Mercy Gilbert. At 6:13, Tusi was seen checking the time on a cell phone with a cheetah print orange and black case before he went out to deliver the news to the boy's parents. Minutes later, Tusi had words with a Gilbert police officer who appeared to question his diagnosis and then returned to the ER. As long as there are no objections, I'd like to call it the time of death. The child's parents and police officers who had been in the ER said the report that the child still appeared to be gasping for breath after he was declared dead and then was found in the morgue 6 hours later. But he's back home now. He's back home now. He survived, so it ultimately didn't end tragically later. But I don't understand how, this is like prison time, I feel like. This is a lawsuit. This is prison time. You basically are just going that sounds like, all right, I want to get back to the game. Can we call it? He's not around.
It's
an unreal story.
It's so unreal. It's so unreal.
I cannot believe that this would end in any other way than that guy going to jail. The doctor. That's malpractice of the highest order.
At the very least, losing his license.
972. I had a cousin who died and came back to life in the morgue. 469 said I've seen that on an episode of Supernatural. It's wild. 302. You said January Super Bowl. It's February. Fake news. Yeah, I slipped up and said it was back in January, and then I looked at it and it was on the Super Bowl. Dude, it was not that they said it was January. It's all over the news. This happened. So wild stuff there. 817 on cold water drownings. The body has to be warmed up to normal temperature before you can pronounce the kid. That sounds like maybe they didn't warm the body up.
So the body was so cold that it essentially went into a state of just
could be, yeah.
Like alligators do this, right? They'll stick their nose out of a frozen lake.
Oh yeah, that they can survive that way for. I don't know if humans are that way.
I don't know if they are, but the body temperature becomes so cold that their heartbeat goes.
Yeah, they
weak
down,
it just slows down.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's something similar like that happened.
All right, Brian Broaddus is unhappy with one Dallas Cowboy, and I'm here to defend him. And RJ Choppy's going to tell you a little bit about why we need to be valuing the safety position a little bit more. That's next in Below
the Belt
here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, go get the classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt. Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
Or does he? Brian Broaddus doesn't think so.
Uh-oh.
Not after one of my recent segments. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. I'm teasing. Broaddus didn't say anything of the sort that I don't know ball, because he knows. He knows I know ball. But he was, I guess, a little triggered by my underrated Cowboys segment from Monday, like some of the fan text was. And I'll be honest, I think a lot of the fan text gets triggered by the name Malik Hooker, in part because they know Brian's evaluation of him, that Brian doesn't think he's a good player. And I don't blame Brian for thinking he's not good enough. I think Brian's a little too harsh on Malik Hooker, but that's his evaluation. I think that he's a better player than he gets talked about like he's Kenneth Murray. He's not Kenneth Murray. That was the whole point of the underrated segment the other day. Who do fans talk about as if it's Kenneth Murray that they're not that? And to me, the guys who they're not even close to being that level and they get talked about like that are Terrence Steele and Malik Hooker. So we talked about it. But Brian has long been wanting to essentially replace Malik Hooker, which a lot of people have. And you could probably get better at that position. I think the Cowboys did get better at that position this year. And you'll have some notes about getting better at that position here in just a sec. But Brian was doing his segment yesterday, Krusty's Corner. And I guess they talked about this on Love of the Star, the podcast that Brian fired me from. He didn't actually fire me. I'm just kidding, guys. We talked about this on Love of the Star and had brought it up on the air and made sure to know, hey, Bobby, this is to you.
I just don't trust him.
Malik Hooker, not me.
I just don't trust. And I said it this morning on Love of the Star. Yeah. My argument is, and this was kind of directed at Bobby Belt.
What?
Bobby's like, oh, you guys are underrating Hooker.
Okay, pause.
I know Bobby's probably.
We can pick back up from just a little bit before that in a sec. But I didn't say it like that. I didn't say, we're underrating Hooker. That was very dismissive, Brian. I didn't. I said just like, hey, I think maybe we're underrating Hooker a little bit. But anyway, here's Brian.
And this was kind of directed at Bobby Belt.
Damn.
Bobby's like, oh, you guys are underrating Hooker. And I know Bobby's probably listening. But Bobby, the Cowboys showed you what they think of the safety room.
Fair.
They showed you that. They showed you with the guys they signed in free aid, the money they spent on Thompson, going out and getting Locke. Mm-hmm. They went and they took their first-round pick and picked a safety is what they did. They told you what they think. They got rid of Wilson, and they moved on from guys. Hooker just happened to stay, but they told you, not me or you, Eric or Zach or whoever. It's not us saying it. They told you what they think of their safety room.
Mm-hmm. All of that's completely fair to question. All of that is completely fair to bring out into the open. I will say, because he said, I'm not telling you. I'm telling you what they're telling you they think about it. And that's a fair thing to bring up. I will similarly not even comment on what I think of Malik Hooker at this point, or what Brian thinks of Malik Hooker. Let's just talk about what we know the Cowboys think of him. And not just, hey, this is what I was told by somebody. Just, I'm going to lay out the scenario to everybody, and you tell me if that sounds like they don't like him or they're not going to have him here. So, Brian's right. They did not like the safety position. They didn't like what they had in the room. They have swapped out a number of parts. He's right. They got rid of Donovan Wilson. They moved on from other people. There were all these sort of things there. The one thing I think he's off on, like I wouldn't even say wrong, he's making a distinction that isn't there, is when he says they just happened to let Hooker stay. Like he just happened to, when musical chairs ended, he happened to end up with a seat.
Let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think drafting Caleb is them. I mean, look, they obviously, let me rephrase this, because they did need him. They didn't like the room.
Yeah.
I think they could have loved their safety room and they still draft Caleb.
That's possible. So,
right, because you could have had Kyle Hamilton back there. You're still going to draft him because he's the best player.
Yeah, well, 13 teams didn't draft Kyle Hamilton because they were dummies. But yes, they should have. But yeah, he's good enough that he should still supplant somebody who, even if you like them, okay, if you've got a chance to get better, get better.
Get better.
Yeah, so that's 100% it. Here's what you can't explain about Hooker being here right now. The Cowboys could have saved $7 million just by cutting Malik Hooker this offseason, and they didn't. Why? They did let other people go. They cut other people. Not only that, they reworked his deal. They renegotiated the contract to keep him here.
Thanks, guys.
So again, just take me out of it, take Brian out of it, whatever. So let's just talk about what the team thinks of him. They told you when they renegotiated his deal, instead of freeing up $7 million that they could have used, they wanted the money. They wanted Hooker here more than that $7 million, to the point that they even renegotiated the deal with him. And so I think the important thing to think about, too, is when we're talking about Locke and Thompson and Downs, who they did add, they are all position versatile. they will play things other than safety. They'll play safety, but they'll also play some nickel, or they'll play up in the box and play kind of a pseudo, like, smaller will linebacker or whatever else. Malik Hooker is going to be the guy who he'll play mostly up in the box, but he can play some deep, whatever else. Hooker is going to be that one guy in the safety room who his position is safety. He's it. So Hooker to me is, you've got the flexible pieces that you added and you wanted them to get better, but you reworked the deal so that you could keep Hooker there as there's the stabilizing safety player we have who's always back there. So Downs will play some nickel. Downs will play some safety. Locke will play up in the box. Locke will play some safety. Jalen Thompson will play nickel. Jalen Thompson will play safety. Jalen Thompson may play corner, flat out corner at times. Malik Hooker's always going to play safety. By the end of the year, if you want to talk about snaps taken at the safety position, Malik Hooker's going to probably lead the team in snaps taken at safety, I would guess, because of the way that they're going to use the other pieces.
Right.
So again, take us out of it. Just the idea of will he be here and how do they think about him and how are they approaching him? He clearly is somebody that they wanted to keep here because they reworked the deal instead of just taking the free $7 million to walk away, even after all their additions. And Chop, it's because the safety position is now considered more valuable than it ever has been.
Yeah. So this is from, I saw this in sports and SI. Safeties and their versatility have become increasingly important. So offenses have put more tight ends on the field. Only the Texans and the Chargers did not play multiple tight end sets on at least 10% of their offensive snaps.
Dallas was one of the lower ones, but they at least hit 10%, I know.
Every other team, all of the 30 others, had 10% or more of their snaps in 2 tight end sets.
Yep.
Having safeties who could play in man coverage, also being able to slide down into the box and stop the run are more valuable than ever. So they went through their top 5 safety duos. Number 5 is Cincinnati, Battle and Cook.
Brand new pairing.
Number 4 is Denver, Jones and Hufanga. Is it Hufanga?
Hufanga.
3 is Green Bay, Xavier McKinney and Evan Williams.
Okay. Good bourbon.
2 is the Ravens, Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks. And number 1 is...
You're going to have a hard time. I don't even know who you're about to say. I mean, there are a couple different options. I assume I know who you're going to say, but I have a hard time saying anybody above the Ravens.
It's Atlanta. With Xavier Watts and Jesse Bates III.
It's a good pairing. I don't think it's better than Hamilton and Starks. Like, Hamilton is a freak. And look, even still, you named all that. Who did you not name in there? Seattle's not in there.
No.
Seattle's got really good safety play. And Nicky Manwari was kind of like a revelation last year. You didn't mention the Chargers and everything that like Derwin James does there, and obviously we're talking about pairings, but this is something that we talked about with Ted Wynn from The Athletic at Super Bowl, is that article that he had written where he had said the safety position has become so unique. And even Christian Parker told us when we were at Combine, he sat there and told us that the safety position now is like a 12th starter, because they do so many different things for you. We play here, we have you do this. We want these guys who are sort of like nickels, linebackers, safety like combos.
Can you be a great defense without above average safeties?
So it's tough.
Ideally, you want your lockdown corners and you want your edge.
In the past, yes, you could. Like if you just had guys who just get it done, like, oh yeah, we're okay. Then yeah, in the past you could. Nowadays, it does feel like you need really effective, like game-wrecking level safeties, or guys who, even if they're not going to wreck the game, they're going to do everything for you. This is the greatest reason why Darren Woodson being out of the Hall of Fame is total BS. Is because Darren Woodson is the forerunner to all of this. Where Darren Woodson was the guy who would do everything on the field. I go back to the line all the time. Nate Newton said it best. He said, we didn't have sub packages, we had Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson would change what our defense looked like because he would do whatever was needed to be done. We didn't have to sub anybody off. And they had no idea what we were going to come out doing because they didn't know what Darren Woodson was going to do.
Of those 5 teams, though, 3 of them missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
And, only one advanced. That was Denver.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think they correctly nailed who the top ones are. Like, to me, Baltimore's the top. Baltimore missed the playoffs, obviously, because they had so many other issues. But is it the most important spot on the field? No, it's not. It's not the most important spot on defense. Can you look at it the way teams a lot of times look at Sam linebacker now, like the strong side linebacker, where it's like, Do you even really need that? It's kind of like it's a part-time player in a nickel defense and stuff. It's not to that level. It is, if you've got bad safeties, you've got a bad defense. That is definitely a rule. Do you need great safeties to win? I think it's a huge advantage. It doesn't necessarily change things, but with everything they do at the line of scrimmage now and different things as safeties, it's a big factor. So do you need them to be great in order to win? Probably not. Can you win if your safeties are bad? No. You can't. It's such a vulnerable thing.
Yeah.
It exposes,
line of defense.
It exposes you to way too much when the safeties are bad. Below
D-Bell
here on 105 through the Fan. It is Sean and RJ. No Sean Sharif. He is out all this week. You can come see us on Friday at Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie. Come on out, see us, get some Sean and RJ coffee. We got the final hour coming up. We'll do Red Zone at 9:20. Crosstalk with KNC Masterpiece. But up next, it's Brett Boone here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Bachman at the belts to the plate. And there's a high drive, well hit, deep right field. That is way back. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Alejandro Osuna, his first home run of the year.
The Rangers get back to their winning ways. It is fist pump hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif out this week with the family, visiting from Maryland. As you guys know, always it's hashtag RIP Sean's butt, so pray for him.
Yeah.
He's obviously in need of it. But it is Wednesday, and that means we've got the great Brett Boone here on Sean and RJ with myself, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, and then Aiden Butler on the fan cam out there. Brett, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. What's happening?
Not a lot. Excited that we've finally picked up a victory against a team that's below 500.
Right.
That's a good thing to get. So I'm curious. I wanted to ask you about this, Brett. Texas this year has, as they've struggled like a lot of the league to just kind of hover around 500. Texas this year has a winning record against these teams that are above 500 currently. They're a few games over 500. They have played really poorly against teams that are below 500, like significantly below. I think at home this year now they're 6-12 or 7-12, something like that, against teams that are currently below 500. What does it say to you about a team, their makeup, their DNA, whatever it may be, when they do play up to good, better competition and they struggle against some of the worst teams in the league?
Well, I think in a normal season, I think you'd say, wow, that's really peculiar why that is. This isn't a normal season. I'm watching this American League. This is the most mediocre league I've ever seen. I don't remember the last time. You mentioned under 500, over 500. How many teams are over 500? And if so, it's by like the by a half game. So I think I've kind of, with a couple exceptions, I think Baltimore and Kansas City and LA have kind of distinguished themselves as not just below 500, way below. But everybody else, it's like just throw them into the mix as they're all the same. There's no team to me really standing out. Maybe Tampa Bay, the Yankees early on, but the Yankees have lost like 11 of 12.
They just struck out again. They just struck out again.
Only 34 times in the last 2 days, Choppy. And it's like the Toronto ball club that I watched a year ago in the postseason that had that magic and were one game away from beating the Dodgers and winning the World Series. They don't look anything like that team of a year ago with a similar roster. So I look at all these teams. The White Sox, that's the biggest story for me. A year ago with Texas going into Chicago, that's like, well, we're going to win a series here. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden they're atop the division in the Central, and I look at this West, and it's like, who's going to make a move here? We all thought Seattle was the class of the division, and on paper they are, but they win one, they lose one, they win one, they lose one. Good for Texas because Texas is hanging in there, only a half game out now. The thing that scares me, because I thought they were dead and buried in this run of, over kind of the last decade, Houston's had kind of a stronghold on this division. They were dead and buried at the end of April. I said, finally, their run's over. All of a sudden, because of the mediocrity of not only the division, but the league, Houston snuck its way back, and they're 2 games out. So I think this is going to be a real interesting race, especially in the West. And I think it's going to go down to the wire. We're joined by Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Brett's the host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring the most notable names in MLB and around sports every week. Insider calls are presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
All right, so you mentioned the American League, and I'm totally with you. It is so mediocre, and I cannot remember a year it's been like this. Seager has been, off and on injured, and now the back, and he hasn't even swung a bat in over a week. they really can't make a decision on what they are until they know what he is going to be for the rest of the year, I assume, and what they're going to do. How do you do that as an organization with 3 weeks to go before the deadline? How do you manage that?
Well, I think you just got to let it play out, and hopefully you get him back in the next couple of weeks to find out where you're at. In the meantime, as players on in that clubhouse, you can't worry about it. You just got to go out and win games and find a way. I think there's been some great stories. I think the Foscue thing coming up and being able to contribute the way he did, and not only doing very well against lefties, but coming up with some huge home runs, some huge hits in some big situations. I think the Lopez kid, I think beyond expectations, what they expected there. He's really been filled in and done a great job. Duran continues to get big hits, where a year ago he had a really tough time, and he's doing great. So you have guys kind of hold and serve why the big boys have kind of been out, and Seager, and I mean Wyatt was starting to get hot, and all of a sudden he's down again. So the fact that they're still hanging in there at this stage, losing Leiter probably for the year, that was a huge blow for them. Gore has not pitched the way they expected Gore to pitch to this stage. But with all that being said, the fact that they're sitting there right now, hovering right around 500, only a half game out of the division. I think today, if the season ended, they'd be in the wild card. So I think they're in pretty darn good shape for everything that's gone on. And I think they just got to let it play out. I say all the time, this is the time of year when you're about 3 weeks away from the trade deadline, where as players in that clubhouse, you get together and go, let's make them make a decision to go buy instead of sell.
Right.
That's our goal as players, and that's something we can control. If we go out and lose a bunch of games, all of a sudden we're going to be subtracting from our team, and it's going to be 2 months of kind of not that much fun. But if we go out in the next 3 weeks, make it a point, prove to the front office, and last year we did it again. Doesn't mean you're always right. We faltered a little bit late in the season. But as players, as a coaching staff, man, you don't care about that. You just want to put yourself into position to make the front office make a tough decision and go out and add instead of subtract. I think right now they're in a good position to do that. Time will tell. The next 3 weeks, this is critical time.
We mentioned earlier this week, last week, I cannot remember a time, because it did. The city seems to have turned on Corey a little bit, and he's a hero here, right? I mean, he's going to get. I think he's going to get. I think he's probably going to get a statue with that home run, right? You deliver a World Series, you get a statue. That's how it works. But they've turned. Can you remember a fan base turning on a player that they really liked in your history of the teams you were on, where it was just like, this guy went from a beloved, can do no wrong to, okay, it's the tides are turning a little bit? Well,
I think everything is temporary, especially in our society. People love winners. People love to win. I think we've seen it throughout history, where you're down and out, and the fans turn on you. If Corey gets this back situation, back to North, gets back in the lineup, starts producing, and helps get these guys into the postseason and making a run, I think all will be forgotten. So right now it doesn't seem very good. It seems pretty dismal with all he's done, being the MVP of the World Series in 23. But I think this is a temporary thing that only one person can control, and that's Corey. And that's by getting back on the field and playing the way he's capable of playing. So I don't think it's a long-term thing. I think fans are fickle. I think they get frustrated. I don't think in their heart of hearts they hate Corey Seager. But the sentiment has changed right now because of him not being able to stay on the field right now. And none of us know what's really going on. Obviously, something's bothering him, something that the organization and himself need to take some time to rectify. But knowing Corey, he's very soft-spoken. He doesn't say much. All he needs to do is kind of get this thing right, get back on the field, help this team win, help get them into the postseason, and I think this will be a footnote. We won't even be talking about it.
Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Odyssey MLB insider Brett Booth joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brett, the Rangers did get Jacob Latz as their all-star. He has been on a dominant run since basically, I mean, he's had a good run the last couple years, but really since the start of last September, he has been almost unhittable. You were around him a little bit last year. You watched him this year, I'm sure. What makes him as dominant a late inning guy as he's proven to be? Because it's not like people are looking at him like, wow, it's 100 miles coming out of his hand. What is it that makes him so dominant?
He's deceptive. He's I think that his number one quality is his demeanor. He's mentally tougher than his years at this level. And I watched it last year. He was asked to start games. He was asked to be long relief. He would come in high leverage situations. And I watched the way Jacob Latz thrived in those moments. And I thought, this guy's got to be a part of this in some capacity. I was pulling for him coming out of spring training to be in the rotation. And I thought he was going to be in the rotation. And I thought, how can you ignore Latz? I loved Latz. I loved everything about him. He's got something special where things don't affect him. You know, most of us young players, we come to the big leagues. The moments sometimes, especially when we're young, early in our career, the moment gets bigger for those guys. Watching Latz a year ago with the lack of experience that he had at this level, I thought nothing bothers this guy. He just goes out and pitches his game. Doesn't matter if he needs to start on Tuesday or come in the third inning on Tuesday or come in the eighth inning on Tuesday. He just kind of whatever you need me, guys, and he seems unaffected. That's something you can't teach. That's something you're born with. I love that way about him, and to see him thriving and going to the All-Star game as a closer. Man, I'm happy for him, and he's doing such a great job.
Booney, I don't know if you've paid attention, but Paul Skeens' velocity has dropped every month basically for the last 2 years. Is there no. Yeah. Is there a concern? Is that something you would worry about?
No, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, Paul Skeens jumps on the scene. He's the next this and he's the next, and he's still what a great pitcher he is. But when you have a little adversity, when you have a few games where you're not the Skeens that we expect you to be, the 1.8 ERA, people are going to look for everything. Yeah, his velocity's down. It could be mid-season. It's just he's kind of in the dog days right now, and it's like, yeah, I'm a little tired. My velocity's going to be down. We could be talking about a completely different thing in 2 months. So no, I don't really worry about stuff like that. I played in an era where the gun was far from everything. You know, it started to be a thing where you like to light the radar gun up, but now every single pitch is so scrutinized. Well, he's only throwing 96 today. When it's really, it doesn't matter. It's still, and I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what any analytical data point says. You got to locate the baseball. Guys it doesn't matter how hard you throw. You keep it in the middle of the plate. These kids, they can hit anything. If you keep it on the corners, you don't. But I think he's going to be scrutinized when things don't go perfect and when he's not ultra dominant. But I think that's part of your big league journey, and a part of this is probably the first tiny bit of adversity he's had. And I think he'll get through it, and his velocity will probably be right back where it's been for the bulk of his career. I think right now, though, we'll look to anything to kind of say, why is he not, no, it's maybe he's not locating like he was. Maybe it's been a couple years now. He's getting around the league a little bit. And hitters, I like to give the hitters credit sometimes. It's not the brand new Paul Skeens. It's like I've seen him a few times. I got a little better of an approach off him now. So I think there's a lot of variables, but in a day and age where everything's done by the radar gun, I think we get a little bit too heavy into that.
Brett, on that Skeens topic a little bit, or a side topic, I guess. This is something we had talked about a couple months ago, and it blew us all away. It's hard to believe on this stat. If you take the top 20 pitchers of all time, the leaders in strikeouts in their first 25 career appearances, none of the top 20 ever made the Hall of Fame. None of them. For the career leaders in strikeouts in their first 10 appearances. And it's a lot of guys who ended up injury plagued. Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor, Dwight Gooden's on there. He obviously had a lot of other issues. Yu Darvish, Matt Harvey, Paul Skeens is on there now, and Jacob Misiorowski is on there. How much is pitcher burnout from these big phenoms who are throwing so hard? How much of that is a concern to you in today's day and age of just these pitchers who are coming up throwing the ball as hard as they can, and they're not going to eventually be able to keep doing that because they burn their arm out?
I think that's they're a this is what the time is. Mm-hmm. It's about throw it as hard as you can, as long as you can, and then we'll get another pitcher to fill in. I think, you go into the season and you have 5 starting spots, and now all of a sudden you have to have 8 or 9 starting pitchers to fill those spots. In past baseball history, it's like you got 5 quality starters, let's go. Now it's like, no, we need 8 because we know 3 are going to go down at some point. I think that's just I think it starts at a younger age with our kids today. I think it starts in their youth when they're 12 and 13 years old, and these travel ball and the overexposure to a young arm. I think that's where it starts. I think that's why you're seeing all the Tommy John surgeries. It doesn't because it starts when they get into professional baseball. It's when they're 13 and 14 years old and then go through the college ranks. And I think the data is starting to bear that out. It's like there's too much wear and tear on a young arm. And when they get to pro level and the big league level, you're having Tommy John surgeries when these guys are 23, 24 years old. That never used to happen. But, as far as if this is the way it's going to be, the money they're paying these guys to do that, to be recognized in today's game, it's all about velocity. So it's like, okay, I know what they're paying for. I've got to give them what they're paying for. It's like OPS. Versus when I played, when it was average, homers, ribbies. That's what I trained for. I had to be on the field to drive in 100 because that's how I got paid. Nowadays, you don't have to be on the field to drive in 100. You just have to have an 800 OPS. So that's what the guys train for. I cannot. That's what I would do. If it was all about OPS and that's how we got paid, that's how I got the big contract, that's all I'd be worried about is controlling the zone, hitting the ball over the fence, and walking a lot, because that's what they paid for. Not about driving in 130, which in our day, that's what paid the bill. So I can't get on the pitchers, how they train, how they try to go for ultimate velocity, because that's what gets attention. That's what gets you drafted. That's what gets you paid.
Hey, tell your brother to start upping the fines for strikeouts. That's brutal. Holy cow.
Oh, see, this is a time where I probably won't have a conversation with him for a few more days. I got to let him get a few more wins under his belt.
There you go. Thank you, Brett. We appreciate you.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That was Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Always brings it. Brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Coming up next, we got the Red Zone, and we're going to tell you how you can come out and see us in Grand Prairie this Friday. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is time for the Red Zone here on 105.3 The Fan. This is the Red Zone presented by Just Love Coffee on Sean and RJ. And you can see Just Love Coffee live and in person. You can see us too, but I imagine what you really come for will be the Just Love Coffee at that point. The Ethiopian Yurga chef that supports the Sandlot Children's Charity. But come on out to Just Love Coffee this Friday in Grand Prairie at 1020 Mayfield Road, Suite 600. You'll be able to come hang out with us, say hey. It'll be a wonderful time. We can run Choppy's hypothetical by you. If you come out in person, you can hear the hypothetical in person.
I don't know about that.
I will tell him what it is, and I'll tell him it's mine. But of course, I've already just on the air declared that it was yours. And so,
that's fair.
But I think we can look. This is our clubhouse, all right?
It is. This is definitely,
the listeners are part of the family.
I believe somebody would have called this locker room talk.
Yes, this is they're part of the family. So if you just come on out and you can get all the salacious details. Just Love Coffee this Friday in Grand Prairie, 1020 Mayfield Road, Suite 600. Also coming up, Cowboys training camp is coming faster than you can even imagine. All right. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, On Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing. They're going to be sending us out there here in a couple weeks. KNC Masterpiece will be out there. We'll be out there with G-Bag Nation for the second week. We're going to have you covered. Nobody's going to have you more covered on Cowboys training camp than us. And it is thank you to On Time Experts, also Mercedes-Benz of Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding. It's going to be a great time.
It is. It is always a great time. It is also one of my least favorite things.
Really?
Because
the time?
Training camp signifies to me the end of summer. And I love summer.
Summer's great.
I love the heat. I love the weather. I love this weather. Give me more of it.
Doesn't it?
And I feel like once we hit training camp, it's like, okay, I can see fall right there, and I just found summer.
And you know what? Since we are getting so close to training camp, we always wonder these sort of things. So you can text in on the fan text right now, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Who would you like us to talk to? So when we're trying to figure out what guests to grab, we'll put in for all the big names. But sometimes there's a really, niche person or maybe a assistant coach or a reserve player or whatever that we find out you guys really want to hear from. So text in, who would you really like to hear from while we're out there in Oxnard?
Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans. We can't do that anymore. He's going to be in Baltimore or wherever Baltimore does training camp. But send in your the names for people with the Cowboys that you'd be interested in hearing from while we're out there, and we'll try to grab them for an interview. All right. It is the Red Zone here on 105 through the Fan. And in a second, I'm about to tell you why Brian Schottenheimer is receiving a high level of praise, maybe more praise than anybody even who's a Cowboys fan would dole out. And I'll tell you about that here in a second. But first, the hell was Sean Payton trying to do?
Dude, this
is I cannot believe he would do this.
So you saw this too. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can't believe he would do this.
All right. So there's I guess somebody, Netflix or something, was with him for like 15 days.
Seth Wickersham from ESPN.
Yeah, Seth Wickersham. And this was during the playoffs. So he was there. He was embedded with them. And he shared details about this wild idea that he had. That he wanted to hire Bill Belichick.
And see, that's nuts because Jordan Hudson comes with him, and she's a lot to deal with. And so that was the story, right?
So, yeah, that was the story. No, that wasn't the story, as a matter of fact. There's more to it. So Bill was 15 wins away from breaking the all-time record set by Don Shula. And under Sean Payton's plan, Sean Payton would have stepped aside as head coach.
He's done that before.
Turned the job over to Bill.
He's done that before. Not Bill, but somebody else.
Payton would have remained the assistant head coach and running the offense. And it would have allowed Belichick to break the record. This is crazy.
It's crazy on about a dozen different levels.
It seems to me this will go against the entire spirit of competition.
Yeah, so here, that's what we gotta
that the entire NFL stands for.
Let's mark down the problems or the atrocities here. Number one, Sean Payton why would you ever, like everything we know about Sean Payton and how he's super competitive and he's crazy about how much he wants to control, why would you ever turn over your football team for charity? So is Sean Payton not the maniac that we thought he was, is the question. Next, would the NFL ever go for this?
I mean, I guess they would have a choice, right? Like, what would they do? He'd be turning over the job to him.
They've invoked some rules before where they're just like, no, you're not allowed to do that. And I know we don't have a rule in the books, but we're telling you can't do it. Like, they've done that before. So would they just say, no, we're not going to have you do something like this? Would Bill take this?
They may not credit him.
Would Bill view this as charity and be like, hell no?
Yeah, I don't think Bill. I don't think Bill would take it.
But Bill surprised us a lot in recent years.
Yeah, he did.
He does not operate the way we always think he does.
Like, I think it's one of those things that people say, but they don't really mean. Like, I think Sean Payton would lose a ton of respect in the coaching circles if he did this.
I think his players would be like, what are we doing?
Yeah, you'd be manipulating.
And who's in charge?
Yeah, you'd be manipulating the record. Who's in charge? You can't have two people in charge.
This is worse than Favre taking the slide for Strahan.
Oh my God, it's not even close.
What would be similar?
I can at least say that I'm taking the slice. I don't want to get hit.
You know what's this reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of the Buccaneers went out of their way last year, I think.
Oh, for Mike Evans.
To feed Mike Evans to get him to 1,000 yards. Where it's like he's already got the record and it's really impressive. Let's not throw a fake. Let's not throw a fake year in there.
Bam out this year. They just force feed him the ball to get fouled.
Yeah, and they were fouling the other team down at the other end to get the ball back.
It's worse than that.
This would be pretty bad. I'm stunned Sean Payton would be willing to do this. And I am there's no
this goes way against all spirit of competition. Like, you're the coach, you cannot. How do you preach competition within your organization if you're just going to give a guy the job just to let him set a record?
So if you were Broncos management and let's say Sean Payton did come to you and suggest this, would that give you any cause for concern about Sean Payton's future?
No, but I'll tell you this:
like would it make you go like, who did I hire?
What if they won the Super Bowl?
Willing to do that? Yes.
What if they won the Super Bowl? Like, I got to be honest with you. I can't think of, like,
because they were not far. I mean, they were close. They were in the AFC title game.
And if you have Bill Belichick calling your defense as the head coach with all those goofy rules that loopholes you would find, and then you have Sean Payton, whose only job now is just to run the offense.
Mm-hmm. Well, now in that instance, it would be he's already turned over the play call. See, he's delegating a ton. He's never been the guy that you would think would give up play calling duty, and he did it this year. He gave it up to Davis Webb, or not last year, but Davis Webb is going to call plays this year because Sean Payton didn't want to lose him.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton, I think that play calling thing is so serious to him because of what happened to him with the Giants.
He'll take the play calling back by about week 4.
The Giants thing that happened, and I don't know if there are people who probably don't remember. Sean Payton was a hot shot coordinator for the Giants. He had started with the Eagles, then he was with the Giants, and he was like this hot shot, like next name up sort of guy. And then he very publicly got embarrassed when Jim Fossil took the play calling duties away from him and was like, this is so bad. Took it away. And they went to the Super Bowl. The Giants did after he took play calling away. And they got run by the Ravens. It wasn't good. But when Parcells hired him here, his stock was down.
Yeah.
His stock was way down. And so I'd be surprised that knowing how that play calling thing has been tied to him before, that he would be willing to give it up now and do that with Davis Webb. But then we hear this, and it just tells me, like, all right, he doesn't have I don't know that he's got the edge that he once had. Sean Payton, that's almost what that tells me.
This is weird. This is very, very strange.
It's bizarre, and like I said, I would be really concerned if I was a fan of the Broncos or if I was running the Broncos or whatever else. All right, over at Football 301, which is the Nate Tice and Robert Mays podcast that they do over on Yahoo. They were doing an NFL play callers draft.
Ooh, this could get ugly.
This includes
defense. Oh, as head coaches, just as head coaches?
Nope, this is just play callers. So you can draft anybody you like here. Okay, who do you think the number one play caller that was drafted was? They alternated, so it'd be Robert Mays goes, then Nate Tice. But who do you think the number one pick was?
Sean McVay.
Sean McVay. Easy answer. Who do you think the number 2 pick was?
Ben Johnson.
No.
Did they go Shanahan?
Kyle Shanahan. Number 3 was a defensive play caller, Mike McDonald from the Seahawks.
Okay.
Number 4, Ben Johnson. Okay. Number 5, would you like to submit a guess here?
Liam Cohen.
Number 5 was not Liam Cohn. It's a defensive guy.
Vic
Fangio. That's the next one up. Okay. All right. We're looking good. How far down the list do you think we get before we run into the Cowboys? Anybody. Christian Parker, whoever.
Outside the top 15.
Number 6, Jesse Minter, defensive play caller with the Ravens.
Okay.
Number 7, Brian Flores, defensive play caller, the Vikings. So we mixed in a lot of defensive play callers here so far. Number 8, and the 4th offensive play caller off the board after Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Ben Johnson is Brian Schottenheimer. Hey! And I love Schotty, and I think Schotty is a much better play caller than people anticipated he was going to be.
Liam Cohn?
I am floored that they would go that. I mean, it's great, but we're starting to see this a little bit.
We haven't had Matt LaFleur?
Matt LaFleur went 9th, so he was the very next one. But it is
Kevin O'Connell?
It's wild.
You put him at Kevin O'Connell?
I know. It's Kevin O'Connell, I think some people have the issue of he's a developer more than the play caller side. Because after him, after you did that, it was LaFleur, Cohen, then they picked Shane Steichen, and they still hadn't even gotten to Kevin O'Connell. And then their honorable mentions were Mike McDaniel, and I think they threw in another 1 or 2 after that. But that is a lot of high praise for Schottenheimer as a play caller, that you say he's only behind Ben Johnson, Sean McVay, and Kyle Shanahan. But we've seen some people do. Ted Wynn over at The Athletic really thinks he's a top 10 play caller. Like he said, after watching Dallas's offense this year, he really likes some of the design of what he does. And so far, you have to say that from the time Schotty was hired to now.
So when they say play caller, are they just judging the plays he calls, or are they judging the scheme?
No, Nate Tice and Robert Mays, that's the whole thing about Football 301. It's not just the surface level stuff. They are diving in. They watch him. And Ted Wynn went deep on a film review, and they all think that he's really, really high up there.
Okay.
So, which is good news for Cowboys fans, but maybe, I don't know, I think Cowboys fans, I think us, we might agree that might be a little high. I think he's got top 10 argument. But man, that's strong. Good for Schotty. They're from Nate Tice and Robert Mays. All right, that's the Red Zone presented by Just Love Coffee. Again, come out and see us in Grand Prairie at Just Love Coffee, 1020 Mayfield Road on Friday. We will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com.
here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, guys, save it for air. Save it for air. We don't want to just.
There's no way we're
we
cannot
do that. Commercial. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We're continuing the hypothetical that I referenced last week, which again, if you want to know what the hypothetical is, since we can't talk about it on the air, you got to come out. You got to come out to Just Love Coffee.
Coffee, not the fire.
You got to come out to the Just Love Coffee remote this Friday in Grand Prairie at 1020 Mayfield Road, Suite 600. That's Just Love Coffee. Me, RJ Choppy. We will be there Friday, and you should be out there too. Corey Majors, what's coming up on your show today?
Guys, today at 11 o'clock, Wings coach Jose Fernandez will join us. Maybe he'll act like he likes us this time.
I doubt
every other time it seems like he is like, why am I even doing this right now? And then at 12:20, we will have Rangers manager Skip Schumacher, who's on a win streak of 1 game.
Look at this.
One of the first questions has to be, though.
2 in a row. Nope, 1 in a row.
Why do we keep putting Chris Martin into these games?
Oh, the same.
I said the same thing yesterday at the game.
But Cole Winn got it done yesterday. Cole Winn was on about as bad a streak as you could be on.
Yeah, and I saw people like, why didn't you put Cole Winn back out there? I was like, because he should only pitch 1 inning.
And even still, like, what was it? We looked it up earlier. There was a recent stretch where Cole Winn, I think, went 5 out of 9 or 6 out of 10 of his appearance, he gave up 2 runs or more. Like his runs, not unearned. Like those are earned runs and none of them inherited. Just his runs, 2 or more on 6 out of 10 appearances. That's how you get a 7 ERA or whatever it is. So you guys are going to have those 2 right there.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine y'all are going to have Brian Schottenheimer.
Records.
You're going to have Brian Schottenheimer, I imagine, in about 19 days or so, 20 days or so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, probably so, yeah.
Just because, that's what happened last year, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that's going to happen again. Which, by the way, we will be in training camp. You guys will be there July 27th. Was this your first show?
That will be our first show. There's a Monday, July 27th, thanks to On-Time Experts, Heating, Air, and Plumbing.
On-Time Experts, AC, Heating, and Plumbing, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, Best Buy, Windows Inside, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you guys during the break, too, by the way. Because we've got the who's most likely to get arrested.
I have a few answers.
Training camp. Yeah, that we're going to
At training camp.
Yeah, at training camp in Oxnard. So you got to put it in the context of what would be done out there and who would you be running into? What California laws would you be running afoul of? Those sort of things. Because not everything, not everything that's illegal here is illegal there.
You see a homeless person and you just walk past them and don't give them money and they come arrest you. Probably.
DJ.
Yeah. Oh, well, hold on. Save your answer for
gotcha.
Save your answer for the video. That's how we get people to the social media side. So we're just talking about baseball.
Wait, by the way, you mentioned Chris Martin. I did heckle him last night.
You heckled a Rangers player last night.
I mean, look, when you have a 7 ERA, it's all bets are off.
It's better than the heckling he was doing to the Angels.
Yeah,
he just kept wanting to know about why don't I see a bulge in your pants? That's literally what he was asking.
Because Guzman wasn't wearing a cup playing third. I was like, I don't see a bulge. What's going on?
He literally was screaming this in the crowd.
And then when Logan O'Hoppe got hit, he got hit in the junk on a foul ball.
Right.
I yelled out, "O'Hoppe got hit in the OPP." That was good. But no, when Martin was injured, we had the training staff come out. I just happened to yell out. It's not you're not hurt. It's just a 7 ERA.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Okay, you can't be put. Why is he still running out there?
Do you want me to ask Skip? So our morning show host said that Chris Martin wasn't hurt.
It was just 7 ERA.
Yeah.
It was an ego. His ego
I think you should just clip this and play it for him. Be like, this is his voice and everything. His name is he goes by RJ. It's Ralph James. Ralph James Shoppy.
Ralph James O'Hoppe.
Okay, so we just talked to we had seen this note a little bit a couple weeks back when people were talking about how great Jacob Misiorowski is, and he is great, and Paul Skeens is great, and Cam Schlittler.
You know, it's even better when a 107 mile an hour fastball gets put in the second deck.
Paul
Taco
was great.
So yeah, Paul Skeens was great, and that's kind of to the
Can't throw a
point here.
fastball anymore.
So when Mizorowski got to his first 25 career starts, he became like 10th all time in strikeouts in your first 25 career starts.
Okay.
And I think I told you guys about the stat.
Top 270 fastest pitches measured this year are Mizorowski's.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I think if you go to like the top 400 or something, it's like he's got all but one of them. One of them's Ohtani.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So a bunch of freaky stuff there. But I want you to guess if you were to take the first 25 career appearances for every pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball.
Okay.
And then tally up how many strikeouts they had. So you look at the strikeout leaders. So, for instance, Miz is 10th all time.
Okay.
Most strikeouts in your first 25 career appearances. How far down the list you need to make it a top what do you get before you find a Hall of Fame pitcher?
Oh. Because I would have thought.
You see all of them and you're all
lot.
like, man, they are great. They also flamed out.
Okay, this is the
first 25 career appearances.
Probably
most strikeouts in your first 25 career appearances. How far down the list do you have to go to before you find a Hall of Famer?
Because I bet Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor are on.
Well, I bet your Clemens is on there too.
I will
but
read.
he
I'll
is
read you
not
the
a Hall of Famer, right?
Is Doc Gooden in the Hall of Fame?
No.
I'll read you the top 5 to start, and this will kind of give you an idea. Kerry Wood, Hideo Nomo, Dwight Gooden, Mark Pryor, Yu Darvish.
Hey, we got 3 of those 5. I'm going to go 14 then.
Nope. Further.
I'll go 31.
Further.
Oh, dip.
64.
A little higher. You got to go to 57. Don Sutton.
Wow.
The top 56
Dang, dude.
strikeout leaders of all time in their first 25 career appearances are not in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if there's another.
So you're saying this does not
the
bode
arm
well
burnout.
for Mizorowski.
Well, here's a
Well,
wild thing, and this is I
Talk to your
understand
Schlittler.
you're
That
on
was
a
Mitch,
you're on a
whatever his name
very
was.
What was
Wild
that?
thing.
you're talking about specifically young, like 25-year-old or
Or not
first
25,
20,
just
first 25
games. Yep.
But we've also done studies that show teams that strike out batters the most are the ones that are excelling the most, getting to the playoffs and being in the playoffs and winning World Series. So having strikeout pitchers important, maybe not being a strikeout pitcher so early on in your career.
Take your time.
How-
Build up to that point.
And how they do it. So, like, I'm just going to run through some of the names at the top and notice the injury-plagued flameouts here. So, again, we went Kerry Wood, Hideo Nomo, Dwight Gooden, Mark Pryor, Yu Darvish. After that, Matt Harvey, Paul Skeens, Herb Score, who's from the 50s, got hit with a line drive, ended his career. You've got Kodai Senga, Nick Lodolo, Mizorowski, Noah Syndergaard, Tanaka, Strasburg, Jose Fernandez, who was obviously an accident where he had died. But behind that, Matsuzaka, Zach Gallen, DeGrom, El Duque. Like, it's straight down the list. It's all these burnouts.
Is DeGrom a future Hall of Famer?
I don't think
DeGrom's a question.
It's a
Felix
question,
Hernandez is on this list.
Felix.
Felix Hernandez can't get in. But I
It's
mean,
a
DeGrom's been
question.
better, obviously.
Because I counted at least 6 or 7 that legit burned out.
I don't remember El Duque flaming out. I remember El Duque got here when he was like 40.
But El Duque obviously didn't just
He never became
peaked early.
Yeah, he peaked absolutely.
And even
early.
if you go like further down the list, you'll see Tim Lincecum is on there. Aaron Nola. You've got like guys who are on there who we assume will be in there at some point. Ohtani is on there.
Mizorowski and
Barry Zito.
Mizorowski and Skeens.
Skeens currently flaming out right now, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He's having problems.
Mizorowski and Skeens and Schlittler. The one thing they have the other guys don't is, aren't they all like 6'6" or taller? Like,
ooh, interesting.
Paul Skeens is pretty damn
he's
tall.
6'6".
And I know the other two guys are taller than him.
Yeah.
The other guys are like 6'8".
Well, there you go.
And I wonder if they'll be able to hold up. Like, I don't remember Randy Johnson having a ton of arm problems.
Randy Johnson really struggled early on.
He did. He couldn't find the plate. He was
Yeah,
like,
then they gave him the bionic elbow. That was the Sports Center commercial.
They gave him the bionic elbow, and
they tried to talk David Cohn into
So I wonder if Schlittler and Mizorowski, especially, and maybe even Skeens, because they're so tall.
Smoltz gave this because I mean, there's some other tall guys on here who are not who did burn out. There was something on here where I was watching something the other day of John Smoltz was talking about these strikeout pitchers and stuff, and he said, you make room for freaks in your sport, and you say that, okay, that guy's a freak. He's doing something normal people can't do. And he goes, the freak in our sport is Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan can throw the ball 100 miles per hour for 20 years. Nobody else can do it. Stop trying to get people to do it.
Yeah.
And he's like, all those other people are going to burn out. And even Randy Johnson, took him talking to Nolan. The Mariners were playing Texas. He's told the story before. I think he told Eisen the stories where I heard it. But Randy Johnson said, couldn't like harness any of what I was doing. It was really frustrating to me, and I knew Nolan was a Heat pitcher, and so like I went to him and Tom House before a game, and I was like, "What do y'all? What's he doing? Like what do you do that's different?" And Nolan was like, "Come watch my bullpen session before the game. I'll show you what you're doing wrong." And Tom House was like, "You're doing something wrong." And so he said it was literally landing on the ball of his foot instead of his heel, and that one change just completely
his whole career
shifted his career after. He said
I'd never heard this story.
He said
awesome.
right after that is when he stopped leading the league in walks. He said that one little change completely changed his mechanics and allowed him to keep going. But I mean, you look here.
There are freaks though, and he's right because like there's a guy on social media. His name is Teacher Man. I don't know if you've seen him. He's a hitting coach.
That's his name?
Yeah, Mike hates him.
Yeah, and his claim to fame is like he worked with Aaron Judge, right?
Yeah. He does the elbow drop
and
thing.
he teaches that, and it's like, okay, well, Aaron Judge is 6'7". Of course he can hit like that.
Yeah,
because he has to hit like that.
It is two Hall of Famers in the top 100, by the way. It's Sutton, and then it's Nolan Ryan at like 75.
When it comes to these freaks too, these kinds of guys, because Paul Skeens coming out of into the major leagues the way he was, throwing the heat that he was, and also having the control that he had, they some of them you're like, can they pitch though, or are they just destroying people because of the velocity and they know what kind of what their good thing is.
Yeah.
Then whenever that stuff leaves them, what are they?
Yeah.
And some guys refine what they are. Some guys just never know what to do without the heat. And a lot of those guys, that was kind of their situation, was they after the heat left them, what were they other than like a Chichi Rodriguez?
Yep. All right, that is it for us here on this Hump Day. I think that's the first one we've actually gotten in today. There was a lot going on this morning with internet and things like that. It was kind of a mess this morning. But you guys won't have to deal with any of that. You'll have a perfect show like you always do, I'm sure. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
You've made them the top morning sports show in It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Let us know.
Doing great today, man. I watched the movie Obsession last night.
No.
I thought she was just going to say no to the answer the question that he asked, and then she turned into a psycho.
That movie is very good, though.
It's a weird movie. I did not want to watch the movie with my son, who had already seen the movie. He's 18, so all those things. Then he ruined the movie for me multiple times.
Oh, no!
He's talking during the movie. He's doing things, trying to show me stuff on his phone. He screamed in my ear during a jump scare moment, which made me jump and almost punch him. I don't want to punch him. So, there was...
What would you have said? Let's just say that exact scenario played out. Would you have said sorry, or would you have been like, oh?
You deserved it.
That's kind of what
if you've seen a movie, then you don't sit there and go, wait for this part, watch this part. You don't sit there and be like, say the lines of a movie.
Right.
When you know the people haven't seen it yet.
Right.
You just let them enjoy the movie. You were altering what the director desired for them as part of the movie by interrupting their vibe, dude. I sat down to watch the movie, and he's doing that. So I do like the kid. He needs to get another job, though. He really definitely needs another job at the moment.
Okay.
So come on, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Start doing some stuff.
See, I feel like I did.
I really like him, though. He's a good kid.
Okay, that's good. I feel like I did exactly what the director wanted, because there's a moment in that movie where that dude's like, it's like an obsession. And I go, woo! Like out in the theater.
There are two things that I don't know if I'm supposed to love or not. All right, when they say the name of the song and the song in the song, and when they say the name of the movie in the movie. Like, are you supposed to like that? That they're like, we slipped that in there, boom, there it is, or are you supposed to be like, ugh?
Now, it is true that there was nobody in the theater with me when I went to go see it, because I just saw it in the movie theater like a couple weeks ago. So that probably made it less awkward, but I probably would have yelled it out either way.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Alec is currently teaching somebody. So I don't know how I don't know how much Alec is going to be doing things today.
Okay.
He's teaching somebody how to replace himself.
Oh, man.
I hope not.
Oh, but wouldn't that be tragic?
What?
If, our next board op...
Was
and
that
producer
guy?
Was that guy? Not just because,
buddy.
not because
Kevin
of
already hates
him,
you.
but because Alec got fired to make way for him, and you just didn't know that you were training your successor.
He will take 50 cents less.
So believe it or not, Alec, there was a time we were at the newspaper, and there was 3 people who worked across from us, and they were named Kristen, Josh, and Stephanie. I swear to you, they all left. Some were told to leave, but they all left for a variety of reasons. They were replaced, I swear, by Kristen, Josh, and Stephanie. There were different people with the same names. I went into our editor's office and I was like, I just want to tell you something. If somebody named Kevin comes in here to interview for a job, I'm tearing this place apart. And he didn't understand, because he did not see the parallel that we had hired the exact same names of the people.
So now, because of you, I am now sworn enemies with every other Alec that could possibly exist out there, and Alexander. I don't discriminate.
Yeah.
Because that's my real name. I'm a fraud. But I am sworn enemies with all of them now. Thank you.
Man, you know what? You just brought up something really interesting, and the Rangers won. We'll talk about that probably. What percentage of Americans do you think go by their government name, or the exact name their parents gave them? Because right here, it's 2/3. You're Corey, I'm Kevin, he is Alexander, but he goes by Alec.
I have a buddy whose name is Stephen Travis, and he goes by Travis. Is that
No, that doesn't
middle
count.
name?
So that's 50% now.
This is a good question.
Thank you.
And a lot. How many people go by nickname that doesn't even connect to their their whole name at all.
Oh, I like that.
Like they're just like, it's a nickname that is, I'm Shorty, and they're just Shorty from there on.
Right.
And then you got to get Shorty. I don't know.
What a timely reference there was right there.
Cool. Right.
Okay. All right. Now you just redeemed yourself. All right. I'm okay with all
I don't
of
know.
that
That's
now.
hey, 877-881-1053. Text in that percentage.
Oh, yeah. Or if you do not go by your issued name by your parents, and is it kind of an FU to your parents if you go by a different name?
What if your mom gives you a nickname? Does that, and then you just go by that?
It feels like your parents just didn't really understand how names work.
They're like, I never really liked the name we gave you.
Yeah.
So we gave you a name.
What's up, Chip? We're going to call you Joe. You're like, I don't think you actually know how.
like Chip.
I know. I don't think you know how names
what about
work.
This name is Franklin. I go by Frank.
Yeah. So
Choppy goes by his last name.
And see, and that's
Choppy's cooler than RJ.
But that was not your assigned name. For the record, there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. I just want to know what percentage of people actively go by the exact name, first name anyway, that they were given.
We all call my buddy Mike by his last name, and all my friends just call me Caveman.
Oh, okay. My name is Benjamin, but I go by Ben. Does that count? No, it doesn't. Your parents named you Benjamin. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. I want to make that clear, but our percentage is getting lower by the minute.
In Ireland, the nickname for William is not Bill, it is Liam.
And that's different.
I go by Devo. My real name is Devin.
Is Skip's name really Skip?
Dude. How many people... That's a great question.
See, but doesn't that feel like a question?
No, it's not.
Oh, what is it?
Jared Michael Schumacher.
What?
Jared Michael Skip Schumacher. We got to ask the question today.
Why do you have two middle names?
Well, first off, it says quote Skip, so I wonder if that came along somewhere. I'm going to go find out when he became Skip.
But it would be too jarring, right, to go, how you doing today, Jared?
Uh-huh.
That...
Jared Michael Schumacher. So him and Sandler must get along well. Do you get along?
That's not what I heard.
You have to get along with people that have the same name as you,
kidding.
or can you hate them?
That's not cool, guys.
Okay. There was a time in high school where I had two other friends named Kevin, and nobody believed they existed who didn't go to my high school. They're like, hey, buddy, do you really just have no friends? And I was like, I swear, I am creative enough to come up with a different name. They both really were named Kevin. My point is this.
I am sorry, Kevin. I have to now find the Skip Schumacher's origin story.
All right. While you are in the midst of that. Ooh, see? James Dillon. I go by Dylan. Lower the percentage. My mom wanted me to go by JD. Wasn't my vibe. See? That's interesting.
All right. So allegedly, Kevin.
Okay.
According to AI Overview, he's gone by Skip since he was 5 or 6. His father gave him the nickname during T-ball because there were already a few boys named Jared on the team, and he struggled with running mechanics when trying to skip. That's fascinating because Lucy did as well. That's just a completely different conversation. But do we have to find out if this is the true story?
Yes, I think we do. Also, follow-up. Do you feel like you ever did a bad job, not you particularly, just people, naming your kid if a bunch of other kids were named that? Because that's what my wife was worried about with Noah.
Oh, yeah.
I just really like the name. She goes,
every kid's named Noah.
There's a lot of Noahs. And I was like,
They're all named Noah.
Oh, well.
I mean, just think about the Caden, Aiden, Jaden timeline. Like there are so many Cadens and Aidens and Jadens out there. I mean, we have an Aiden right here. Like there's a specific time period when a lot of kids get named the same thing. Like how many Kevins do you know? All of them.
Yeah, they're especially growing up. Yeah.
And Michaels.
Oh, yeah. Very true. From the 214, I appreciate the clarification from Mooney to Mayor. My real name is not Mooney. But
I love that name, though.
He said that's been my nickname since birth.
Okay.
Because most don't know my real name, and that is fascinating.
He didn't even text us his real name.
If you get a nickname at birth, are you like, maybe that should have been his name?
Yeah.
I don't know. But also there are people saying my name is Bruce, and I go by Bruce. So,
Bruce.
yeah, so there are other people who are saying they go by their name, but man, this percentage is lower than I anticipated. I thought it was going to be like 80%.
Yeah,
but
so most of us go by nicknames. Do I need to change this?
Yeah, what do you... Oh, but you can't nickname yourself, remember?
Yeah, do I? But can I go by Core?
You can.
Can I go by just Jay?
I think that would be better than Core.
The Core Man?
Yeah, I hate it. Again, I'm not here to dictate, I guess, which nickname you should pick. Just if you're taking feedback, I hate it.
Here's what's weird, because you may not think that you do, but you do. Most people around here call you Hagee.
That's true.
I call you Kevin, and I don't even call you Hagee. It doesn't work for me. But most of the people call you that, right? Whether you like it or not.
That's a good point.
I don't know if you like it anymore.
So you're saying your nickname might be irrelevant.
Yeah.
Oh, that is tough.
Do you like being called Hagee, or have you just gotten so used to the fact that they're going to do it anyway?
Yeah, probably that. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it just kind of came out.
Yeah, except for Kev. I hate that.
Hey, Mike. Once he found that out, he was like, there's no other reason to call you anything else.
Yeah, just to piss you off.
Every time it became a moment where he was like, let me watch the rage burn in Kev's face. He'd throw that out there.
I was just having a conversation with Mike this morning, and one of the things that he said that made me laugh, he goes, sometimes I can kind of go too far and irritate people. And I just laughed, and I was like, yeah, Mike, I did know that, so thank you for mentioning that.
Dude, the morning show this morning, RJ and Bobby. Choppy and Bob. Bobby's not his name, it's Robert. Roberto, actually, I think.
I think Russell's name is Peytonius, right?
Yeah,
And he just goes by Peyton?
Yeah. You know his middle name is Alec?
Shut up. Is your middle name Peyton?
No. It's Chase.
I don't know.
Seriously,
I don't know why I expected it. I really thought you were going to say yes, and I was going to be like, what?
Yeah.
But,
because Sean always says Peyton Phillip Russell, so I thought it was Phillip. But he was like, no, and he showed me his driver's license, ALEC, Alec.
No, because I think, didn't Mike call him Phillip one day?
Yeah, that's right.
He goes, they were like, what's his name? He's like, Phillip?
Because he doesn't know. Yeah, that's fair. All right. What we were supposed to talk about, I guess go ahead and give me cut number 2. What are the unsung heroes of this entire Rangers season?
Did he have 10 hits combined all year prior to these two games? 3-2, drive to left field. Meckler back, he turns. That one's out of here. Off the bench. Coming in hot. Foscue, a game-tying laser line drive home run off Saucedo.
Now, Justin Foscue had a big game. He gets the game retying home run after Chris Martin goes out there and does what he does and disappoints us all. But you were able to get that, and then I believe it went Duran, Foscue, Osuna in the 8th, going back-to-back-to-back with the hits and then the home run to break the game wide open, and the Rangers get the win. They go back above 500 and start off the series strong against the Angels, which you love to see because, I would love to see them break off 6 straight, but really it's taking 5 out of 6 and getting to that 50-win mark by the break that I think would be pretty awesome for a team that has been very up and down this year.
Yeah, and being able to do it in a stretch where, I don't know if you're going to get one of your best players back. I
don't think they know either, right?
And it could be Seager or Wyatt. And when I say Wyatt, like to being him, to being that guy for a full season. But if you're able to do this, Skip's had to do this patchwork the whole season.
Yes.
He's just like, bring me this, bring me that. We'll figure it out from here. We're trying to win a game. He's having to constantly play Jenga, dude. Like, or Tetris. It's Tetris for him. Just constantly, I don't know, let's figure something out there. So, yes, Kevin, you got a little stretch here down that could be very beneficial to you. And chasing Seattle, fighting with Seattle for the rest of the season is what you appear to want to be doing.
From the 3-2-1, only 6 straight games. Why not win out the rest of the way? Well, fair. I would also be supportive.
I would
that.
love to see this energy burn through this stretch leading into the break. But then on the other side, you just keep ripping, and you are. I think we asked Skip this. I don't know. I'm going to ask him again. Is this a different team than it was earlier in the year? Like, do you feel like they play
any question
a different brand of baseball than they started?
Yes, and I think look no further than that trio we just mentioned: Duran, Foscue, and Osuna. Two of those players didn't even break camp with this team, and then the other one was a bench player. By the way, the person asking about Osuna, it was his first home run of the season, not his first major league home run. I think he had two last year.
Do we know enough about the Chris Martin injury?
Well, I mean, he waved the training staff off.
Okay.
And
it
did kind of feel more of like a irritation than an actual, but that I don't know.
Okay, and somebody asked where the Rangers are on your chart.
Oh, good. That's a good question.
I'm going to have to go look at this because at the moment, you're a mediocre team still.
Sure.
Mediocre until I think you're going to have to be about five games over to be above mediocre for me. I think that's where I'm going to land on this. But the way the baseball is right now, 5 games over might be a gooder team.
You heard the man. By the way, somebody said, go ahead, Foscue. He has been just absolutely tremendous this year. 892 OPS. But
does he have a home right now on this team?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. Because not only the 892 OPS, but his splits against left-handed. He is a left-handed crushing machine. Check this out. 45 at-bats against left-handed pitchers this year. 4 home runs, 12 RBIs. He's hitting .356 with a 1.186 OPS. He is throttling left-handed pitching.
Okay.
There will always be a place for that player in the league. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, your Dallas Cowboys news of the day, plus maybe a little soccer or Mavs next right here on The Fan.
Oriolers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10. Prescott fakes a toss right. He's got Lamb wide open on the right side of the end zone. And the second and Raiders. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for our Dallas Cowboys news of the day. And I wanted to backtrack to something that we were talking about yesterday. We didn't get to dive all the way in on it. We were talking about, the kind of the ranking of the overall. Yeah, okay. That is happening in my headphones as well. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so we were talking about the rankings of the teams and their talent levels and everything like that. But we didn't go through the strengths and weaknesses for the Cowboys. We just ran out of time, and I want to see if these check out for you and make sense. I think in terms of strengths, this will make a lot of sense to a lot of people. ESPN said the biggest strength is wide receiver for the Cowboys, just like it was last year. Does that feel like an easy enough strength to accept?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wide receiver. If Flanoy is, like we were discussing that yesterday, right? If Flanoy is he one of those guys that you're kind of expecting to raise his stock? And I was like, he can solidify his stock. He can go from being this to being Home Depot.
Right.
Just reliable stock right there all the time. So, like, I absolutely think that the wide receiver position is your Apple product, your Google, whatever it is. It's at the top of the market.
Now, on the flip side, would it also then make sense to you that the deficiency on this team or their biggest weakness would be cornerback?
I'm still trying to figure out your linebacker position, Kevin.
Okay.
So, I can understand that, especially based on how last year looked.
Yeah.
But I would say it's a coin flip for me still at cornerback and linebacker. And I know people will say, what about edge rusher? I think for me, the linebacker edge rusher thing, kind of that grouping for me goes hand in hand because I prefer to have two dudes that are on either side that can do those things, edge rush and also play linebacker, very flexible kind of guys that can get to the quarterback. But I think yes, cornerback and linebacker still are, to me, are the biggest coin flip misses at the moment.
Now, we were talking about some of the players yesterday that could up their spot with the team at training camp, and we didn't get a chance to really expand on Drew Shelton.
Okay.
So Drew Shelton, the Cowboys have taken an offensive lineman in each of the last 6 drafts. And I realized he was taken 112th overall. So it's not like they took him and they said, hey, you're going to be plug and play or anything like that. But given the injured nature of NFL football, or more specifically, the offensive line, or given the questions that we probably have to a certain extent about both our right and our left tackle, do you see Drew Shelton as another viable candidate who could really up his profile or standing in this roster during training camp?
No.
Ooh.
And I would love for it to happen, but I'm going to be very realistic about this. One of his biggest weaknesses watching him was strength and power. He needed to play very strong, and sometimes he just did not. He struggled to stay engaged with defenders at the point of attack. There are things that, Kevin, at a young age, you just have to physically grow. And as a rookie, I'm not going to put on him, you need to make in a 4-month span from the draft to training camp the physical adjustments to be a stronger player, to face guys in the NFL, and to face some of the best edge rushers in the NFL. So, Kevin, I think that I'm going to let this be one of those, don't just ease your way in, but you have a very specific program you need to do to make these weaknesses some of your strengths, or just at least baseline type things.
Now, I don't know if this text always comes from like the same group of people or if there's a whole ton of folks saying this. Do you think that Jordan Brooks will be on this team this year? Because I do not. I mean, I would be fine with it.
It's just we're at a point where I'm trying. Here's what I think could happen. No, I don't. And somebody said by training camp. I don't think by the end of training camp, potential. But I'm kind of just walked away from this idea because of what they've gone and done. That being said, you bring a Jordan Brooks in and you satisfy your middle linebacker spot, you're good there. You have Winters who can go sideline to sideline. You're feeling really good there. And you have him that's just kind of manning the middle section, being a good run defender inside. That's good too. But, Kevin, I think that they're going to do everything they can to see if DeMarvion Overshown can be that guy before they make a decision and if he can stay healthy. And I think they're going to say, he's our guy. Yeah. Even if he hasn't really truly proven it yet, they know the dynamics of what he is as a player, and they want him to be that guy. So I think they're going to let him be that guy every chance they can. And he also has some position flexibility to go along with it. So I don't, but if they look at their middle linebacker spot and by the end of camp are like, dude, we don't have it, then I can see them making a move, and that being the target that they go get.
Do you take any fascination in like contingency plans that are no longer relevant but still interesting? So what I mean by that is Shoddy was on the Twins Take podcast, and he talked about how there was essentially an agreement in place for him to stay with the Cowboys if he wasn't hired as a head coach. Do things like that have already passed us by, do they interest you at all? Or are you like, hey, that's great, but you got the head coaching job, so I don't really care?
I mean, Bobby told us, this isn't a contingency plan, but Bobby just told us the Randy Johnson story about the landing on the ball of his foot.
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating, because if he didn't do that, his whole career could be different. And he might have been a photographer a lot earlier in life. Or maybe he didn't have enough money to buy that camera.
Is he still doing that?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah, him and Griffey.
Him.
Everybody in Seattle loves taking pictures. Yes, I do find it interesting to know kind of the backstory. It sounds like he kind of just wanted to be around the Cowboys organization. He likes the organization.
Yeah.
And maybe that was also one of those things where he was letting them know early on, guys, I'm here. Whether I'm this or not, I want to be part of what y'all are doing because I like being here, and it's going to help me out. But, man, if y'all make me a head coach of this thing, just imagine my commitment already to this thing. So it is interesting.
Okay. All right. Who do you think would be the most likely Dallas Cowboy to make their first career Pro Bowl? I can give you what I have dubbed the 4 top candidates, and then people can be like, those candidates are stupid. Here are better options, which would be hurtful, but it's important for me to learn. DeMarvion Overshown, Tyler Booker, Javonte Williams, I was a little surprised by that, or Caleb Downs. Putting aside Pro Bowl, doesn't matter, just as an honor.
Yeah. I think Book.
Okay.
Yeah, DeMarvion Overshown still has a lot to prove to me. And again, the position, where exactly is his brain right now and figuring out what this position is. I think that he dove head first into it. I think when Caleb Downs was drafted, he was immediately like, this is actually very good for me. This is good for our defense. Our defense can actually have some good solid structure to it. I got some dogs behind me that I can go run with. These are all good things. But I think that Book's already shown that he's an NFL player. He showed last year,
Agreed.
I'm a legitimate NFL player, and it was just a little bit of growth that he needed in the mental aspect of it. He already had the physical prowess for it. It was the mental aspect of knowing the game and knowing the nuances, and I think this year, that trio in the middle is just going to be so strong, he's going to rock with it.
And I want to go back to something else that you just said about DeMarvion Overshown, because there are some people talking about, hey, if he has a really good season, that you could give him a contract extension or maybe try to work out a deal before the season starts. The idea, and he could turn out to be awesome, The idea of negotiating a contract extension for DeMarvion Overshown, unless it's like unbelievably cheap, sounds insane to me before the start of the season.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it would have to be he's presenting you with the greatest deal for the future.
Yeah.
And why would he do that when this is his opportunity to cash in?
Sure.
If he has a good season, he knows the Cowboys would love to pay him. Like his agent knows that too. They'd love to pay him and for him to be the guy because of what they think is the talent. Kevin, somebody said in the Pro Bowl a joke. You mentioned that.
I just said that.
Well, I do have a question though. Do you think that Pro Bowl leap to All Pro for Booker is far away? Because All Pro is a very specific thing, and there are so many good guards in this league.
The Pro Bowl feels like a logical step on your way to Pro Bowl. I don't know. Man, that is a good question. I don't know what the difference is in terms of like years. If there's been a study, and on average, after you make the Pro Bowl for the first time, like you're more likely to make the All Pro within 2 years. Because All Pro is special.
Right.
That means you had a special season. So look, that would be a whole different thing. If I was like, who's going to make All Pro for the first time? This list would get way longer. That's why I wanted to start with Pro Bowl. And look, if Tyler Booker had a Pro Bowl caliber season, that would obviously be feels like a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, if he had an All-Pro caliber season, he should make the Pro Bowl.
You know what? Was it?
How many dudes have not made the Pro Bowl?
It was not. Was it Van Der Esch who was named All-Pro in a season that he didn't make the Pro Bowl or something like that? And I was like, what the hell is this? I thought there was a season that he was second team All-Pro.
At least 157 incidences since 1950.
And that is absolute madness.
Richard Sherman was one of them.
See, and that makes no sense to me because they're both kind of toward the end of the year. Like, at least with the All-Star game.
Brett McDuffie.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, at least with the All-Star game, you see things where you're like, hey, this person won MVP and they weren't an All-Star. And you're like, well, how the hell did that happen? But you're like, well, at least All-Star was about half the way through the season.
Yeah, Kevin, in 2018, 7 first-team All-Pros were snubbed by the Pro Bowl.
Well, and, people will say it became a joke when? It became a joke then.
Cam Hayward, Jason Kelsey, Andrew Whitworth, Harrison Smith, Kevin Byard, Jamal Agnew, and Andrew Norwell. That's amazing. That's hilarious.
It's because none of those positions drop out of the Pro Bowl, whereas the skill positions, like, I don't want to do that.
These guys are for real.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Bachman at the belts to the plate. And there's a high drive, well hit, deep right field. That is way back. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Alejandro Osuna, his first home run of the year.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Rangers indeed victorious 8-3. We got Skip Schumacher coming up at 12:20. Coming up in about 15 minutes, though, we will have Jose Fernandez from the surging Dallas Wings. But right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with those New York Yankees who struck out 17 times last night. But also, they struck out 17 times the game before, which means they are the first team in American League history whose batters hit that mark in consecutive games.
Really?
So,
Not even Josh Hamilton, huh?
No, okay, but this is for the team. No, Josh Hamilton, he might have struck out 17 times at Sherlock's, but in one game, that never happened.
It felt like he did, though.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is true. You know what? We got a segment kind of revolving around him a little bit coming
That's
up.
fascinating, dude.
At 12 o'clock. But yes, always good news to hear that the Yankees are struggling.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm very interested to know what it was, because I guess Seymour did have 12 of those. Wow, that's impressive. He had 12 strikeouts in 5.5 innings.
That's pretty damn good.
Wow, that's 5 1/3. I know some people lose their minds. Screw the Yankees, dude.
See, that's pretty good, but not as good as the night that Ryan O'Hearn had. Now, he heard that the Pirates were going to be doomed because of the injury to Connor Griffin, and he said, "Don't worry, I got you." He hit 3 home runs and had 10 RBIs for the Pirates. He is the first Pirates player ever with 10 RBIs in a game.
Kevin.
And they lost. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you know how many home runs he has this year?
Please tell me it's more than 3.
16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he hasn't had a home run at least in the last 5 games. But yeah, that's a pretty. He'd only had a couple hits here and there, and to go out there and get 3 home runs, that's awesome. That'll get you a contract.
I mean, hopefully.
No strikeouts. It's a good night from him, dude.
They've got some money to spend, and they were.
Will they though?
They were. That is a different matter. They were victorious 12-4 over the Braves. All right, let's talk about the Mets and Shohei and Michael Irvin. Who would you like to start with in baseball nuggets?
Michael Irvin, obviously.
All right, Michael Irvin told On3 Sports that he will be at the All-Star game on Monday, and he's not there to break down swing mechanics or anything. He's just there to have fun during the home run derby. He said, quote, "I'm looking forward to going out and being around and showcasing the home run derby for Netflix and interviewing guys to bring them on my podcast."
Is there? Yeah, probably so. Is there a better hype man to have around though? Like that
he's pretty damn high up on the list.
If there's one thing you know about him, no matter what, he will bring some energy.
He will.
Yeah. So,
yes, he will.
And those interviews should be kind of fun because I wonder how much he knows about baseball. And so, is he how are his questions going to be phrased? Or, with Netflix, do they give him the good prep work? They prep him appropriately, and they're like, "We got you. Don't worry about it."
Well,
or does he going to be one of those guys that's just like, "I got this," and it's fun?
I think he's already got his angle. Here's the next part of his quote. "I know it's in Philadelphia, so I've got to walk amongst them, but I'm willing. I'm willing. Let them know I come in peace." That is a real quote. I swear. It seems like I might have made that up. So it kind of seems like he's already got his angle.
Do you think the people in Philadelphia will let it go?
I mean, if anybody should let it go or who would have to let it go, wouldn't it be Irvin? They cheered when.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be yelling things like they yelled at him on his way out?
Probably.
Probably so. That's just who they are.
Well, hopefully the rhetoric is dialed down for an exhibition.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that will be the case. But hopefully it's dialed down for an exhibition. We shall see. All right. Let's go from that to, now your options are Shohei or the Mets.
Let's go with Shohei. I think this is a really cool story.
I tricked you. I should probably tell you that there are a couple of participants already announced, Junior Caminero and Ben Rice for the Home Run Derby. I should probably go and tell you that.
Nice.
All right, for Shohei Ohtani.
Why isn't Ryan O'Hearn in after what happened last night?
I mean, maybe they just maybe they're doing those negotiations now.
He was trying out for it last night.
Yeah, we're going to figure that out. We've seen what you've done. Shohei Ohtani, the first player in Major League Baseball history with 300 home runs and 100 stolen bases within his first 9 MLB seasons. Now, I know you don't necessarily need to hear that and be like, oh, wow, this kid might make it. But still, cool to see some of these accomplishments happening in real time that we get to see.
I saw this last night, Kevin. He and Steve Finley are the two players to have hit their 300th home run on a leadoff home run.
Oh.
So there's another stat to go along with that.
I was not aware of that.
Well, there you go. The Steve Finley, former Mavericks great.
That is a combination of Steve Nash and Michael Finley, I think is what you're going with. All right, so then who would you rather have, Steve Finley or Michael Nash?
Oh, I mean, obviously Steve Finley.
Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that.
All right, man, I was just thinking, like, when's the last time I thought about Steve Finley? And I almost got caught up in, like, a thought loop. All right, let's go from that to the Mets. Hey, this just in. Go ahead.
Somebody said, holy S, that dude's already hit 300 home runs. And yes, you are correct.
It's true.
He's also 31. It's like, I just don't know how much more production is going to be consistent the same way for the next 5-10 years.
Well, it's time for a game, Corey.
Okay.
He is the 7th fastest to reach 300 home runs. Can you name any of the other 6?
I feel like Aaron Judge is involved.
Aaron
He only had it
Judge
like 4 years.
is correct.
All right.
He reached in 300 games. No, I'm just kidding.
300 games, 1 home run per game.
No, I'm kidding. But yes, he is on the list.
Juan Gonzalez was one of them, too.
Juan Gonzalez is on the list.
A guy that had a short career, in my opinion, but also ended Mike Bassick's career, Ryan Howard.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I kind of forgot about that. All right. So it goes Aaron Judge, Ralph Kiner, Ryan Howard, Juan Gonzalez, Alex Rodriguez, and Giancarlo Stanton are the only people who've gotten to 300 home runs.
What happened to Stanton?
He got hurt a lot.
How many of those dudes have been Yankees? That's wild.
Stanton, by the way, has 456 home runs. Can you imagine if he would have been healthy? Like last year, he had 24 home runs in 77 games.
He might, yes. If he had been healthy, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh.
He might have surpassed Barry Bonds.
I could see it.
Which is the real record. Everybody agrees.
I do not believe everybody agrees on that. By the way, in case you're wondering, Shohei is also cleared to pitch on Friday. Not to be lost in all of this offense.
Mizorowski is not going to be pitching, I believe, because he's pitching right before the game.
Also, I don't think he could hit a home run.
Probably not.
Definitely not 300 of them. Let's talk real quick about the New York Mets. This just in. They still suck. So the New York Mets yesterday were ahead 9-4.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 16-12.
Oh, no.
Which means they got outscored down the stretch 12-3. They are now...
Things are going so well.
Well, they were 201 in franchise history when scoring 12 runs or more. They are now 202.
Nice.
So, good job, Mets. Keep at it. They're 38-54.
Things are going to work out for them by the end of the season. Well, I'm sure what'll end up happening, they'll get a new manager because that's usually kind of how their owner goes. And then they'll sell off a few pieces and buy even more. So things will work out.
You know what really hurts, too, is they lost to the team that has the second worst record in baseball, the Kansas City Royals. Now, they're tied with the Rockies, but still, second worst record in baseball. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Wings head coach Jose Fernandez right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and fresh off an 88-77 victory over the Liberty last night, we bring to you Dallas Wings head coach Jose Fernandez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, are you pumped up to get to talk to us today?
Oh, without a doubt, especially after last night's big win on the road.
Would you say traditionally your interviews are better when you win versus when your team loses?
Well, it depends who's listening.
Everybody,
oh, man.
Everybody is.
That is a good point. Can you walk us through what you felt like was working particularly well in the second quarter for the team yesterday? Because obviously y'all broke the game open in the second quarter, and I know you had to keep going, and New York made a little bit of a run, but it felt like it was over at halftime.
Well, I thought we shared the ball really, really well. We got out, I think, in transition with great rim runs, and going into halftime, 17 of our 21 baskets were assisted. I just felt we were really doing a good job taking care of the ball, and we were very efficient on the offensive end.
Jessica Shepard has 3 triple-doubles, I believe. The rest of the WNBA does not have any, and so she's the best.
Oh, wow.
But I'm just watch her so many times, and she has so much energy, and she has so much ability. What is it that you ask of her? Because it feels like she just gives everything.
She does. Not only, you look at her on what she does off the glass, but she finishes around the rim, and she just does a great job facilitating and making great decisions on where we need the ball to go to, not only in the open floor, but in the half court.
How important was her addition then to what you already had with Paige and what you were building with this team?
You know what? It's her versatility. She makes people around her better, and I think she's got she's very comfortable with the perimeter players she gets to play alongside with.
Is it cool to see the recognition building for her? Because a lot gets talked about with Paige, number 1 pick, the People's Princess, obviously, AZ Fudd, number 1 pick. But how cool is it to see the profile of Jessica Shepard just keep going up?
No, and it's going to continue to go up because I think now people are seeing what she can do, and she's having a great time doing it.
You told us when we did the media day, and actually the first time you came in here, you said you wanted pace and toughness, a certain brand of hoops that resembles a lot of what we're seeing in this amazing start you guys have going on. Do you think you can hang your hat, though, on defense right now with this team?
I think we're getting better and better. I think our coverages and our communication is continuing to get better as the season goes along, and that's what you want to do at the halfway point of the season here.
How tough and how impressive has this stretch of the last 3 road games been? Because I know new season, new regime, new team, everything like that, but this is a franchise that has struggled the last couple of years on the road. So how much does it pick y'all up when you get that back-to-back-to-back road victories?
No, it's huge. We got one more. We played Toronto in Toronto, and now we got to go back and play them in Montreal. And before the All-Star break, we come back. I know we're going to talk about that briefly, about going on American Airlines and playing Chicago. Then you got New York coming back, and then 2 more, LA at home and finishing off at Portland before the All-Star break. So the next week and a half is going to be crucial here as we head into that break.
Now, I know you just made reference to it. The game against Chicago at the American Airlines Center on Sunday. I've always been curious, if you've noticed a difference with the players in terms of any issues adapting from your regular home arena in the College Park Center, which doesn't hold as many people, to the American Airlines Center in terms of the depth of fans behind the baskets.
I think, our group, playing twice now at Barclays in a packed arena, and also going to Indiana and how they draw. We've seen that on the road. So it shouldn't have an effect on how we perform and play on Sunday.
Do you like playing in the American Airlines Center? Could you see wanting to play there a lot more?
Well, yeah. It's a historic building, and I think going from Arlington to Dallas and giving an opportunity for more fans to come see us play is huge.
I'm just kind of curious because we all kind of had something in mind for how Fudd would look with this roster, with this team. How has her role expanded from the first few games this season, and what is she developing? What are you seeing from her right now?
Well, I think she's a 3-level scorer. She can get to the rim and has a unbelievable mid-range game, and she stretches the floor from 3. But I think what you've seen of her on the defensive end, creating steals and getting her hands on blocks, those are all stuff that doesn't show up on the stat sheet.
Yeah, and is that part too, like the buy-in on the defensive side? You kind of just talked about that a few minutes ago, but that buy-in too, did you know that whenever you were going to get Fudd as a player out of college, that you were going to get a player that was going to be that committed to the defensive side too?
Yeah, without a doubt, especially where she played in college. And the emphasis on playing the right way on both ends of the floor was big in the entire selection process.
I'm always interested in the head coach and point guard connection, and the like when you watch Paige orchestrate the offense. Can you walk me through what's going on in your mind? Is she playing it the way you see it play out, or is she doing things that you're like, oh, I didn't expect that, but I'm glad that it happened?
She's just special. She sees things 2-3 steps ahead of how things happen, and I think the way that she's playing from an efficiency standpoint, not only with the ball in her hands but also off the ball, it's a sight to see. And then, down the stretch, she wants to take the big shot and she wants the ball in her hands.
Is there been a moment kind of springboarding off of that question where you've questioned that decision and she's like, yeah, but what you have to remember is X, Y, and Z was about to happen, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, good point.
No, see it all the time. I see it every day. She's special.
Now, and you were just talking about some of the defensive prowess of your players. How quickly was that instilled in them that, hey, you can shoot, you can score points, that's awesome, but defense is what's going to get you on the court on this team?
Well, that's what we continue to talk, right? That's a constant, whether the ball's going in the basket or not. The one thing that you can always do is defend, right? And with next best efforts, with multiple actions. So if we continue to do that and hang our hat on the defensive end and rebounding, the sky's the limit for this group.
Do you get, and I know you just said the sky's the limit for this group, do you pay attention to or tell the team, you're off to the best start in Dallas Wings history? Is that something that comes up, or are you like, that's great, that's not really a goal of ours?
We don't really talk about it. The process is going to take care of itself. I know it's cliche and it's easy to say, but the next game is the most important one, right? And if you continue to do that night in, night out, the end result will take care of itself.
All right, that makes sense.
I just, one of the things I think I really like about this, and you see some teams are driven by one star player, and they're like the center of the universe for everything, and as talented as Paige is, and as Kevin, when we were there, we felt like she immediately got this, she's the alpha of the room. Everything gravitates towards her, but she's such a good distributor. She sees that game, as you were just talking about. It feels like this is ultimate team ball. On any given night, you have a group, you have somebody, an individual that can do what Jessica Shepard did, or you have Maddie will go in there and drop some threes on people. It just feels like you have a cohesive, real team unit that's willing to all sacrifice for each other. Was that a built-in tension, or did it come along? Has it come along a certain way?
No, this roster was built. You built a roster with the returners, and then free agency and the draft, right? And I think front office did a really, really good job putting this team together.
Something I've always been curious about, because you were just talking about, what y'all's goals are, and the next game will take care of itself as long as you're doing the right things and winning and everything. Something I'm fascinated by specifically in your sport and what you do. Do you feel any responsibility, or do you get the sense that other people in the league feel the responsibility to continue the growth of the game? And I know your job is to win games, but when you talk about the American Airlines Center game on Sunday, do you feel that responsibility to help grow the crowds, grow the game, grow the sport?
Oh, without a doubt. And I think where we're at now, and the meteoric rise of the W and these players, after the CBA was signed, and the expansion teams that are going to be coming in the next 3 years. It's huge. And you see that now with the amount of marketing and merchandise and ticket sales, and practically every game's on some kind of network. It's great to see, not only for the WNBA, but for young girls watching and our sport.
What would be your message then to people? Because I'm sure you're familiar with this battle. Sometimes we still have to fight this battle of when we talk about the Wings, some people don't understand that surge in popularity. And Toronto is a road game. So going back to Sunday, or y'all have 2 more games at the College Park Center next week, why would you encourage people who've maybe never been to a WNBA game in person to check it out?
Well, I think the success that we're having, our style of play, right, and we have some really big stars in this league, right, in the DFW area, and I guarantee you come out and come watch this team play, you're going to come back. So, and I think there's an incredible amount of excitement around the franchise right now because of the success that we're having.
Coach, it's been great talking with you, and we always do enjoy talking with you. I just always am kind of interested. Would you rather talk to us or be watching film on Chicago? If you had your
Probably
choice.
Toronto, right?
Yeah, Toronto.
Well, I took the time to talk to you guys because I know how important, I know how much you care about this team and how important it is to get the word out there about Sunday, because we're going to get back. We're going to be off Saturday, and we're just going to have a shoot around to get ready for a really, really good Chicago team. But as soon as I hang up with you guys, I'm going to go get a couple slices of pie and watch some film.
Did you coach just a tiny bit harder last night, knowing that you were going to be on the show with us today?
Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I choose to believe that is true.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, congrats on the 3-game winning streak. Best of luck against Toronto, and then we will see you on Sunday at the American Airlines Center.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Wings head coach Jose Fernandez right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you forget a question?
Yeah, well, when he said get a couple slices of pie, I didn't ask, all right, what's the go-to? Do you get the pepperoni? Do you eat from crust first? Those are always important. Hold on. You've never seen... Remember when they tried to push that? They were like, eat the crust first. And we're like, shut up. That's
what they did, stuffed crust, right?
Yeah, and you're like, no, I'll save that for the end. But crust is always for the dog. Everybody knows that. But no, I would never start crust first. The best bite is the first one.
Let me ask you...
Actually, the best bite is that one that has just a little more sauce near the edge of the crust, but also has the caked on cheese.
Let me ask you a question. Would you think any differently of him if what he actually said was, no, 2 slices of pecan, and he was going to get actual pie at 11 in the morning? Do you feel like society would accept that if you're like, I'm going to get 2 pieces of actual pie at this time?
There are, Alec, you know this, the only times that you can go have pie that early in the morning is you're replacing a meal is around the holidays, Thanksgiving, or around Christmas time, or if Alec brings you one of his peanut butter pie recipes that he made.
Yes.
Other than that, though, Kevin, you do not. I don't think it's acceptable to have pie this early in the morning.
I feel like we could change that. But then
What if he said he just had cheese pizza, though? What if he was like, I'm a cheese pizza guy? Do you trust people like that?
I do. And he knows this. Every once in a while, his answers strike me as I eat cheese pizza. Look, I love Coach. Every once in a while. I say every once in a while. And then one more thing. This is what happens every single time. Why do you think it is, let's say with WNBA, more than anything else, people feel the need to tell you how angry they are that you're talking about this? From the 972, this would be the time I quit listening. Is the thought there that we're just going to bail on an interview because somebody said they were going to stop listening? And then from the 972, oh yeah, a league that has never made any money, 100% subsidized by the NBA. I mean, I feel like we've talked about that quite a bit, but also for the first time ever, they're on pace to turn their profits. So, like,
oh, really?
Yeah, that's well, part of the reason is, and Coach Fernandez just talked about it, was a new collective bargaining agreement. The new collective bargaining agreement changed a lot of stuff when it comes to the financials of this league. And so I think that's going to be a big deal, but it also shows the growing popularity of the league. And you don't have to, I'm not saying you have to it.
They marketed it over the last 3 years better than they ever have.
I think you're right. And then there's no doubt about it. Like the arrival of people like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Paige Beckers, that made a difference too. Like, yes, I know Angel Reese exists, but like that made a difference too in the league. It just feels like when people don't like another topic, they just don't maybe necessarily say anything. But for whatever reason, the WNBA seems to rile people up more than any other topic. I'm not saying you have to like it, but they're going to have a ton of people at the American Airlines Center. They're probably going to play all their... I mean, look, Fernandez had said this in the past, and they were like, well, let's slow down just a little bit. They might well play all of their games there next year. I think that is going to happen. So, like, it is a big Metroplex sport. So if you don't like it, that's okay. But the idea that we just would never talk about it feels kind of foolish to me.
I mean... There's some good relationships we've made with some people over there too. I'm rooting for them.
Yeah,
and I think that's I think if we do go about the Sean Sharif approach to things though, and we're just like, I care about ratings, and the ratings is all that matters.
Yeah.
And if the ratings tell me things are rocking, then we'll just go with whatever's the ratings are good. And the ratings have told us whatever we talk about seems to be something y'all love.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate y'all.
And then for the team itself, you're off to the best start in franchise history and probably going to fill up the AAC on Sunday. That is a pretty, and you have the face of you have the face of the league now. I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. Like you
think Caitlin Clark's no longer that?
I think it has been Caitlin Clark, but I think Paige. When you look at the voting results for the All-Star, I think it's Paige now.
What's crazy is Asia Wilson's the best player in the league
for sure,
and it might be a little late in her career for her to like retake that. But you got a good point. Like Paige has made the rest of the league recognizes her young skill. And the rest of the league recognizes what she is to the WNBA too, and that Dallas has now become a hotbed for talent,
right?
And could be contending for a championship. Like maybe not this year, but they are on their way definitely to it. They're going to be a tough team to beat.
You better hope Coach didn't hear you say that.
You know what? You might be right, dude. They are going to be fighting for it. I will say this though, just like with the World Cup, Kevin, for me, I just have more faces to recognize and more stars that I'm like, oh, that's you were just kind of alluding to.
Yeah.
I have more things that I'm connected to than I ever have been with the WNBA before, and I appreciate it.
By the way, did you see the thing where AZ Fudd was? I saw it on TikTok where AZ Fudd was going to get her car, and this little, I don't know, like 3-year-old was yelling AZ, AZ, and so she stopped, heard her, ran over there, and picked her up and gave her a hug.
Oh, that's sweet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in an effort to top that sweetness, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus do not call the cops when you're committing a crime. Next on The Fan. first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Corey, quick question. What is your confidence level in Alec knowing he has to do this segment while also training somebody? Can he pull it off?
0%, because he's also he's struggling with his voice still. He's got a little allergy stuff.
No, it's a lot better today.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
I'm like 98% on you.
All right. Well, okay, fine. 2%.
Okay, so combined, we're 100%. It's time for this.
What does this button do?
You're welcome.
Please, please, do not push the button.
Nice.
You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Corey. It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, pro tip, don't call the cops when you're committing a crime yourself. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
And that makes sense.
We will get to that here in just a little.
I feel like there was this is years ago, Alec, I'm sorry. But Colby did news and notes one night, and a guy had broken into a Burger King and then called the cops because he was upset that they didn't have what he was trying to cook or something like that. He was mad, and he was calling the cops to tell them, they don't have this. And so he got arrested.
So it's actually not too far from that.
Really? I'm sorry. Never mind. We'll wait till later.
No, it's not too far from that. It's not fast food related, but it's not too far where you're like, why would you call to complain in the middle of a crime? We'll get to that. It's going to be fun. But
I'm going to just throw out a prediction. It was a Blake situation where they didn't actually think it was a crime. And he's like, no, you can do that. And they're like, you cannot.
I like how Blake has his own topic of situations. He has a lot of things that probably should not be tied to him. We will get to that in a moment, Kevin. Today.
Ooh, I have another idea.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Again, 2% is what I was shooting for, so I'm trying to sabotage it.
I can tell.
We should be quiet.
You're always trying to sabotage. The question of the day, because today, if you go to the National Day calendar, it is National Video Game Day. It's National Video Game Day. So, if you had to guess, I always pose the question like this. If you could pull up a leaderboard, like you get at the end of a video game, about your life, and you saw the game that you have spent the most time in your life on, what would it be? 877-881-1053. Because everybody went through a phase of something that they couldn't stop playing, whether it was on a console, the smartphone game, Candy Crush had its legacy run for a lot of people. If it's something like that, I would hate to see those numbers, by the way. If I could just pull up that stat board of how much time I've spent doing things in my life, I would hate to see some of those numbers.
Unfortunately, Call of Duty actually does track that. So there have been a couple times where I've gone and navigated to that screen on accident and been like, I have wasted so much time. But if it's time that you enjoy, is it wasted? And I feel like if you could have been more productive at something else, then yes. But if you're just but that was my scheduled enjoyment time, then I don't think it was wasted. So, and instead of being out at a bar with my friends, I was just playing video games with my friends. So I think it's Call of Duty, but I will admit also I've played a lot of Clash of Clans and a lot of late. I've been playing Brawl Stars, and because my kids wanted to play, so I got on that. But I think those would be my top 3 at this point, considering the amount of time. Madden number 4, but it's been a long time since I've played Madden.
Same. It's the same game every year at this point.
Yeah.
Makes me sad.
I was going to say Super Mario 3.
What? Do you still play that game?
No. I thought you were saying all time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, Super Mario 3.
You invested that much time. Huh?
I think I've changed my answer to the Simpsons Hit and Run from GameCube.
Dude, that game was ahead of its time.
It really was. And like, I remember thinking when that game came out, like I was going to play it and hopefully buy it. I was like, man, I wish they would come out with a good Simpsons game, because it just felt like it didn't exist. So they took a lot of elements of Crazy Taxi,
yes,
and they put into that game, but they had all kinds of fun stuff. I spent so much time playing that game. So I think I'm going to change my answer to the Simpsons Hit and Run. That game was awesome.
That game was the like precursor to GTA for kids whose parents wouldn't let them play GTA.
Ooh, I can see that because it was, PG-ish.
It had the open world element where you could kind of just run around and do whatever you wanted to.
How important is that element of a game? Like, I know you need to focus, but the D around factor.
Yes.
Where you could just play and, like, collect coins or whatever, or just, like, have some fun with your friends.
And that's why my answer is GTA 5, because I would say I played the campaign once and then never touched it again, because we would just go to online and find the dumbest things to do.
Like, all right, today I'm going to make sure that they bring a helicopter and tank after me.
Yes.
Over on this, no, those were the wildest things.
And the thing is, they kept on adding stuff that was intentionally to mess with people online. Like, they added these war bunkers where you can get an orbital cannon that will strike people from space, and you had to pay like $500,000 in the game to launch it, but you could. It was a direct hit every single time. So of course I bought one, and I got the orbital cannon. And anytime people were trying to sell drugs or whatever in the game, I would just blow up their cars, because I'm like, I'm evil.
Vigilante.
I'm evil.
Don't be trying to sell drugs to kids.
Exactly. So I'm like, hey, I'm taking justice into my own hands in San Andreas or Los Santos, whatever area it was. But yes, I love that idea that you could just log on and say, we'll find something to do. There's no objective. We'll just find something.
I had never heard of this game in my life, but Kevin Walker said Geometry Dash.
Ooh, that went triple platinum in middle school.
Is that a learning game?
Yes.
Is it really?
I mean, it was on Cool Math Games.
All right.
That's
okay.
why. Yeah.
It is. There are angles. You remember? Did you ever play? What was the Flappy Bird or whatever?
Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird, where you just kind of had to keep the bird like in without hitting the pipes or whatever. It's kind of like that.
Oh yeah.
And it's a higher paced Mario, basically, Kevin. But Carter plays that. He used to have it on my phone, then he moved it to his phone, and now he has it on his computer. And I'll walk in there and he's on like with his friends, and they don't play in the same, like, it's not you're in the same screen.
Yeah,
they're just all playing it at the same time and yelling about how I could have died, was about to die.
Alec, if I was an angle, do you think I would be an acute one?
You would be obtuse.
Jeez,
that's hurtful.
How?
I don't know.
That's my favorite angle.
Yeah.
I said it.
Oh, man. Mark that.
Jeez. I'm not going to answer now because I feel bad. From the 325 GoldenEye. That's a lot of people's.
Yeah. I was so bad at that. I think people would want me to play GoldenEye so they could not be on my team and know they could rack up kills on me.
Let's see. From the 214 World of Warcraft, a younger version of me, yes. 100%. And that's a game where you can do, I think, like /time or something, and it will tell you exactly how much time you've played.
Have you seen that South Park episode of World of Warcraft? Have you seen it? If your kids have ever played World of Warcraft, I would love it if you would watch it. It's so
awesome.
funny.
Is that the one? Is that where Leroy Jenkins comes from?
No.
What was that game?
Or yes, the game. Yes, I thought you meant the show. Yes.
Leroy Jenkins.
It's from like an early version of the game too.
And then those people all stand around and they're like, "Oh crap!
I guess we got to go."
Yeah.
Damn it, Leroy.
They failed that mission, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
How things went. Sound like they were getting mauled by some bat things.
Because he just ran in there while they had planned it all.
Sounds
All
terrifying.
right, I'm going to go in there with my shield.
From the 318, the Rhino Shield. From the 318, MLB The Show. I went through, in high school, I went through a massive MLB The Show phase. Like, that game is so infuriating and
Did
so
you create
angering.
your own players for your team?
Oh, yeah. Road to the Show was awesome, where you came up like you were a college prospect or something. And I have no idea what Majors
I don't know what he's doing either. My creative player was Crusher Johnson, which I just thought was an awesome name.
See, You guys know probably by now I'm vertically challenged, so I would always make my guy like Joey Gallo's build.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I would make him like 6'4", about 245. He would be a 45 to 55 home run hitter every year because why not? Or he was a pitcher that threw absolute gas.
Where did you go?
During the last break, I threw away my cut sheet and live sheet and stuff that I'd written notes on for later in the show.
Because he just looked up and ran out of the room. And
I didn't
was
want them to accidentally throw out the trash before I got up and get it. You know, I didn't want to lose. This is very important information.
That's so important.
Well, appreciate the interaction there, I guess, Corey. I'm going to tell you a story. Usually this is a Florida man story. It's a Maryland man story.
Oh.
Not Marilyn Manson. Maryland
Sharif.
man. Police arrested a man who called them because his truck was stolen as he was allegedly burglarizing a Verizon store. So according to Fox 5 in Maryland, members of the Howard County Police Department were dispatched to a 7-Eleven in Ellicott County, Maryland, or City, Maryland, on the morning of June 25th in response to a call from a man named Jalen who said his truck had been stolen. Body cam footage shows the officers arriving on the scene 30 minutes after they responded to another call that a Verizon store, had been robbed directly across the street from this 7-Eleven, which was perpetrated by somebody who was cut while crawling through the window they broke in to gain access, which they found out was the same man that called to report his truck was stolen. So in the middle of stealing from a Verizon store, he gets his truck stolen by somebody else. So he calls the cops in the middle of the act to say, hey, I'm committing a crime here, but somebody took my truck.
So I think that crime is worse.
A 29-year-old man was arrested and charged with burglary, theft, and destruction of property after being cuffed by an officer who couldn't help but note on body cam how just ironic that situation was. And he said, hey, karma strikes, you know?
All right. Normally this is when we go to break, but I have a quick question. Somebody texted in Conker's Bad Fur Day. Was that the Nintendo 64 game that was like MA? Because I remember we had some Nintendo 64 game that was really popular that we had a bunch of that worked at the video store, and they were like, hey, make sure you don't rent this out to kids without their parents' permission or whatever, because it's got a bunch of dirty stuff in it. I need help with that. If it wasn't Conker's Bad Fur Day, I need to bring up something else. And speaking of breaking format, coming up next, it's supposed to be time for Gridiron Gravy, but there is something I have seen on ESPN talking about the Rangers that is infuriating that we might need to discuss. We'll find out what happens next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we catch up with our buddy Ari.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And you know what? We're going to get to Gridiron in a second. I know normally this is where we do Gridiron Gravy, but there's just something that I saw that I thought was absolute madness.
How dare you?
Okay. Well, because of that, then, ESPN put together their power rankings for baseball, and that's all fine and well. But you go down, the Rangers are at 13. I think that feels about right. First half MVP is Josh Young. Okay. It says all-star caliber performances, 0. The Rangers, Orioles, and Rockies are the only 3 teams that didn't get anybody into the all-star team, into the all-star tier. And they talked about, Jacob deGrom, Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford have all been, fine to solid, but that's about it. And I know he's not a huge name, but what the hell else would Jacob Latz have to do? Has 18 saves with a 1.71 ERA and a whip of 0.62, which is insane. If you have a whip at or below 1, even as a reliever, that is terribly impressive. So what's up with that?
So he is an all-star?
He is.
So, I feel like that does mean all-star level.
In your face, ESPN.
Yeah, dumb. But I also think that he doesn't have a name.
You're right.
And not having the name that sticks out yet, a full season of it, and I know this is literally a half-season discussion on that conversation, but a full season of it might get him noticed a little bit more. But Kevin, he wasn't even qualified as a closer to start this season.
Yeah.
He was fighting and vying for the starting spot, and then became hey, can he throw a couple innings? Can he be our long reliever? And then became hey, maybe he's not. Actually, didn't his first game this year was to replace Jacob deGrom because Jacob deGrom wasn't ready for game 2 of the season. So you have all that, and then it's not like he came into the season as Rivera. I agree with you on this. I'm trying to play devil's advocate a little bit on here's why they probably were too dumb to put him in there. But we also are so close to it. We've been watching this dude in real time, and we've been rooting for him hard, and he has not let us down.
Is this is one more confusing thing, if you will allow me just one more minute.
And I think you should ask Skip about this too.
Ooh, okay.
Kick him off.
MLB WAR. I know Corey Seager plays a premium defensive position, but his WAR this season is a 1, and Jacob Latz is a 1.9. So I am to believe that Jacob Latz has been worth about 1 more win this season than Corey Seager. What the hell are we even talking about?
Well, Kevin, this is the year 2026, and it's a new world.
Is it?
Yeah, it was a different time.
Okay. So 667 OPS compared to 18 saves and a 1.71 ERA is about 1 win difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Hey, I'll tell you this, though. I don't want people to know how good Latz is because I don't want people asking for him at the trade deadline.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't want people to I like what Latz is doing. I mean, we laid it out the other day. We asked Skip, what makes him such a special pitcher? And Skip laid it all out there with hey, man, I have no clue what I'm going up against. Most closers, they only pitch 1 inning. Most closers also, you kind of have an idea of it's 1 or 2 pitches that you can't hit off of them, and you got to have to guess which one it's going to be. Or maybe if it's Rivera, it's just 1 pitch. And then, but not a lot of closers are going out there with a 4-pitch arsenal,
right,
and can throw all of them for strikes.
Right.
And right now, Bobby pointed out the other day, I think it was 12 out of 13 of his curveballs that he's thrown have been outs. He's out of 12 out of 13 of them. You're getting out every time you swing at him. Swing and miss. Good luck.
Now, let's fire up some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
The Pittsburgh Steelers installed new grass field at their stadium after, what do you think their previous field received from the players in that NFLPA report card?
A 0.
Got an F-.
That's a 0.
That does.
Is that 0 minus?
Yeah, but they gave them an F-.
-5.
And so they were like, well, we better change it. And props to the Steelers. They did go ahead and change it. Let's go to Von Miller. In November, he said he did not regret choosing the Commanders over the Seahawks. He said he'd make that decision 10 times out of 10. But apparently not 11 times out of 11, because now he concedes, quote, obviously I picked the wrong team on that one.
Oh, wow.
I mean, but that's fair. The other team won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it was the friends you made along the way.
Ew.
What?
No.
You'd rather win a Super Bowl than make some lifelong friends?
Yes. I want you to be dead serious with me.
What?
You're Dak Prescott.
Whew, I'm rich.
Would you rather make what will be your best friend,
and I'm also paid appropriately,
or win a Super Bowl?
I get to make my new best friend, which I already have you, Kevin.
And you can make another friend that's just a little bit less good.
Right? Or win a Super Bowl, and I'm Dak Prescott.
I'm not saying you can't ever have another friend.
So can I ever be friends with you again if now I've made a new friend?
Sure. That's not what the Bluebell commercial would say, but that's what
my new friend might be obsessed with me and not let me.
All right, I know you saw Obsession. You should watch it. It's really good.
It's all right.
You're picking the Super Bowl. Come on.
Yeah, because you know how many friends, like if I'm Dak Prescott and I win a Super Bowl, I think Dak's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be right about that.
And so, you know how many friends I can have in the Hall of Fame?
Exactly.
And if I go by John Madden's approach, even in death, my bust will continue to have those friends. So
it's a good point. Never mind. All right. Who is the best not Myles Garrett edge rusher?
Oh, this is a good conversation because Max Crosby's in the conversation. I think Micah could be the number 2 in this conversation for sure. Bosa's in there, but I'll say Micah would be the next one.
Do you know the lowest anybody put Myles Garrett in their top 10 scouts, coaches, etc.? Nobody voted him not one.
Yeah, he is the most unanimous player.
That's crazy.
I think I've ever seen in my life.
So,
but we had this argument the other day. Like, I don't think Will Anderson gets enough love yet because
that's about to change.
Okay.
So, Myles Garrett, number 1, once again. Micah Parsons is second on the list, and Will Anderson is third on the list. Though I would like to talk more with the people that ranked him 8, but he did jump up year over year from 8 to 3rd on the ESPN list. And what they do, go position by position from executives, coaches, scouts, ranking the top players by position in the NFL. So for edge rusher, it goes Myles Garrett 1, Micah Parsons, Will Anderson, Max Crosby 4, Aiden Hutchinson 5, Danielle Hunter 6. It is amazing how he has been able to rebuild his career.
And teamed up with Will Anderson, dude.
When people were like, oh, maybe he's
in the right system for him.
Yes.
With D'Amico Ryan's system.
TJ Watt is 7. That's a fall from 2. Nick Bosa is 8. Brian Burns is 9. And Nick Benito is number 10 on the list. By the way, Jared Verse, who was involved in that Micah Parsons or that Myles Garrett trade, he is number 11. He is the top honorable mention on the list.
So right now, we still kind of consider the Rams favorites.
Sure.
But Myles just made it over. He just made it. He's been in purgatory forever. And then you kind of go through this list. I don't know that Micah's team's the favorite. I don't know that Houston's a favorite. I don't know that the Raiders definitely aren't.
Right.
The Lions aren't. It doesn't seem to be like these guys carry that all by themselves. And they can't. Like, they have one job, but they are a specific treat to have on your team. There's just so much more that you have to have as a team developed before I think you can have that to say, now we're ready. And I think the Rams are kind of at that spot now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, considering what is happening with Corey Seager, are there other previous Metroplex athletes you've seen the fan base turn on? And why did it happen? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line. We'll do next on The Fan.
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher coming up in about 20 minutes. But this conversation started before the show based off of something that happened on Sean and RJ's show. So thank you very much for firing this up. And they were talking with Brett Boone, as they do every single week. And essentially, the question was about like the Metroplex turning on Corey Seager. We're going to get to that audio in just one second. But that started the question with us is, are there other previous Metroplex athletes you've seen the fan base turn on, and why? And I don't know if we'll totally get into this part of the why, but like, is it any different when they're a transplant here versus if they're your own guy? So there could end up being like two different parts to this. But let's go to Brett Boone and essentially that idea of the Metroplex turning on Corey.
I think everything is temporary, especially in our society. People love winners. People love to win. I think we've seen it throughout history where you're down and out and the fans turn on you. If Corey gets this back situation back to North, gets back in the lineup, starts producing and helps get these guys into the postseason and making a run, I think all will be forgotten. So right now it doesn't seem very good. It seems pretty dismal with all he's done being the MVP of the World Series in 23. But I think this is a temporary thing that only one person can control, and that's Corey. And that's by getting back on the field and playing the way he's capable of playing. So I don't think it's a long-term thing. I think fans are fickle. I think they get frustrated. I don't think in their heart of hearts they hate Corey Seager. But the sentiment has changed right now because of him not being able to stay on the field right now. And none of us know what's really going on. Obviously, something's bothering him, something that the organization and himself need to take some time to rectify. But knowing Corey, he's very soft-spoken. He doesn't say much. All he needs to do is kind of get this thing right, get back on the field, help this team win, help get them into the postseason. And I think this will be a footnote. We won't even be talking about it.
He might be right about that part, too. I think one of the things, you can buy a lot of goodwill with accessibility, and whether even if you're a jerk, people are like, well, I mean, that's just who they got. You know what it is, but like Barry Bonds, the conversation could definitely be, if Barry Bonds was nicer, would he be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah,
that's a definite question.
David Ortiz used that to his advantage.
But in that part of how fast people have turned, they definitely could. If he hits a home run that sends them into the playoffs and then carries them through the playoffs to a run that absolutely people will be like, dude, that tear that he went on, though. I know everything was bad, but right now, I've never seen so many texts that have said trade this guy.
Yeah,
and he is one of those guys that he did something for you. But it's, what have you done for me lately? Every year, the players will tell us that, right? It's a new year now, and so I'm focused on these things. So you got a really good point. I think one name that was brought up was Diggs.
Oh, that is a good one.
Trayvon Diggs, like, we thought we had the king of cornerbacks.
That's a good one.
And then immediately it just fell apart. And the Cowboys front office did not help, because they were just as beat up about it as we were as fans, too.
And I think you're going to maybe see a theme with some of these players, because you mentioned Trayvon Diggs comes up on the fan text. Two that I thought of pretty quickly were Dez and Zeke. Now, one of the reasons I think that all three of those have in common is people only started to really turn on them after they got paid, right? Because if you struggle and you're not getting paid, people might be agitated. Like I saw somebody say Derek Lively. And maybe that's the case. I don't know if people are going to get as heated about that just because, like, he wasn't a number one pick. I know he went in the first round, but he wasn't, like, at the very top of the draft, and he doesn't make a lot of money.
But the hype was already there, right? We were already like, oh my gosh,
after his first season.
After season one, it was like, oh my gosh, we're about to be this good because of this guy, And then since then, he just has been non-existent. But I don't think it's as angry.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like people are disappointed, to your point, but not like, "Arr." Whereas with Dez and Zeke, it felt like people were legitimately angry. And I decided just to kind of double check on this. Dez Bryant, he got paid for the 2015 through 2019 season.
And he worked the Cowboys on that contract up until the last second.
He really did. And he was never good again. He was never really good again after that. Going into that negotiation, he had 3 straight seasons with at least 88 catches and at least 1,200 yards. And his touchdowns were 12, 13, and 16.
He was phenomenal.
The rest of the way with the Cowboys, he had a total of 17 touchdowns, and that's spawned over 3 years, even though the contract was for 5 years. And so I think that made people were already waiting to hate on Dez because they didn't like his supposed issues before he came into the NFL and everything. But once he got paid and didn't produce, that made them mad.
That's interesting because Dak and Tony are different stories, right? Completely different in that they've gotten paid, but they have every opportunity to continue to produce. And Dak will 1 year, won't 1 year, but is more or less consistent with that.
Yeah.
And
do you feel like there's a lot of people who, you're right, they get hated on a lot. Do you feel like they also have a huge amount of supporters compared to some of these players?
Dez still has a massive amount of supporters. Zeke, I think it was the moment that he played center, which was not his fault.
Yeah.
He was told to go do it. And he was like, I am a team guy.
That was so
stupid. And he went and did it, and it was not his fault, but he did it anyway.
Well, so he decided to shake down the Cowboys when he still had 2 years left on his contract, and I would too, because the Cowboys always fold in negotiations.
They did.
And they did. You're right. He got a 6-year, $90 million deal. Starting with the team for September 4th, 2019, right when the season was starting. And so that season, still very, very good. And that was the end of the road for him. So 1,357 yards, 12 touchdowns. After that, he was treading water at 4 yards a carry. His touchdowns went down, and even when they were still solid, his yards per carry was pathetic. When he came back here, obviously it was terrible. He struggled in New England, and I think people turned on him because they were like, well, hold on, we could have gotten you all the way for a good price and you still would have been good, but it felt like him and his agent were like, hey, I'm not going to be good much longer. So let's shake the Cowboys down for some money. And good for them for getting it, and bad for the Cowboys for not knowing that.
From the 817, Seager earned his money in 23 though, and brought us a championship. So he didn't get paid after that championship.
See,
and you have said many times that it was worth it.
Absolutely.
And it's still at this point, I guess he's going to have the statue, right? He's going to have it.
With the
home run that he hit with the catcher. And the money has been earned. We would like you to earn the rest of the money.
And that's the thing, because they also said, so the haters need to STFU. I don't agree with that. And I think the first part of what you said can be true, and then the second part is wrong. So I agree that Seager, I'll always be fine with the contract they gave Seager, because you don't win a World Series or even come close to it without him. So I'm fine with that. But at the same time, you can be frustrated with what he's doing now and think that he's no longer beneficial to the club, short or long term.
I see.
Both of those things I think can be accurate.
By the way, real quick, Justin Verlander just announced his retirement.
What?
At the end of this year.
Oh, okay.
So, hey, guys, I'm going to go on tour, but this is it for me.
Do you think he should have gone ahead and announced Scherzer's retirement, too, for him?
Scherzer would punch him in the throat.
That is probably true. That is probably true.
What'd you just do? This is my retirement announcement, and stab him in the neck with a baseball bat.
Or just stare him down with his 2 different color eyes and intimidate him, which I always thought was really cool. I have another question for you about a player. Josh Hamilton.
Ooh, good.
Josh Hamilton, do you feel like the fan base turned on him while he was still here? Was it after the fact?
It's too late.
Okay.
No, they didn't turn on him while I did. You remember the time exactly when I turned on him. It was right at the end of May, and I said, Kevin, he has already done everything he needs to do
to get a contract
in order to get whatever
that
contract he wants. His numbers by the end of May were so good. And starting in June is whenever everything turned for him. He did have a decent August. He had a pretty good August, actually. But in June and July, he started breaking up with the fan base. And they were slowly like, what's going on with Josh? And I was trying to tell everybody, it's because he's letting you know he's not coming back. He's done everything he needs to do. He doesn't care about this team anymore. He's going somewhere else. Y'all go ahead and and forgive him in your mind and move on, because whenever he signs with another team, you're going to be like, what has happened? And then you're going to look back and say, Corey told me so all along, and I did.
So, to your point.
But nobody turned on him until it was too late, until he'd already left.
Was it that presser that really hammered it home?
And then, you know what?
It's not a baseball town.
Even still, one of the best moments, and I have a friend that was at this game, one of the best moments was that Derek Holland got to strike him out for us.
Yeah.
And I'm dead serious. Not because
I get it.
We're friends with Derek, but because Derek was the Rangers fan base's guy. And whenever he did that, it felt like he had a little extra for Josh Hamilton because he understood the baseball town thing.
Now, those first 2 months, by the way, I decided to just check. In the first 2 months of the season, Josh Hamilton had 21 home runs, 57 RBIs. He was hitting .368 with an OPS of 1.184.
He could have had the Triple Crown.
You're right about that.
He could have set RBI records and probably a home run record if he really wanted to. But in June and July, what do you have those numbers in June? I think he had like 177.
In June, he was 223, and in July, he hit 177.
Yeah.
With in June, he had 35 strikeouts.
Ugh.
Which is pretty astonishing.
Yeah, he just was going to the plate looking like he did not care.
Yeah.
And wasn't that when he started blaming it on, caffeine drinks or whatever?
Oh, yeah, or his blue eyes.
Like, dude, keep dipping, bro. Whatever your Samson is, you need it back. But yeah, let me throw another name out there. T.O. T.O. was a guy that got here just the whole time. Bill Parcells was like, look, man, he can play, and I'll have him around because he can play. And the whole time it was like, oh my gosh, T.O.'s so good on the field. And then once he became less good on the field and problematic, everybody was just like, all right, you can get rid of him now.
And I know this is the thing that you're fascinated.
And then he also gives people the finger on the way out the door. So that's kind of that's
he
his
stayed
approach.
true to himself. Now, I know you are big on this, and I thought this was fascinating. Do you think people were quicker or had a shorter fuse with T.O. because he wasn't like our guy? You didn't like Dez was your guy. We drafted him, brought him up through the system.
You don't really care that much.
Yeah.
You're not as emotionally connected. With Dirk, you're emotionally connected. With a Michael Finley, you're like, well, I mean, we appreciate your time. Even though we still love Michael Finley, he got traded here, and he had already had a career before he got here.
Right.
Same thing with Tony Romo. Tony Romo was our guy. Troy Aikman was
my quarterback.
Troy Aikman we drafted. Emmett we drafted.
Yeah.
Michael we drafted. They still live in our hearts. Not only did they win the championships, were they great enough to top the mountain, but add into the fact that they were here from the get, and they never went, well, I mean, I guess Emmett did go somewhere else, but they, in our hearts, he went to Arizona. That's a retirement community.
Yeah, because somebody said Emmett. I don't feel like people turn on Emmett. They were all just like, this is weird.
People hated the diamond surrounded by trash thing, but they also agreed. They were like, hey, dude, you might be right about that.
Right.
Ian Kinsler kind of was a turn once. He said, I hope they go 0-162.
Oh, man. Ian Kinsler's a good one. But I'm fascinated.
But we all were just like, man, I'd probably say the same thing, too.
Yeah. And at least he was like out the door, whereas people have turned on Corey Seager while he's here. But I get it. Ian Kinsler left and said, I hope they lose all of them. And I was like, damn, man. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher and ask him if that's his real name. Next, right here on The Fan.
by the on-time experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Skip. Hello.
I got you there.
Okay. All right.
How you guys doing?
We're doing well. We're doing well. We have one quick non-baseball question for you, if you don't mind.
Of course.
All right, so we were talking this morning about what percentage of people actually go by the name that they were given at birth. And then we started talking about how you were going to be on the show, and we went down the rabbit hole a little bit. But for people who are not familiar, was your name given to you as Skip? And if not, can you walk everybody through that story?
Yeah, my real name is Jared, Jared. My dad didn't love it, let my mom name me. And about 4 years old, there was 5 Jareds on my T-ball team. I was on T-ball team pretty early on. And I could do some things athletically, whatever, but I couldn't skip for whatever reason. And my dad thought it'd be hilarious if he just nicknamed me Skip. And it kind of just caught on and called me Skip for the rest of my life. And when I was 16 years old, I had a Dodge Duster that I completely rebuilt. That was my first car with my dad and I. It was really cool to do it up and, drive off at 16 years old after we rebuilt this car. And my mom decided that she was going to put Skippy on my license plate, which on a muscle car isn't exactly the way to go. So as a 16-year-old driving to high school with a Skippy license plate was my nightmare. So that's how that story went, yeah.
Can you look back now and see how that's kind of a funny bit by your mom since your dad tried to overthrow the name choice?
I know. It's just unbelievable. They just kept one-upping each other. And so she calls me Skippy now. No one calls me Jared. So there we are. Yep.
Dude, this is the thing, man. Not only are you always fun and reflective, you can cook a mean steak, and we can find out stories like this. This is great stuff. Skip, before we get to your club, we just saw the announcement from Justin Verlander that he is going to retire at the end of the year. And I went and looked, and it looks like you hit 333 against Justin Verlander with a double. You got a couple hits and a double off of him in your time. Why were you so dominant against Justin Verlander?
Yeah, dominant. You have to look at the I think it might have been like a bloop over third base, and like it was a hustle double, that type of thing. But Justin Verlander, I did not see that news. Obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer, an incredible career, but sometimes you just luck into a couple hits in my position.
Not everybody in athletics and sports, especially in this game of baseball, gets to go out on their own. What do you think whenever you see, how do you like to celebrate the guys that are like, this is my last year? Because a lot of guys, it's like, I didn't know that was my last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a part of a couple of those. Obviously watching Kershaw do it in his final year was, an incredible, thing for the fan base in each city to see, a Hall of Famer kind of go out on his own and they get to celebrate that. I got to see it with Albert Pujols and Yadi Molina. That was, incredibly impressive to see what each fan base did for them. I love it, and I wish it would happen more often.
Now, looking back at last night's game, specifically the bottom of the ninth, you get back-to-back-to-back RBIs from Duran, Foscue, and then Osuna with the home run. How cool is that, given that two of them didn't even break camp with the team, and the other one did, kind of thought of as a bench or platoon player?
Yeah, and then you also have Peyton Gray throwing a huge inning in the eighth inning that didn't make it, right? So, Lopez and Diaz not on the team opening day. So, there's been a lot of moving parts this season because of injuries or, honestly, production and guys taking over positions. And Foscue, if you want to talk about him and what he has done, has been just absolutely incredible. We needed that left-handed platoon bat, left-handed pitcher platoon bat. And he has taken on this role and absolutely dominated it, where now the other side has to really think about putting in a left-handed pitcher. It is not easy to put a young guy in that pinch hitting role because, as you know, in your career as a minor leaguer, you're not coming off the bench and pinch hitting. You're just getting 4 and 5 at bats each day. And it's not easy to figure the league out and what they're trying to do. And it's usually in a higher leverage situation. Foscue has done an incredible job of that. Ozuna, I know he's been probably thinking about getting that first home run out of the way this year. Was a huge hit at the time because I didn't have to use lats. But yeah, you're right. A number of these guys at the bottom of the lineup, turning it over to the top, producing, and then, having come up, either through the minor leagues or off the waiver wire, credit to our front office of grabbing a hold of these guys, has really helped us stay afloat until these guys get back off the injury list.
Can I stick on Foscue for a second, Skip? He's kind of had this up and down with this club for many years now. Has he found a permanent home? Like in the Rangers fan base, we're seeing people go, yes, in our hearts, he has found his home with the way he's producing. But do you think he's found a permanent home here at this level?
Well, I know he's found a permanent home right now. He's producing, and that's what this game is all about. It's about results and producing, and I will tell you something about Justin is this guy believes in himself, believes in his ability, and he just needed an opportunity, and he got the opportunity. Yesterday at 12:30, he's in the weight room, absolutely crushing it. He's early hitting. He's getting his work in defensively. He knows that this is his chance to prove people right or prove people wrong. Like, this is his shot. And right now he's doing both, right, in a good way. And really proud of him. It was not easy coming out of spring training, not making the team. He kind of was injured, at the time of, making roster decisions. He went down to into AAA, absolutely dominated, forced himself onto the roster, and has continued to hit. So these are the stories I love. The guys that are, not counted out, but maybe not part of the equation, maybe entering the season because of injury or what have you. Signed Andrew McCutchen and a couple other guys to fill that spot. He didn't sulk. He forced himself on the roster, and now he's producing at an incredible clip.
That actually kind of leads us into Nicky Lopez. I will readily admit I fell into the trap of being like, well, this is a nothing move when the Rangers made it. What has made him so effective for this club?
Sometimes it's just certain players fit on certain clubs. Whether it's the environment, the culture, how they're utilized. You see that in a number of different players where, guys just don't fit on rosters or, they just didn't get enough playing time to show that, what their true value is. A few years ago, Nicky Lopez was part of the Gold Glove conversation. So we knew he could defend. And now that he's, kind of playing on an everyday basis, you see the quality of the bat, the fight, the competitiveness. And by the way, the energy that he brings inside the clubhouse is a lot like, Duran, where he just gets on guys. He's fun to be around. He wants to win. He's just a perfect player for what we needed at the time. And then we knew he was going to defend, but then now he's producing on the offensive side. It's just been a huge acquisition, especially now that, Corey's going to miss some time.
You talked about the clutch inning that Gray had yesterday. I do have to ask, and I know this is part of the job, the inning before, considering how much he has struggled this season, why put Chris Martin out there in a leverage situation?
Chris Martin's going to have to pitch for us in leverage spots. We have some injuries. Jacob Junis went down. Someone's going to have to fill that void. And Chris Martin has done it before. That's what we signed him to do. He came off the injured list, ready to go. We have Peoples and Gavin Collier that are young pitchers in the league that are still trying to find their way and, kind of going to get some more opportunity as the season progresses. Now that we've had some injuries, but Cole Winn pitched a really good inning. The inning before, we had to get Jacob a little early, just because of his, kind of hip discomfort, leg discomfort. So Cole Winn pitched a really good inning. And then it was, we handed the ball to Martin because we had confidence in him to get that, kind of bottom of the order, right-handed lane. And it just didn't work out yesterday. But we're going to need Chris to pitch in some big spots because of not only some injuries, but because this is why we acquired him.
Yeah, team's going to need guys to do their jobs for sure. That's that's how you win some baseball games. Skip, with the Jacob deGrom situation, the leg discomfort. I was kind of curious if you can kind of elaborate any more on what exactly that discomfort was or is, and was that something that happened like in the last start, or was it something like he tweaked it in the garden or something?
Yeah, well, I don't think he tweaked it in the garden, but who knows? So maybe that's where it started. No, he felt it. He felt it a little bit in the previous start, but it was just more of a maintenance thing this whole week. Didn't really think anything of it. When he was going through his progression during the week, he felt it kind of the last couple pitches in his bullpen warm up. Going into the game before the start of the game, kind of had an idea. Kind of what we were dealing with. Kind of was watching him go through it. It kind of got, a little bit worse each inning. And then after the fifth inning, it was just kind of time to, call it a day just because we didn't really want to push him too much further. The way he was, kind of throwing at the time, he was feeling it. You could see the velo kind of trending down a little bit. And I didn't want to put another body part in jeopardy because he was overcompensating. He feels a little bit better today. We'll see what it looks like. But I think, I'm hoping he's going to pitch in his next start and not miss any time.
One other thing that I was kind of curious about, because there's a lot of things that happen in this game that are kind of weird, and especially with the way numbers stand out. But first inning for deGrom just has not been his best. But then the rest of the innings, he just seems to find it. Do you have any explanation for what you see there?
Gosh, I know it's been a couple of our guys, right, throughout the season, and we've tried different things to change it up a little bit, whether it's been openers or different kind of work in the bullpens prior to the game, later, earlier, that type of stuff. So we're trying to figure it out, just like I'm sure the question's real because we're trying to figure out as well on what to do because you do want to score first as on our team, but you also want to throw up to zero in the first inning, right? Especially at home, it's a big deal. And we're all kind of scratching our heads trying to figure it out because it's not like it's been a thing career-wise with anybody, right? It's just kind of been one of these things this year, and so we're still diving in, whether it's with front office analytically or with our coaching staff. But I don't want it to be a thing like mentally of like, here we go again. And that's the main thing for me is just try to figure out that side of it. As far as like the pitch sequencing, and I think sometimes we're throwing kind of, first pitch strikes, to the leadoff hitter and they're ambushing us. We've made that adjustment. Now trying to figure out, the second and third out, without scoring runs is the next adjustment. But I do feel like the second half there will be a different trend where we're putting up more zeros than their crooked numbers on the other side.
I think we all understand the usage of the opener in certain rocker starts. Is it insane to think there could be a scenario where deGrom has an opening starter and then he goes in the second?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
So, no, that is no.
Just thought I'd check.
Way. Yeah. No, I appreciate the question. That's a hard no for me.
All right. Fair enough. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't at least ask that. Now, on questions that might be more probably yes, will we see Josh Young in the lineup today?
You won't see him in the lineup today. He's going through another progression. Hopefully he's available today. Really good day yesterday. It's always the next day to see how these guys come in and see how they feel and recover. So far, so good. I cross our fingers he'll be starting tomorrow, but it all depends on his work today.
We've experienced, I think as fans, kind of Mackenzie Gore's been an up and down kind of ride for us. Can you put his season into perspective from your eyes for us?
Yeah, I think it's always been that one inning that's kind of bit him, right? I mean, you see this guy cruising at 95 to 97 miles an hour. His off speed is working. He's got 50 pitches through 4, and then this one inning kind of creeps up on him, just a little bit like Jack, the beginning of the season, and then he kind of figured out how to get through kind of that fifth inning. Mac has had those kind of outlier weird innings that have cost him. And I think the majority of those innings start with walks. And I think if you can eliminate those walks, it eliminates the big inning, the crooked number, and you'll see McKenzie go into the 7th inning more often than not. He knows it. We know it. It's not like rocket science. I think when he is pounding the zone with his elite stuff, he is really, really good. I think it's the walks that will creep up, and then the kind of longer at bats that end up getting his pitch count to a spot where we have to start making decisions on bullpen matchups. But Mac is so athletic, so smart, always trying to figure out how to get better. Surrounded by really good people, obviously in DeGrom and Evo and others, and so I think he's still learning. Being surrounded by all these guys, I think he's thinking a different way this year, which is a good thing. And I think those kind of bigger innings will become smaller based on him just pounding the zone and trusting his stuff.
Whether it was before the season started, going into the homestand, or any place in between, did y'all have any kind of internal mark of, we need to make it to X number of wins by the All-Star break?
Yeah, not for me. I never really thought of it like that. I did want to, at least have a winning record and a chance, to win the division. That's kind of where we're at as far as, halfway point, midway point, or at the All-Star break. And I think we definitely have accomplished that, especially with, the amount of injuries that we've had the whole year of our star players. To be where we're at, you feel pretty good about it, because we still feel like, the run that we just made, the last 15 games or whatever it was before the Detroit series, I think we still have a couple more of those runs left, especially as we start getting more and more healthy, because these guys that have come up have done an incredible job of helping us win a ton of games, without our superstars around. And I think when they start getting healthy, Wyatt is trending in the right way. Still not sure, where Corey's at. It's kind of day to day on how he's feeling. But JJ's coming back. I think there's some guys that are becoming more and more healthy with that will help us get to where we want to be, and then we'll find out. But I think where we're at right now, obviously we would love to win more games, especially at home. But I think there's a lot of season left where we still can make, a few runs and really get in the thick of these things.
Skip, we love to talk to you, but our fans, our audience is always the Tolos out there, the turn it on, leave it on listeners. They're always texting in during your interview. One of them just came in that said, I'd ride into war with Skip any day. Love this guy. Love listening to him talk. Just wanted you to know how our audience feels about you. They really do enjoy listening to you talk baseball, and they get inspired by you too. I'm looking at this team, and it feels like a uniquely different team. It looks more confident. Do you feel like, how important is that confidence that this club has at the moment?
Well, first of all, I appreciate the comment. I know not everybody thinks that, but I really do appreciate that. And that just comes with the territory, right? And both good and the bad. But I do appreciate that. I do listen to the show quite often, just so you guys know. It's been awesome. But I will say that as far as the confidence of this team, it's there because there's a ton of guys who have won before, know what winning looks like in that clubhouse, including on our staff, including our GM, and including our president. They know what winning looks like. We expect to win. We expect to have a second half push. And the confidence is always going to be there. In my position, you have to have this crazy belief every single day that you're going to win the game. Every single day about every single player. You have to have this belief in your player, because if you don't, they're going to see that and they're going to think something else, right? So, and I do believe in this team. I always have, just because they've done it before. And I believe that there's going to be a real second half push, but we can't get to the second half push without winning today. And that's the mindset I always have. To try to win today, that means we win the series and continue moving forward. But how am I going to help our team and our guys believe they can win today is on the top of my list.
Last thing, I know you're busy with the big club and even the game today, like you just said, but do you get any kind of, scouting reports or give any input for the MLB draft since that starts on Saturday?
Oh yeah, I was in the draft meetings yesterday. This is the scouting directors and all the scouts World Series. It's fun to be a part of those. I've been in a number of them throughout my career in different organizations. It's fun to see different processes and how they think and how they work. And remember, my son's 18 years old. He's going into college or MLB draft as well, and so I've seen a lot of these high school players right through these showcases and area codes and USA and the whole bit. So I have an idea of some of these guys, and if they have questions, I'm always open to answer them. But these scouts have done a lot of work on these kids, and if I can be a resource, then great. If not, that's okay too.
Excellent stuff as always. Best of luck this evening, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan.
214. I knew Skip was a Tolo. He's one of us.
A variety of interesting things coming out from that discussion. Josh Young could be available tonight, will not be in the starting lineup, though, and maybe look for him to potentially get the start tomorrow, depending on how he reacts. And then I have a question. Did you approve of knowing that I was going into a losing situation? Mm-hmm. Did you approve of me asking if there's any chance DeGrom would get an opener, just knowing I tried to set it up with, hey, Kumar Rocker's a younger pitcher. Did you think that was a worthy question, knowing that it was going to fail?
Well, I didn't know you were going to do it. All right, so this is one of those weird moments where I was like, "What are you?" I was turning my head at you and being upside down face, what are you doing?
Hey, you set it up. 2.95 ERA in the first inning, 2.29 after that, and I was like, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, no, it's
the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thanks a lot, John Smoltz.
John Smoltz does not approve. You think John Smoltz would have an opener?
He was a closer eventually
because he was like, I will adapt my game. No, here's the thing, Kevin. I think everything also always does is based on results. It's a results-based business we're in, and the result was you got him to laugh and give you that's a hard no.
That's a hard no.
So I think I will approve of all of the way that went, and also I think somebody just said this. Zach in Frisco said, "I'm so glad you guys asked about his name." The fact that his mom added that to and she tried to one up him. He's caught in between.
His license plate said Skippy. And just when his
dad nicknamed him ironically. He was like, "You can't skip, but I'm going to call you this."
I liked the picture he painted of. Now, can you imagine going to high school in your muscle car with a Skippy license plate?
Hey, you know what? That just kind of toughens you up, I guess. You got to be tough. You're going to deal with it. Somebody said he was trying so hard not to call you a dumbass when you asked that question.
That's
fine. I don't think so. I think he was like, he knows that he knew exactly what was happening in that moment.
I tried to set up the question by being like, I understand all. Now, if I start getting texts from Jared and Mike and Dave Raymond, yo, man, did you really ask that? Right, I'd be like, crap.
Yeah, if he'd have just hung up on you right then, I'd have been like, oh, actually, that would have been glorious.
What do you think would have been more likely to get the hang up?
Somebody to hang up on us.
Oh, like Jerry. What do you think? What do you think more likely would have gotten us hung up on if we would have started the interview by going, "Hey, Jared, how is it? How's it going today?" Or by going, "Hey, why don't you use an opener for DeGrom?"
The opener for DeGrom thing, you call it, that's his name. He's like, nobody calls me that.
Yeah.
He said nobody. Not even my mom calls me Skippy.
Do you think I could get an interview with DeGrom now if I just was like, hey, why? No. Don't you think they should use an opener for you? Kind of trick him into getting into that?
Dude, you know what? We've done everything nice. So maybe kind of like sometimes you have to. People have said this. It's ever been my approach. You tell a girl she looks fat in those pants. And now she's like, hold on, what? You really think that? And now you have the upper hand because you uncomplimented her.
Gracious.
Had yourself a brisket sando.
Hold on, was that Gavin Dawson's strategy?
Alec is on fire right now with these drops now that he can finally pay attention.
Oh, man. All right.
Show again. He's been working very diligently on
for the last 3 hours.
His replacement.
Oh, that's a good question. Does he still have that car? But also,
this is a good question.
It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, overreaction or reality, you are invested in who wins the Cowboys' backup quarterback battle.
I am. Because it will really tell a story of the direction they think this team can go. sometimes you have I'm dead serious. If you think your team's a winner, like a legitimate winner, you want a backup quarterback that can win you 1 to 2 games if needed.
Is that Sam Howell then?
I think so.
Okay.
You don't know.
Right.
With Milton, Milton's still a project. Now, that being said, he can walk into camp and win this thing. The Cowboys, I think, want him to. I think they want him to see it, feel it, throw, boom. I think they want him to have all of those things down. Here's why. He does have the one extra thing that not every quarterback has, and that's escapability. And so yes, I'm absolutely invested in what it could be, because we can see it. We saw it in the preseason last year. He was not ready.
Yeah.
It didn't matter who it was that was out on the field with him. He was not going to be ready.
Right.
And so I think that we'll know based on how he looks in the preseason. And if Sam Howell ends up winning it, that will tell us they made the decision rather than going with something that was flashy, that's cool. They said, we think that he can actually win us games because he has the starting experience.
Alec, what say you? Are you invested in who wins the Cowboys' backup quarterback spot?
I am not invested, but I would say I'm intrigued to see what direction they go in terms of the idea of something versus he's been there, done that, proven commodity in Sam Howell, who has started a bunch of games in the NFL, versus the idea of, well, Joe Milton can throw it 75 yards. And he's athletic, and he's done this, and he's done that. He could do all this. We saw it in college. Personally, I hope that Sam Howell is still on this team because I do like the veteran experience, and I saw him at Smoothie King a few weeks ago. His hair is glorious.
Oh, okay.
I like good hair.
Who has better hair?
Sports.
You or him?
Me, easily.
Oh, man.
He's got a nicer car, though.
What does that make your hair, then? If his is glorious and yours is easily better.
Spectacular.
Ooh. Is that better than glorious?
Oh, that's a good question.
All right.
Stupendous!
Ooh. Overreaction or reality? Brandon Ayuk will never play in another regular season NFL game.
Overreaction. I think he's talking himself out of it. I think he's doing a lot of things that are putting him in position to not. But we've seen more times than not people will give a guy a chance because of past talent. And while he's been one of those guys, it's like he's never been Diggs, he's never been T.O., he's never been that. He was very good, and people wanted to trade for him at one point. But Kevin, I do think, man, the more I look at it, I'm like, there's something else going on. And the NFL, they might do one of those things where they say, we might need to stay away from that for other purposes.
Right. Alec, overreaction or reality? Brandon Ayuk will not play in another regular season NFL game.
I want to say reality, but then I remember that the Las Vegas Raiders exist as an organization, and they like to take chances on everybody, which is okay, I guess. Cleveland, that would make a ton of sense too, even though their receiver talent's getting better by the year, which is odd. They still got 15 quarterbacks to throw to him, so I guess it makes sense. He's definitely playing him or talking himself out of it, as he should be, but I don't think he's worth the headache. I really don't at this point, so I'd say I'd probably put my money on him never playing a down again in the NFL, just because he's going to command a little bit of a price tag, just a little bit, not premier wide receiver one money, but two, he's been doing way too much in the real world and on social media for me to care.
Overreaction or reality? Last one for the day. The Packers or Colts will finish last in their division.
Reality.
Oh, nice.
Colts.
You don't have to say who.
Oh, okay.
We could pretend it could be the Packers.
Could be the Packers.
I could see the Packers finishing last in that division.
Yeah, it's going to be the Colts, though.
Oh, you think the Titans are coming up?
You know what? Matter of fact, it's also the Packers. Sorry, Aiden.
You did that on purpose.
He gave me the thumb. He gave me the thumbs up. Like I just needed to let him know. Screw the Packers.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Packers or Colts will finish last in their division.
Reality. I think it's actually the Colts.
Okay.
I love the experience last year.
Are you just trying to get on Aiden's good side right now?
No.
Does he get on his good side if you just say they won't finish last?
Dunk on the Packers.
Yeah, they'll be third.
Okay. Well, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
And miss the playoffs.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Mike only has 4 sacks. And guys, I'm throwing something new out there.
Oh.
What's the worst Wednesday?
Oh.
What's the worst thing that happened to you in this situation? Also, some Are You Betters on the way. Get ready for it next on The Fan.
This show requires an extra smart speaker. Your number one
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we learned Chris Martin is going to pitch, and they need him to pitch right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think I understand.
I get it.
Your and a lot of fans, and me too. I'm in the same boat with you right now. I understand the idea of being like, what's the point at this point?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I mean, we don't have a lot of options.
I did appreciate that he followed that up with when you look at like what's happened with Junis, and I was like, okay, I get it.
Well, and because, dude, I don't think you're going to ask him many questions. Skip Schumacher, by the way, otherwise known as Jared to nobody.
So weird.
He said nobody calls him that. My mom even calls me Skippy, which is such a glorious story. I think that you're not going to ask him many questions about things going on this team. Now, maybe there's some.
Maybe the DeGrom opener.
That he's not going to have well thought out things on, because it seems like he's trying to build a winner. And look, man, he's like, it takes time, especially with the roster I have right now. Corey Seager's not available to me. Wyatt Langford's rarely available to me. I've gotten Josh Young to play at his best right now. I've gotten the most out of Jacob Latz. Our pitching kind of slid a little bit back. And I'm trying to figure out how to get Jock and Peterson and Nimmo to play at potential all-star levels. But I got a lot of things on fire right now. And I have put a lot. I think that's the kind of dude that when he goes to bed, he's able to turn his brain off just long enough to sleep, and as soon as he wakes up, he's already thinking about how to win that day. So I really appreciate what he is as a manager. I really enjoy him. So good luck to the Rangers. So hopefully we get another win tonight,
and then the next night.
Next game,
we could be up to 51 by the break.
All we got to do is win every one of them.
That's right. That's it. 5 more.
That's it. And listen, man, when it comes to Chris Martin, we just need you to. Otherwise, we can't have you anymore. And that's this is it for you. Sometimes, Kevin, doesn't it feel like that is the make or break with a player? Either that realizing I don't have much left with any club, if I don't do it now, kind of either turns them into that, or it turns them into, well, it's time to retire.
Yeah, but I keep thinking about, I'm not saying that this is what Skip said, but when he goes, that's what we paid him for, that's why he's here. I keep wondering, and this is my own bias going in, about feeling like the ownership is not willing to spend money, that they're kind of like, well, you have to use him because I'm not going to let you get rid of a player that we spent money on.
Yeah, and also I'm always curious too, do you have the arms in your system to go to?
Right.
Do you actually legitimately have something that you can turn to and say, let's go ahead and put this back out there right now? All right, guys, here in the C Block. What's the worst Wednesday? Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to do this every week, but the new coach of Alabama State basketball. Have you seen this story?
I have not.
His name is Chris Wright, Kevin. He was working shifts at Outback Steakhouse by day and recruiting by night.
Oh, I like the hustle.
He earned working shifts at Outback to go visit recruits. He earned money. He spent money he earned so he could go visit recruits.
Oh, wow.
Now he's getting his first shot at Division I at Alabama State. Pretty cool to be like, hey, hold on, this dude used to do this? Yeah, he dishes clanked and all that sort of stuff. What's wrong with you? Wright's manager said with a smirk, you're so calm. If us being too busy at a restaurant is stressful, man, I'm in a lot of trouble with my day job. I think we'll be all right today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I ask you this because I know what you did. He was set to take a head coaching job at NAIA Central Baptist College in Conway, Arkansas, but his pay, which was $31,000 a year, wasn't set to start till August. Wow. What's the most chaotic amount of jobs you've worked at one time?
Yeah, it was. So it was doing this job full time while having another full time job. When our our company, our station moved on from Rage, we came in and did a month. And at the time, I had another full-time job. And so what I would do was I would go to the paper in the morning and then come here to finish prep with you, do the show, and then I would have to go back to put the paper to bed every single day. And I was a miserable person for that month.
Neither one of us were in a good place for that month. Because I also was working daybreak at Channel 8. So I was working in the editing department over there. I would leave sometimes at 2 or 2:30 in the morning from my house. Get to there, get downtown. We would get the show on air and do all of our stuff, and then I'd come directly over to the station at like noon, and we would work on the show until 2 o'clock, and then from 2 to 7. Don't forget that was a 5-hour show.
Right. We feel for you, G-Bag.
Yeah, G-Bag, we love you. And we didn't have the Rangers then. I don't believe so. No, I'm just saying, like, we didn't have any way to turn that over to them. But we'd do that show from 2 to 7, and then I'd go home and do whatever I could to prepare for the next day, try to be in bed by 9 and wake up at 2 again for an entire month.
Right.
It was chaos. 877-881-1053, the most chaotic amount of jobs you've ever had in one sitting. I also, though, Kevin, I will say, when I was in college before I went back to UNT, so when I was in junior college, I was running the junior college newspaper. I was working at the school bookstore. So I was working at the newspaper, writing stories and actually earning money at the college newspaper. Working at the school bookstore, had a waiting job, and I worked at, for just a little bit, Spirit Halloween. And that
I knew that one.
That was whenever I got hit with the big gulp and decided, screw this job.
Not cool.
There was also one day where I skipped going to work so I could watch Texas OU. And when I got there later, the lady was like, "Do you want this job or not?" And I was like, "Not really, but I need the money." And she was like, "Well, I appreciate your honesty."
Do you think, like, maybe you run the store and that's a different deal, but otherwise, do you think any of those people really want that job, or they're just like, this job is available?
I think a lot of times, and somebody said this to me whenever I was working at On the Border in Garland. I was like, "Hey, dude, like, can you just take a little pride in your work?" And he looked at me and he goes, "This is a job, not my career." And I was like, "Oh,
you should still take pride in it."
I always try to say, take a little pride in everything you're doing.
Yeah.
But when he said that, I was like, that completely changed the focus of what I was trying to do. And sometimes what I'm looking at is important. But yes, absolutely. Make sure your station's clean. I worked a full-time job at a meat market manager and through the newspaper every day for 2 weeks, or for of the week for 2 years without a day off at the newspaper.
Oh my goodness
Throwing newspapers
gracious.
in the morning, dude.
We used to do that with phone books. Because you would get, like, I don't know, back at the time, or at least this is what my mom told me, and I just believed her. We would get like 11 cents per phone book we tossed out. And that might sound crazy now, but at the time as a kid, I was like, 10 phone books is $1 or more than $1. 9 phone books essentially is $1. Heck yeah, I'll do that.
From the 817, I was a firefighter for 24 hours. I would go from there and build decks and fences, and then in the evening I would sit in lobbies of businesses and give flu shots.
Oh my goodness!
From the 2-5,
you just sound like a very helpful individual for our society.
Yeah, that sounds like more effective stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here.
From the 254, my first oil field job was 24-hour shifts with no days off. You'd sleep when you could. I fell asleep at a stop sign for an hour once.
Oh man,
that's terrifying.
Hold on, did nobody honk at that guy at the stop sign? They're like, he's sleeping.
Hey, it's the oil fields, bro. You've seen Landman.
That's I'm sure everything on Landman is exactly.
There's a lot of space out in the country, in the oil field countries.
Fair.
Car sales, 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Did it for 5 years until I found the off-ramp. Losing 5 years of my daughter's life wasn't worth it at that time. Delivered Dallas Morning News starting at 3 a.m. At 7, I had to leave for work at the Air Force Base. I was in the Air Force, came home and delivered Domino's until 9 at night.
Wow.
So, dude, this is the kind of the point is we've all done the things we've had to do to survive and to get by and to make it through and hopefully make it through to the next phase. And so there's a lot of people that have experienced some crazy stuff out there.
Now, I know earlier you were talking about, and you talk with Skip, I do love how much he slow plays or kind of downgrades his major league career. He's like, you need to go back and look at that 333. It was probably like a bloop hit and stuff. But there's a story up right now. Tigers Verlander to retire after season, ending likely Hall of Fame career. I'm going to go ahead and end the mystery for CBS Sports. Justin Verlander won the Cy Young 3 times. He was an MVP. He finished second for Cy Young 3 other times and also finished top 5 3 other times. So he was top 5 for Cy Young 9 times, won 3 of them, runner-up 3 other times, and won an MVP. He is going to make it.
From the 469, shout out to Fred for doing radio and roofing.
That's right.
Kevin, this story I heard over the weekend, but I also got this story from Bobby this morning. An Arizona toddler was declared dead and found alive in the morgue.
What?
An Arizona toddler was pronounced dead in an emergency room. The boy was found breathing in a hospital morgue after a nearly 6-hour period, and the circumstances led to a near drowning of an 18-month-old boy.
No.
He ultimately survived and was then released from the hospital. What's the worst amount of time that you've been technically dead?
Oh, no time. That time I passed out at Spittle's house.
Oh, yeah, that did happen. Yeah, dude.
I don't know if I've ever said that on the air before.
There was marijuana. Both admitted smoking marijuana the morning of the drowning. The potential of both parents' state of mind was impaired. And it was a heartbreaking situation. The hospital has not revealed the results of its investigation and declined to answer questions from NBC at the time. So, wild little story.
That is
right
awful.
There. Yeah. But kid's okay. Hopefully, future of that life for that child will be a lot better as well.
Do you kind of hope, at least in the short term, he goes elsewhere then?
And that's part of... As a parent, that's part of the situation that you have to kind of deal with.
Man, that
it's an unfortunate one, but you got to take care of those kids.
Yeah, that is
You're
awful.
Responsible for their lives. And it's time now for some Are You Better?
Oh. Darryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field, too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Darryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Now, that is the dear old Strawberry right there. Kevin, this is the section where we find out if everybody thinks you're better or if you think you're better than everybody else out there. We start things off with Maya Hawke, who turns 28 today. This is Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman's daughter.
From Stranger Things.
Yeah, from the Stranger Things.
Yeah, she's all right, I guess. You know what? Do some other stuff. Come back in a couple of years. See if you've got a stronger candidacy. Otherwise, you worked at fake Captain D's in Stranger Things. Sorry, better.
Wow, he is starting it off on fire. Sophia Bush turns 44 today. No, she did not sing Glycerine.
What does she do?
She was in like One Tree Hill and stuff.
That is not the most compelling argument.
She was in what was the movie about John Tucker Must Die?
That actually was the movie, John Tucker Must Die. I mean, that's great. That was like 15 years ago. What are you up to now? All right? You can't just lean on what you did 15 years ago. What are you, the ticket? Better!
Jaden Smith turns 28 today.
Oh, my God. The worst Karate Kid. Better!
It wasn't that great.
It's just him or Ralph Macchio.
Yeah.
I'm saying the actual... Oh, he might have been better than Hilary Swank. I don't know. I haven't seen that one in a long time, but Hilary Swank then won 2 Oscars. So that's kind of working for her.
I do remember that Jackie Chan in those movies, he would tell the kid to put the jacket on the thing and then remove the jacket. But he kept saying the same thing over and over. He would,
jacket on, I get it.
And then
I don't think I ever actually saw that one.
You got to go back and watch that at least. Milo Ventimiglia turns 49
Is
today.
Ventimiglia?
Yeah, that's it.
He was in Heroes.
And he's got some faces as skins on Call of Duty. Like he has some Call of Duty skins that are based on him. Yeah.
How old did you say he was?
49.
Man, he is still pretty handsome.
At some point.
This is tough, and I know that's going to work against me because I didn't say that Sophia Bush is still really good looking, but I said Milo Ventimiglia, and I knew how to say his last name is still good looking. That does not look good for me. But He was on Heroes, and I think he was on the Gilmore Girls, and then he was on This Is Us.
Yeah.
He was the dad who wasn't really that great, but everyone acted like he was the best dad. He could be better than me.
David Consuet turns 33 today. He is the new Superman. But you told me the other day you didn't even know that there was a new Superman.
I didn't, and I think I saw that movie, and I was like, is that not Henry Cavill? Hey, here's the good news. Your movie is not going to lose $150 million like Supergirl. That's a real number, by the way, so you can be better.
Kevin Bacon turns 68 today.
Oh, Kevin Bacon. What's he ever done? I'm just kidding. He was in Hollow Man.
And everybody's connected to it.
You know what?
Did you just say Hollow Man?
I just saw Footloose for the first time like 6 months ago. And then my wife goes, oh, do you think that's like his girlfriend or whatever's most iconic outfit? And I go, I don't know. And she was like, how do you not know? And I was like, I told you I've never seen this movie. And she goes, oh, I thought you said you had. And I was like, no. So I have no idea what's coming up. I was glad that he convinced them to dance. He can be better than me. Do you know he also lost a whole lot of money to Bernie Madoff in his Ponzi scheme?
Really?
Yep.
Unfortunate. That's why he's connected to all the people. Jeffrey Tambor turns 82 today.
Oh, he's from Arrested Development.
I don't know him from anything else, honestly.
Yeah, and he's probably done other stuff, but he's amazing on Arrested Development as him and his twin brother. He is better than me.
Logan Wilson turns 30 today, former Cowboy.
Oh, yeah. Spare. Better.
Ariel Helwani turns 44.
Man, I didn't realize how many people disliked Ariel Helwani, but he got in a conversation with me about how much the Toronto Blue Jays sucked at a UFC in Dallas. He tried to stand up for them, but he can be better than me.
And last but not least, Stan Lathan turns 81 today. Stan Lathan directed Killing Them Softly, David Chappelle's stand-up.
Oh,
he directed
Heather Graham movie,
and one of the first. One of the first creators of Def Comedy. He directed some of the first season of Sesame Street, as well as Sanford and Son, Miami Vice, and Fame.
Wow! So like every popular thing that existed in the 80s, he was there, and then he continued it into the 90s. Man, it sounds like he's a lot better than me. I wish I would have done more stuff.
Good work on Stan Lathan's part.
How is he only worth $10 million? That's not cool. Feels like it should be way higher than that.
$10 million back in the 80s, Kevin. It just didn't translate.
That's a good point. A lot of rolled up dollar bills.
Conversion rate.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, One Kick Wonders. Next right here on The Fan.
car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Vargas has to score. The other Vargas has to save. This to send Switzerland through. And he does score! Ruben Vargas! And Switzerland head to Kansas City to meet Messi and Argentina.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, One Kick Wonders. Would you like to start with that match or the match that we were watching for much of our show yesterday?
Let's start with yesterday's match of Argentina, Kevin, and Egypt, because I know there was a lot of controversy surrounding it. Mostly the goal that we described, that like it took about a minute and a half. They fast forwarded through it because it took so long for the goal to get there, but the penalty was a minute and a half ago. And I think a lot of controversy has come out of that, especially with the manager of Egypt, for sure.
So we will get to the manager of Egypt, but Messi scored another goal. He was the first to score. He's the first to score a goal in 9 straight World Cup matches, beating the previous record held by him, as he was also the first to score in 8 straight World Cup matches. And obviously, we've been thanking Fox Sports and FIFA for that cut and for giving us cuts from throughout the World Cup. But as we go to cut number 9, we're going to thank a different media entity, and I just want you to feel the power of this call.
Otra vez Messi, se desvía la pelota que cae al área. No pudo Julián Messi.
So Andres Cantor, who, by the way, was born in Argentina and is well known for popularizing the lengthy goal call, just losing his mind on Telemundo for that call. And rightfully so. We were losing our mind in English, but that was an unbelievable comeback if you were in favor of Argentina. Now, if you weren't, let's go to the Egyptian side.
The World Cup is not over, guys. Just because the U.S. is out does not mean it's over.
Yes,
Gosh.
Exactly.
There's still games happening.
The most important games, and you'll still get a semifinal at AT&T Stadium. So the Egyptian coach said, ordinary life, normal life is unfair. But why isn't there any fairness in sports? I'm not convinced with this outcome. I'm not convinced with the way things unfolded during this match. I do not want to try to put it nicely here with beautiful wording and say hard luck and so on and so forth. We have been treated unfairly. We have suffered an injustice.
Really?
And then he also added, we look better than the reigning champions, better in everything. But the result was influenced by internal factors on the pitch and external factors off of it. Perhaps they wanted to keep the world champion in the competition. Perhaps they wanted Messi to stay in the running. Now, whether it's people trying to dunk on his greatness, whether it's that, you go back a few matches when it looks like he may well have probably deserved a red card. Do you get the sense that either A, Messi is getting favorable treatment, or B, do you think the perception is that he's getting favorable treatment?
I mean, I think there's a little bit of both. That there is a perception, and he's probably, I mean, it's Michael Jordan, right? Michael Jordan didn't do a lot he just kind of got the stuff because it was Michael Jordan. The referees all loved him. They all cared about him. They all, later on for sure. And so Michael Jordan can get away with a push off on the final shot. even though the entire world can see it.
Right.
So, like, I think there is a little bit of that going on. I absolutely do think that there's a little bit of that favoritism in the Argentina world. Because, Kevin, they saw those ratings whenever Argentina and France played in the World Cup final years ago.
Yeah.
Like, that was huge for them. And I know the ratings are pretty significantly good right now as well.
We will get, for sure.
So they understand that Messi and Mbappe might be the best thing that they could possibly have, for sure.
Now, for Argentina, this is the first time Argentina has come back to win a World Cup match when trailing by 2 or more goals. Never happened in their history, which is pretty wild to me. And then they are bidding to become the first back-to-back World Cup champion since Brazil in 1958 and 1962. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just looking at something real quick. Isn't the best idea to have Mbappe versus Yamal, and then Erling Haaland versus Messi?
Absolutely.
And like your 4 biggest stars all then meeting again, and the next 2 go on.
I definitely see the appeal of that. I will say, strictly from a country perspective,
Harry Kane.
I don't think you can go wrong putting England in there.
Yeah, Kane and Jude Bellingham for sure.
And they just seem to carry that cachet of, whether you think they're the Cowboys or whatever in terms of, or the Longhorns, they get a lot of hype and usually fall just short. So I think is...
Yeah, sorry to step away from what you're saying, but just looking at the way that it's all coming out is that you have the opportunity to have the biggest stars in your game on the biggest stage for not only the final, but the semifinal too.
Yes, and they will continue their quest to become the first repeat winners in, more than 60 years on Saturday when they play Switzerland. They are a slight favorite in that match. And to your point about the star system, France is a favorite. Spain is a favorite. England is a favorite, and Argentina is a favorite. So on paper, it looks like FIFA might get like kind of their dream semifinals with some really good-looking quarterfinal matches. Now, in the other one, that went to PKs to set it up, and of course, Switzerland was victorious after a scoreless regulation and extra time. They pick it up 4-3 in penalties, and they defeat Colombia and move on into the quarterfinals. Now, you mentioned...
I was pulling for Colombia.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You mentioned the ratings have been crazy. And so, much like we've talked about with the WNBA earlier, we'll talk about it with soccer now. If people don't like it, that is totally fine. But from the 214, only 1% of the United States cares about soccer. That has already proven not to be true if you look at, I guess if you count like babies and 1-year-olds, maybe they don't. But the U.S. men's national team, they set a new television record. You've got 30 million people who watched it on Fox and 12 million more who watched it on Telemundo here in the United States, which brings you to more than 40 million viewers against Belgium. That is the highest in the United States history.
There is a little bit of the NFL created the new Nielsen, so
that helps.
But I do have a question, Kevin.
By the way, did you know they might be about to change those ratings again?
Really?
Yeah, we'll talk about that another time.
Ratings and everything need to change, huh?
Fair.
Except for ours. Ours are awesome. 341.8 million people in the U.S. What percentage is 42 million of that?
That's already more than 10%.
Okay. All right. That's a big number.
And again, I don't know how they count a 2-year-old or whatever, what their particular interest is in soccer. Now, like in a normal year, I get that. But like this is clearly, if you don't like soccer, that's totally fine. I get that. But this has clearly had caught the imagination of the American public through this run. Now, will they stick around? for the rest of the World Cup now that the United States is out? I don't know. Because I could see how you could easily look at it and be like, well, Corey, I really need to watch this Spain match because that's who the United States would play next.
Yeah.
Or like, oh, I really got to watch this France-Morocco quarterfinal because that's who the United States would play in the semifinals. And so now without that, I have no doubt that you're going to see a pretty staggering drop in ratings, but I just don't know how bad it's going to be versus people who are like, hey, I was rooting for the United States, but I've really had fun with this World Cup, and now I'm going to watch it through to the end.
I think there's going to be still those people that enjoyed these stars that are here, the Haalands and the Lamine Yamals, even though Lamine Yamal hasn't like dominated.
Right.
But the Harry Kane story's fun. I will also say that it will pop back up for the final. Maybe a bigger number worldwide for the final than we've seen before.
I could definitely see that. Man,
can you imagine if England was the team? Like, I don't know exactly how that is, but again, it's the team that most countries want to see lose.
Look,
everybody's got independence from that country.
Things are getting excited. That is true. Exciting for England. They had a tennis player move into the semifinals of the gentleman's bracket today, and England is in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. This could end up being like one of the great week and a half of sport in the history of England. Or they could get to the semifinals and lose like they usually do and just dash everyone's hopes expertly yet again. Don't know which way it's going to go on that. By the way, one more note about Argentina. This is from Greg Harvey. Teams in the FIFA World Cup history to win in regular time, despite being down by 2 or more goals in the 75th minute or later. Argentina yesterday, and that's it. Argentina is the first team in the history of the World Cup to be down by 2 or more goals in the 75th minute and still win in regular time. Absolutely
because Belgium
incredible.
did it in PKs. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we got the neighborhood watch during the commercial-free expressway. Can the Rangers keep their winning ways going against the Angels? World Cup back on the pitch, and should the Mavericks trade for LeBron James? And not that one. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan. Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Gosh, Hagee, we are rolling.
I love to freaking hear that. Now, did all the information about the Mavs and the confusing six-team trade come down during your show, or was that afterwards?
It was after last night when I got the update, and I was like, oh my gosh, this has to be a record-setting number of involvement.
I had a friend who texted me and said, explain that trade to me like I'm a 5-year-old. I was like, it is really difficult. But essentially, what it boils down to is since Chris Middleton was technically last on your roster, you can take some of that credit for the sign-in trade. And so now you have not had to touch your $20 million trade exception that you got out of the Anthony Davis deal. So you've still got that. Because
Aldama was supposed to be that.
Yes, exactly. And so now you haven't touched that. It does clear the way for you to formally sign Biberovic as well. So you can do that, but you still have the $20 million trade exception, the $15 million mid-level exception, and then Sasser, I think, slid in on the biannual exception. So you don't have the most assets in terms of things to send out, but you still have a couple of slots where you could bring in decent money players.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up working extremely well for the Mavs.
Yeah, props to the Mavs for pulling that off.
Isn't it nice to have a competent front office?
Yeah.
Yes.
My goodness, what a great job.
And I almost don't even want to speak too soon on that because I thought Nico was so legit for a while too. He's going to need he's going to need
one of those.
He's going to need a half decade of doing good things before he'd be like, okay, I think
so
we got
we've been scarred by Halo.
Yeah.
Getting Gafford was good. PJ Washington was good, and you're like, hey, here we go.
Even the Kyrie thing, we questioned it. It worked out.
I mean, CY won us a World Series in his first year, and now people are questioning him. So you see how hard it can be.
I don't think
difficult.
I certainly haven't heard that on G-Bag Nation.
500 team, okay?
Yeah. Also, were you shocked to learn today, or did you already know that Skip Schumacher's real name is Jared?
I had no idea.
Yeah, that
story was incredible.
That's why he took the job.
And the fact that his mom calls him Skippy?
He knew it could be around Sandler. So he was like, I want to be near Sandler and not be called Jared. That's why he took the job.
I was wondering why during spring training I would yell at Jared and they would both turn around and look at me.
I just
Skip, I'm not even talking to you, Jared.
He's like, I just like to know things.
That would have ended the interview so quick, though, if we'd have started been like, how's it going today, Jared?
Yeah, you should bring him on as Jared Schumacher.
Hey, Skippy.
Jared Skippy Schumacher.
And I liked his answer to DeGrom when you're like, so what about an opener from... No,
that's a hard... Okay, well, Chuck... Even if we knew it wasn't going to work, did you at least understand my logistical process to get to that point?
It's been rough, man. The first inning, for whatever reason, it's like, here's 2 runs.
9.5 ERA.
It's crazy.
And
that's just going to be nails the rest of the way.
That's just for veteran ego, right?
Oh, for sure.
That's the only
you
answer.
You can get away with that with Rocker if he's like, well, I don't like that. Well, too bad.
Yeah, Evaldi and DeGrom, no chance.
Yeah, I get that. And then bouncing back to the Mavericks for just 1 second.
I want to get like a behind the scenes on how a trade like this starts to unfold. Like, whose idea was it? Who's making that call and being like, hey, we could get a bunch of teams in here?
That's a great question, because what I think is, they showed back in the day, Jerry West had the magnetic board, where at one point he had every single player in the NBA on there. I figure you probably have to have every single team in their financial situations on your board or in your spreadsheet or whatever.
Kevin, there's no more magnetic boards, I don't think.
Sure.
I think it's in a spreadsheet, and they just project it up on the wall, and they can go to those tabs pretty easily.
So they put it on the transparency and then put it on the
there's no transparency. There's no overhead projector. It's a projector they probably have on their phone. They're just like, boom, shine the light up there. I don't know.
But they got to have something where they're like, these 10 teams have money available. So if you want to call them, essentially then what happens is, hey, can we use you as a buffer for some of this cap space, and we'll give you X, Y, and Z. How it got to 6 teams working in cooperation,
yeah,
I'm with you.
Is that your cap guy's job? Your cap guy's job is, or maybe he has one of his guys that he's like, your job is to pay attention to the rest of the league.
I bet it is the cap guy, because the cap guy can reverse engineer it then, right?
Yeah.
And be like, well, if we could pull Washington into this, they got $3.7 million so we can spread over there. And I figure you've got to be able to have, that's what the cap guys do.
You're probably right here, but I do like the idea of it being like an intern, low paid, and he's just guessing check. He's just calling teams, being like, "Hey, would you fit into this? No, he wouldn't. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Hang up, call the next team."
Yeah. Skippy the intern said it was
Skippy, get on it.
It was going to work. So I guess that's what we're going to do. Did you see Dusty May's quote, since we were talking about some Maverick stuff, about how important the team unity is, and saying American players are better shooters and ball handlers, but overseas it's all about the team, because obviously with Bibanovic and a couple of other moves, they've gone after some overseas players.
De La Rea.
Yes. Are you excited about him?
I am. I mean, I'm excited about both of these guys to some extent, especially with Schmitz and Ujiri. That seems to be their bread and butter.
Right.
It's finding dudes overseas.
That is very true.
And if Dusty May likes that as well, then I'm pretty excited about both of them.
I did think it was kind of interesting with Dusty May. Yeah, but he just... I didn't have a ton going on with the draft. We were wondering, hey, tell us who your favorite of these Michigan players is. Then he kind of tells us, yeah, I was trying to find out who they were interested in. And then the day of, I kind of thought, okay, we got a chance at Morez Johnson. They might actually be interested, but he was kind of finding out, as we all did, who they were going to draft.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Your job is to coach. Your job is coach. We don't care about anything else.
We're going to get you the players.
You coach the players.
And maybe that changes next year when he's there, but to get hired, 2 days before or a day before? It's like... Yeah.
Broadus, is that a scout's ultimate dream, is that the coach never says anything? And you can just be like, I've delivered to you guys.
I'll tell you this, though. The fact, he is a really good evaluator.
Yeah.
The more people that I've talked to about him, and I'm like, what is this guy's strength? And the first thing they say is, this guy is a really good evaluator. So he knows the type of player he wants. So, I would have had him in the room, at least picking his brain as these picks went off, and said, "Listen, hey, coach, we had these guys lined up. We stacked them this way. Kind of, can you tell us? Can you walk us through?" And he says, "Okay, from what I know, here we go. Let's talk about this one, this one, this one." I would have loved to have picked his brain on the order that we had in the stack. He didn't. I mean, and I would have said, man, you know what? He might have said something that could have broke a tie. Maybe you were meeting on a player, and all of a sudden it's like, well, half the scouts like this guy and half the scouts like the other, and he brings up a point. Well, you got to think of the guy this way. And maybe it would have broke a tie one way or another to have him in the room. But, yeah, the fact that he got to the party so late, I still would have loved his opinion on the stack.
Yeah.
I would have handed him my list and said, hey, Coach, you're a junkie. You're a basketball junkie. You're a guy that evaluates well. This is the order we got these guys. How would you pick them? And he goes, well, as I know, this is how.
Or maybe he nails it exactly the way you have it, and it's you're like, okay.
So you look for a little. You maybe look for a little confirmation. I mean, you don't quite know exactly what he wants in a player, but I sure would have picked his brain a little bit. And they had an idea who they wanted to take. It just happened to be one of his players. But I would have reached out to him as soon as we put the pen to paper. I would have said, "Hey, here's our list. What do you think?"
Like Skip said this afternoon with us, he was like, "I know all these kids. My kid plays against all these kids that could be drafted. So I've seen all of them."
We probably should ask if he wanted his kid to come on the show. I kind of thought that. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hickey, thank you so much for asking. We might have to have Austin Nix on the show, our video coordinator. He had a poopy day, but we will have Ari Temkin at 4:20. Big 12 Radio, Big 12 Media Days has been the talk of the town here. So Ari's going to join us at 4. Can't wait to chat with him.
Yeah, I saw NCAA is now investigating Cincinnati.
About time.
I bet Texas Tech is like, thank you. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, it's a Rangers victory hump day, looking to make it 2 in a row against the Halos. What a game last night, and I believe that 8th inning. To me, folks, it might have been the best offensive inning the Rangers have put together all season long, what they were able to do. Up and down the lineup, big-time hits from Foscue, the pinch hit home run, what Osuna was able to do. It was a thing of beauty, and it allowed the Rangers not to have to use Jacob Latz. What a win last night, although I do have a gripe with one individual player. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk with the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, of course, in the Pimp Cup, producing for us, holding it down. And we got Austin Nix, who we might have to get in here at some point and talk about the hell of a day that he's had. He's coordinating your video. Thank you so much for joining us on the Hump Day, 877-881-1053 to join the conversation. But fellas, Justin Verlander retired. I'd kind of love it if Chris Martin did the same.
Yeah. Well, this is Verlander after the season. You know, like, I don't know that Martin saying he's hanging it up after the season is what you want to hear. You want Martin to turn in his key card and his uniform today and say, guys, you keep the remaining $2 million or whatever that's left on my contract. I'm bowing out because I am frustrated with myself the same way the fan base is.
I thought he got hurt again.
It wouldn't have been a surprise.
I honestly, I thought he got hurt again.
Your text last night at 8:51 p.m. was absolutely incredible.
Can't read that on the air, can you?
No.
Martin is a bleeping bum.
And I couldn't agree more. I mean, to me, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't know why they re-signed him. He can't pitch. His body is declining in front of us.
Why are you laughing so hard? I'm like, Broaddus just said the text that we're all thinking right now. My only surprise is that it came from Broaddus and not Wolchuk. Because Wolchuk hates Chris Martin with a passion.
I was laying on the couch, and when I saw that run come home, I immediately grabbed my phone, and I'd had enough. I had enough.
I'm sitting there fighting.
But they responded.
Yeah.
They responded.
They did. No, they did. And thank goodness. And Easy D, Ezekiel Duran making it happen. And no, 512 Gavin is not deceased. Yeah. He is still with us. Yeah. He is just on vacation with his family, visiting in the Portland area. So he'll be back with us on Monday. We love Gavin. Send him some well wishes on Martin. But man, no, 601. Chris Martin might have been the man. He has had a great MLB career, but he can't give you anything anymore. And KNC asked Skippy about that earlier today, and he said Chris Martin's going to have to pitch some leverage innings for us. We've got some guys that are hurt. I would just rather see anybody else. I feel like you know what is going to happen when Chris Martin goes into the game. 9 times out of 10, that is how that's gone this year. And thankfully, the lineup responded in the bottom of the 8th and is able to give you what they did with Duran, Foscue, Osuna. They blow the game open, you win 8-3, and I thought it was a tremendous performance. But my gosh, Chris Martin just doesn't have anything left. And as soon as he gets the ball, I'm expecting disaster. And it's not a good feeling.
No, it is not what you want right there. And that's one of the bigger misses of the offseason. And I think you've been on it from the jump. Like, the moment they said Chris Martin's coming back at $4 million, you were pretty ticked about that. Because last year, it felt like every time he stepped on the mound, 1-2 pitches in, something is going wrong with his body. And then not only that, but even when he is healthy enough to last through a single inning, he is botching games. 7.3 ERA. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. But, hey, DeGrom settled in nicely after the first inning. Golly. He did give up those 2 runs. The Rangers responded quickly, though, in the bottom of the second, tied it at 2. But then DeGrom goes 5. Hey, our guy, tremendous from Gray.
Yes.
He did it again. Peyton Gray continues to extend his scoreless inning streak. He was awesome.
He gets credit for the win.
Good for him. 4-0. 4-0 for Peyton Gray, who at 30 years old made his Major League Baseball debut. An awesome story. Screw the vocal fry. That's our guy.
Did great out there, man.
So good.
You know?
Was it fried shrimp? I don't even know.
Zone, dude. I don't even know the score.
Peyton, what are you eating to pitch so well? Broccoli, chicken,
such jerks.
Shrimp. Maybe it's fried, maybe it's not.
Oh, man. Oh, 214. This is a great question. You have to keep one.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Chris Martin or Jonathan Mingo? At this point, I'd say Mingo.
Yeah, because Mingo hasn't done anything to warrant my disdain for him.
Yeah,
It's just
he hasn't done anything.
He just hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything.
So he's like a net neutral.
Yeah.
Whereas Martin, net negative.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, what's the equivalent of a wide receiver having a 7.3 ERA?
Gosh.
Like, Mingo doesn't have that.
Is it even possible? Like, what are you just fumbling every time you catch the ball?
Drops,
I just got so mad.
Fumbles.
I'm just sitting there thinking, I got so mad when that happened. That was very uncharacteristic of me to do that, right?
No, I loved it because he's going back there and icing his back immediately, and he's putting his chastity belt back on.
Yeah, I couldn't believe you said that of all people, Broadus. It came out of left field.
I loved it.
I'll tell you what's happened.
It was amazing.
Hey, you invest in this team. You really do. You invest in it, and you're like, the young guys are playing, and you're kind of like getting excited, and you're like, and then you realize it's the damn Angels, and now you're like, why are the Angels? What are they? Why are we allowing the Angels to go ahead in this game? What are we doing? What are we doing out there? But hey, good job, Smitty. Starting off the whole rally there.
Yeah.
Batting around in the. So, yeah.
It was awesome. I thought that bottom of the eighth was that's like what you envision.
Yes.
You talk about that 23 season where it's like they're all playing together. It's a connected lineup. They're all doing everything they need to do, grinding out at bats, getting on base. You've got some power. They're running the base paths well.
Oskew.
The defense was great. They turned multiple double plays last night for the 7th time all season, which leads me to, I was going to save this for later on in the show, but just while we're on the topic, why the hell not? It's a hump day.
Be careful.
Oh, here you go.
Chuck.
You're about to get. I'll tell you, Austin's about to clip you and put you out
He
there.
might, and this could be
He's
a
gonna
terrible
clip you.
idea.
No, this won't be as bad.
It's going to be like he's going to get me on this.
Austin is like new to the game, and he like apologized to me. He goes, "Hey, bro, I'm sorry for clipping you the other day." I'm like, "No, man, it's cool. Don't worry about it." I'm like, hey, the new dude just clipping you.
Well, okay, Austin's doing his job, and I think he's doing a great job, and we're going to have him
That's
in a little
questionable.
bit. I think he's doing well, but you know what? It is questionable, Brian. We still have a little bit of time here. I will preface this by saying this could be an awful idea. But I don't think there's any bad ideas at this point in this season with the way it's gone.
Right.
Jock Peterson's had a great first half of the season.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
I think the way the defense has been playing without Corey Seager, I don't want him playing shortstop anymore. I just want to DH him. There's probably impacts that come with that could end up being net negative, maybe. But to me, it's like if I want to DH Seager, what do I do with Jock Peterson?
Bubble wrapping
I am. Because at this point, I don't know physically. Again, his body this year at least until he's fully healthy. If you want to keep Seager on this team, I think he needs to DH. So Jock Peterson, who's had a phenomenal first half of the season, but I believe is a free agent after this year. I think it was a 2-year deal, and he's gone. So can you do a little bit of buy and sell here at the deadline? You trade Jock, you try and get back some assets, and that way it frees up your designated hitter spot for Corey Seager. Is that wild to think about? Just, am I an idiot? Which, yes. But is this a stupid thought?
That's two different questions, bro. What are you doing? You're kind of confusing the audience now at this point.
Is that a schmucky thing to thought?
I mean, my initial reaction is like, do I want to see a productive bat leave the lineup right now? And that would be what you're doing with Jock Peterson. Now, what are the other moves that you're able to make amidst all this? But I get what you're saying about Seager and being able to actually prolong his ability to be on the field for at least this season, and potentially that would be a moving forward kind of thing. And I don't know how Seager would react to a mandate of him having to be the DH. I don't know that he's going to appreciate that, but I get what you're saying. Like to maximize Seager, is that the best way to do it? And for Peterson right now, do you capitalize on his value being as definitely as good as it's been, and since he's been a Ranger? I mean, that makes sense. I don't hate it. I do not hate it, but
he doesn't hate it. He doesn't hate it. Brian,
I want bats. You know what I mean,
Lucius? I mean, what would we hate it? Do we love it? Are we in the middle?
I'll tell you what. There was a time where I was so ready to move on from him.
Yeah.
And now
that could be right around the corner.
Now I kind of like that sloppy uniform with all that protective gear.
He's warmed your heart.
Multi-cover, eye black perfectly on the face. Draws that line in the batter's box before he steps up, and he swings like he's kind of a heavy Ichiro. I think there's some clutchness to this guy. I think there's some clutchness to him as a player. And now, if you're getting guys getting on base ahead of him, and he makes solid contact. He barrels
He's been good
up
with the bat.
He has. I mean,
but he can't really play a position for you.
He can't.
And that's why, like, some are texting, what about Berger? Could you? That's the thing. Like, I think Peterson's value right now is just greater. than that of Berger's.
I get what you're trying to do, which is absolutely correct. But I kind of feel like he's helping me win games.
Yeah. Okay.
And Corey Seager, to be honest with you, he's not helping me win games.
No, he's not right now. He's not.
But if all of a sudden we'd seen Corey Seager, I think this whole season for Corey Seager is a wash. I really
and if
do.
they shut him down, then it's not even worth the conversation.
I think it's a big wash.
Well,
for
yeah,
him.
because the nightmare is that the back flares up. You've moved on from Peterson, and now you're like, dang, we don't have either one of them now.
Yeah, absolutely.
He went from being kind of a free swinger to he looks like he is just kind of paralyzed at the plate a little bit. That first pitch swinging, and now he's trying to be a little bit more selective. But man, I'm kind of thinking that Jock's helping you win these games.
No, he is. He's been one of your most consistent. Him and Duran and Young.
But you could absolutely probably get something of value for him.
And I just don't think he's coming back next year. So it's like, at least instead of letting him leave as a free agent for nothing,
could you
maximize his value now and get something? But I understand hey, what if Corey gets hurt again? That's totally real. So I want to just throw it out there. 469, y'all are crazy. That would be me. I'm crazy. Jock is on a heater currently as far as his value goes, but goes
some we don't know.
Up, most come down. I don't know what this is. There's a lot of typos here.
That's Bobby. Probably
we're gonna
Bobby
have to clean this one up a little bit.
Bobby typing in.
Seager maybe healthy is what he's talking about. Jock tapers off, and we can swap. But if Jock tapers off, then it's good that you moved on from him.
Yeah, if Jock tapers off, you want to get him. You want to move him before the trade deadline.
Yeah, then you look like a genius, and it's like that other team has that problem, and you dealt with it all year last year. DeGrom also says he's good to go after he had that hip soreness. He was fighting through it the whole game. That's why he only went 5 innings.
I almost dropped another text there, Eric. About when I saw Win in there, I was like going, "Oh no, what just happened?" Kind of a thing.
Man, no World Cup today. First time in 27 days that we don't have any World Cup action. It's a rest day. We'll get back at it tomorrow. France, Morocco. Looking forward to that. That's going to be a great match. I did watch, guys, and Lucius and I were chatting about this before the show. Fourth quarter. On ESPN, the Dallas Wings were beating the crap out of the Liberty. I think
Boy, am I impressive.
Thank you. I think they went on a 29-6 run to end the half. Jessica Shepard, her 7th double-double of the season. And it was an awesome broadcast because it was the 30-year anniversary of the first game they telecast there. So Gino Auriemma was part of the broadcast. But the Wings are for real, man. And, gosh, if anyone else, I know Lucius was plugged into that. This Wings
I didn't know he used to be a broadcaster like way back in the gap.
Me either.
I thought he's always been a coach.
Yes. And
there under my nose the whole time. Shout out to you, Gino.
Listen to the hair, I mean, they both were looking great in their return last night, and I thought the broadcast was really good. In the fact that they were able to dominate the Liberty with AZ Fudd and Paige Beckers not even playing very well. I mean, I think Paige was 3 of 13, Fudd was 3 of 10. They didn't really have their shot, but
you think the coach and the crowd had something to do with it?
Maybe. I mean, Breanna Stewart still had a hell of a game.
Yeah, good point there.
And it was a sellout at Barclays.
Yeah.
But they came out and just freaking dominated. I mean, it was a 16-0 run, then a 29-6 run as the Wings beat the Liberty 88-77. I think they're third place now in the WNBA standings. Yes, splash, baby. Let's go.
Lucius, what kind of team we got? I mean, what kind of team we got?
We got a fantastic squad, man. But
you think so?
Yeah.
I mean, you watch more of it. I mean, I can't. I'm not going to
watch as much as anybody else does.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I see the score, and I'm kind of like going, all right, cool. But I'm not turning it over to that.
Yeah, we don't have championship aspirations or anything like that. But maybe we can get past the first round, maybe in the playoffs.
That's a big step.
Yeah,
that'd be a good step.
Huge. After having the first overall pick back-to-back years, win a playoff series. Let's go.
We got very New England Patriot vibes, right? Going to the Super Bowl, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if they can make it to a WNBA final,
we're turning it around here.
469 said it was a triple-double, dummy. And
What'd you say?
Probably said double-double.
Oh, bro. Oh, dang,
instead of a triple.
I mean, get it right.
I admit when I don't watch the games, I do see the score, and I apologize to ladies.
You're welcome for giving them
I know
some
there's a
love,
lot of folks out there covering this team, and they're doing a hell of a job, and I appreciate you on my timeline. I just didn't watch the game.
It's okay. Typically, I wouldn't be coming in here talking about the Wings either, but I did, and I thought they were.
I don't think you should be ashamed whatsoever.
No, they're fun. They're a fun watch. I think I'm probably going to be tuning in
Don't
more
let
the
them
rest of the
bully
way.
you on the fan text.
I have a Dallas Wings stat of the day.
Okay, what is it?
AZ Fudd is now the second rookie ever in WNBA history to have a 20-game span with at least 35 made threes, 35 steals, and 20 blocks.
All right. She was worth the number one pick then, right?
She's played 20 career games.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Here we go. Here we go.
Amazing. And then the Mavs news, which we did talk about during Cross. So Marcus Sasser, it's official. He's a Dallas Maverick, Red Oak's own local product coming back in. I just love what they were able to do with the Chris Middleton sign and trade. They get Santi Aldama from the Grizzlies. That ends up being official. Marcus Sasser, but they keep that $20 million trade exception.
Yeah, the exception.
I think it was masterful work all the way around. Shout out to
100%.
Masai and Mike Schmitz for getting that thing done. So we got Summer League. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. And then shout out to the Stars. We're still waiting to find out what's going on with Robo, but they did sign defenseman Kyle Burrows to a 1-year, 2-way deal. He was with AHL's Ontario Reign last year, so there's another guy that they'll be having, kind of going back and forth probably on a 2-way.
Sounds like a wrestler.
Kyle Burrows.
Ontario Reign.
Yeah. All right, let's do our G-Bag of the Day, champ. Plus, we've got our top 10, the top 10 best NIL deals that fit the person that signed with them. Some of these are glorious, but I want to ask you, what would be our ideal NIL deals? If you had to pick one for Eric, Broadus, myself, and Lucius, what do you think we should be doing? That's next in the nation. would be good.
I'll tell you, even drink coffee.
I don't drink.
Yeah, he doesn't drink coffee.
I'll tell you the one
How
I'd
about
like to
Werther's?
have. I'll tell you the one I'd like to have. I'd like
Depends.
to have any type of. Well, I was thinking of Tony Sachere, the Creole seasoning.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking of that.
Yeah.
I was thinking that or Zatarans.
Zatarans.
Something to do with Cajun cooking. I think
that'd
would be
good.
a good one for me.
That would be.
But
a good
Bluebell is
idea.
outstanding. I appreciate the. I
That's
love
incredible.
Bluebell.
Yeah, Bluebell's
I do.
absolutely
Obviously,
delicious.
I just tape it on my ass.
469 said NIL deals. You can guess who they would be for. Ray-Bans, which I'm assuming would be Eric.
I'll take it, dude.
Penn Life Insurance and the Food Network. I mean, I guess Brian's the Food Network, which leaves Lucius and I with Penn Life Insurance. I just look like a life insurance guy.
Lucius
Or
could
am
be
I
the
gonna die
Ray-Bans
soon?
too, though.
Lucius could be Ray-Bans.
Lucius could be the Ray-Bans.
I do have a lot of glasses, but life insurance. I do the weekend warning.
Okay,
I can add that in there,
Okay.
but that's not an NIL deal.
No,
Maybe
that's a bad one. You
because-
don't want that one.
Maybe it's because too. It's something where it's like a business. You have to think. So you're accurate for business. Maybe that's what they're trying to say. Yeah.
No, that could be. That could be. Diet Coke for Dawson, 100%.
Oh, 100%.
That makes a lot of sense. But here is some of the ones on the top 10 here. DeColdest Crawford, which is still one of the greatest names in all of college football.
Yeah.
HVAC company. That's perfect for DeColdest Crawford.
First name, DeColdest. Yeah, that is pretty sweet.
He got an NIL deal with SOS Heating and Cooling, an HVAC company based in Omaha that had him film a commercial to promote its air conditioning maintenance service. That was when he initially went to Nebraska. Then he had to transfer to La Tech, and now he is transferred since to Grambling State ahead of the season.
The coldest.
The coldest Crawford. How about Kool-Aid McKinstry? With Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's a layup right there.
That's so perfect. Yeah, he signed an NIL deal with Kool-Aid ahead of his freshman
Has
year.
anybody had Kool-Aid in a while though?
It's been a long time. You've seen the thing what they're doing with the pickles, the Kool-Aid pickles right now? Yeah.
Which I know because
For hydration.
Well, it's like they're doing Kool-Aid pickled pineapples.
Yes, that too. Yep.
So you're cutting up the pickles, you're putting them in a jar, and then you're filling the jar with Kool-Aid, and you let it sit for, I don't know, however long,
Yeah.
and then it soaks it all up. I don't
that
know.
could be good.
Yeah. Shout out to diabetes.
Amen. Shout out to
How can I make this pineapple
I'm gonna say
way
this.
less healthy?
Yeah. I think the last time I had Kool-Aid, it was actually in the package.
Yeah, okay.
Used to buy the individual package. That's how long it's been that I've had since I've had Kool-Aid. Now it's in the plastic container, right, with the scoop and stuff.
I think so. I honestly
I
haven't
used to
bought
have
it
the
in
little
forever.
old school package of
Man, we used to take it to school, open it up and eat it in your hands.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
In your
And your
hand?
fingers is all red and blue, and your mouth looks crazy. Do be like, hey, give me a little bit more in my hand, bro.
It's kind of like Fun Dip.
Yeah,
You know? Yeah,
But
absolutely.
your finger is the stick.
Hey, what was the thing, the cheese and cracker thing, where there was never enough?
Lunchables?
The little, it's like the crackers with the cheese, and you had that little red
little
with
stick.
the red stick.
That thing used to bang.
Yes, those were good.
You're like that red stick. You're like, it's like, and you're trying to kind of like
Evenly.
evenly
Yeah,
put
but
it out
there's
when
no
you
way
just
to
have
do
much
it.
left, and then you're like,
Oh, crap.
They killed the game when they had the breadstick ones. They crushed the game with
Yes,
that one.
man, I
bro.
forgot about
I never
those.
saw the breadstick ones. Where was that?
That's good. General Booty and an underwear brand.
There you go.
When he was at OU.
Whatever happened to Booty, man?
I don't know what happened to Booty.
We had his dad on a few times.
we did, and he was
a
good.
few-time guest. Yeah,
He transferred to Louisiana Monroe,
Okay.
fun row.
and that ended his college career.
Fun row. Okay.
Fun row.
That was all she wrote for Booty.
Ernest Collin got
Booty Brothers.
The Booty
It's a
Brothers.
whole lot of booties out there.
There is.
They're all-
dude.
They're all really good players.
Yeah,
though,
they
too.
went to Evangel or something like that.
Yeah,
Yep.
they were all really good players.
Booty's bouncing around from program to program.
Bouncing.
So Ernest Collin got a NIL deal with Popeyes. And this was, if you remember the viral Vine star that has that he's eating Popeye's chicken and he's got that gif that went viral with him kind of like side-eyeing it. You could go ahead and hit the Google and it'll probably come up.
He's in the lobby of
yes.
yes.
Yes, he looks just like him. So it worked out well that he ended up getting this Popeyes commercial. He was on the roster at UT Permian Basin in 2024, but he didn't end up taking a snap. You've got Iowa Pork Producers Association getting one
They
with...
got the Iowa linemen, don't they?
Yeah, they got Miles Purchase, Tyler Moore, and Tommy Hammond. Oh, and Caleb Bacon. They're all linemen, and they got the Pork Producers Association. So you've got Purchase More Ham and Bacon. They put all their names together, and that was the NIL sponsorship. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Jake Retzlaff with Manischewitz, the BY Jew, before he ended up having to transfer. And he got the Manischewitz, which
Tulane now, right?
Yes. And, I mean, does he still have eligibility left?
I think he's still
He
playing.
must be.
Yeah.
He didn't come out in the draft. I
Don't
think
blame.
he can sling it. But a kosher food company, you can get Manischewitz for matzo ball soup,
Matzo ball soup is excellent for if you had to do a packet matzo ball soup.
It's a good way to go.
It's a good way to go.
It is, and it's the only type of latke mix that we'll use.
I eat matzo ball soup with no packet.
Yeah,
no packet.
You could doll it up though with use real actual chicken broth. You know that makes it even better.
And then maybe you could even grind up some vegetables.
Yeah, you need
put some
the pack. You
vegetables in
need the
there.
packet for the to make the matzo ball.
Absolutely. Bijan Robinson with the mustard band. Mustard.
Yeah, that's in
Mustardson.
Texas. Yeah, right. He was a mustard guy.
Muhammad Ibrahim with Minnesota got a Gushers NIL deal because he was gobbling down Gushers on the sideline during a game.
Yeah.
So that led to the fruit snack brand giving him an NIL deal and his very own custom pack with a flavor dubbed Touchdown Splash.
Man, see, like if you're any one of these players, you're trying to think, okay, what's an item that I love, and let me just flash it on the sidelines.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
let me
that's
just
true.
see. Let's just see if this company, like the what is it? That's like Swiss rolls or something. You know, you're just housing some Swiss cake rolls on the sideline. Next thing you know, Little Debbie comes calling.
Little Debbie would be
I
good.
mean, that'd be nice, huh?
Yes, that would be.
We're at a party, just down in a bottle of vodka, and you see if Tito's would come on board. just raging it up, and you say, Tito's.
Let's go.
Yeah, we'd like to announce a partnership with our quarterback.
903 said, LA, you could go with a Zigzag NIL deal.
Yeah, raw papers.
That wouldn't be bad.
Cookies!
Yeah, the cookies brand.
Oh, the cookies brand.
All day, bro.
I mean, I think we need to get CBD American Shaman back up for us. And shout out to the
Absolutely.
store with Eric and McKinney.
I did that
They're
show
awesome.
one time on those mushrooms. That was so wild.
I can get you.
On those mushrooms.
That was so wild.
That was crazy. I mean, I was like, I didn't even know what I was doing.
Broadus drank a mushroom
Tea.
trip your balls off tea.
Yeah. Oh,
right
geez.
before the show.
Right before the show. I mean, literally, and I'm like halfway through it, I'm like going, this is not good.
Yeah, you was in your head, bro.
Dawson looked at me like, bro, what's up? I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
You saw I drank that tea.
Yeah. And then you kept picking it up. You dig the thing out of the trash can. You're looking at the ingredients. Like, what did I just put in my body?
I do not have a clue what I did. Really.
Jeremy Roach and Dariana Littlepage Bugs. It was Littlepage-Bugs was her last name. They both played with Baylor. They linked up to do an NIL deal with Raid. Roach and
there you go.
Bugs.
I love
Very
that.
creative. Very creative.
Wait,
good.
Can you say her name one more time?
Littlepage Bugs.
Her last name is Little Page Bugs.
Littlepage-Bugs.
It's like little Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
It's like Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Little Jordan Humphrey.
wanna
Shout out to South Lake
I
Carroll.
want to see that on the back of a jersey.
But the final is John Daly the
I
second.
got to
in
give
Hooters.
a big shout out to the pioneer of this game right here, the NIL game, Rhett Bomar.
Oh, Red.
Yeah, with the car dealership situation. That's me all day. Hit me up with a Lexus situation. You paying me $15K, and I get to drive the Lexuses.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's 10 out of 10.
That's a good deal. We'll get you East Dallas Diesel, NIL.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll around in those trucks. That'll be a good deal. Bobby Pelt's NIL deal would be for Golden Corral from the 972.
Some pharmacists.
Yeah.
I mean, Peyton Russell could get Hungry Man, not Bobby from the 972. Peyton was a big Hungry Man deal. Eric is listening from CBD American Shaman. Said, F it, I got y'all. That's our guy. from the
Appreciate that
972.
pack, dog.
Eric, I love you, man, but bro, stay
Legend.
away from me.
He's the best, dude. Go make sure you're stopping by CBD American Shaman and McKinney. We
Take
love
care of
them.
all the team, but don't take care of me, man.
the best.
That got me.
Big time
I'll take
Tolos.
Broaduses.
Yeah. If you got any leftovers, send them LA's way. All right, there's our top 10 for today. Thank you so much for your participation. We're doing a college football hump day darty, Eric?
Yeah, featuring Coach Prime's quarterback throwing the entire program under the bus next in the nation.
All right, let's talk Mick.
Drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Eric and Lucius and Brian. I love you guys. Austin's about to already clip that and put it up about the Jock Peterson racing deal. Austin's on it, dude.
R.I.P. to your Menchies.
He's on it, man. And shout out to the 214 who said, mark the sentence when Eric said, and your finger is the stick. And I caught that in real time as well. He's going to mix it up. How about a college football hump day darty, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get bring the head cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much.
It's been a while since I heard that
so
Sark
good.
drop. It's just so stupid, dude. What was he even talking about that day? Talking about what faces you guys make when you're in the bathroom. Okay, thank you, Sark. And thank you to Drew Cagle, who has mentioned this in regards to our own individual NIL deals. Wolchuk is a Chick-fil-A guy. Bang.
Love it.
Yeah. You're going to be down with that. He puts me as got to be Chuck E. Cheese for the family entertainment. And the pizza's so good.
Yeah. And you could maybe be the mascot. Maybe you could be Chuck E. Cheese.
I'll get up in there.
I think you would.
Why not? I mean, if I'm getting paid doing some commercials, and then like the big reveal, I take the mouse head off and it's me.
It's you. Yeah.
We got Broadus, Canes.
Canes is Baton Rouge company.
Yeah. Or Eddie V's for his prowess with crawfish and LSU.
Yeah. I think anything to do with Creole cooking or cookware.
Yeah.
Anything like that, I think I could do some good. I like Blackstone.
Yeah.
Anything a green egg. Anything. I just anything to do with cooking, I think would be in my wheelhouse.
And then for Lucius, got to be Beets or Turtle Box. Always has the jams and vibes, right?
Okay.
What's Turtle Box? What's Turtle Box?
Turtle Box. Yeah, go ahead.
Bro. No, you got it. Go ahead, please.
No, I tell you where I've noticed Turtle Box now is Scotty Scheffler, the world's number one golfer. Like he has it on the course, like that's his thing. Like when he's warming up,
that's how he's jamming.
It's speakers.
Take that thing to the pool.
Yeah,
take it to the hill when I run the hills.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it'd be great for Lucius. Yeah, with the way
I keep the music on at all times around the crib.
Yeah,
maybe like an IV or something as well, Lucius, for those for the hill running.
Yeah.
You know,
I would love to have a documentary of that thing.
Man, I almost didn't make it, bro. The Mexican saved my life, dog. I almost did not make it.
Where Lucius is sitting there just contemplating, maybe ending it all right there.
100%. Okay, so we have plenty to get to here. You have the Big 12 Media Days. We'll have Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Looking forward to that. But there were a couple of clips that I found to be pretty funny, pretty interesting. We start in Colorado, and that is the quarterback, Julian Lewis. And listen to him say what is the biggest difference from last year at Colorado to this year.
My play, I'm actually looking at the defenses now. Last year we wasn't really looking at defense as much, just kind of high school free ball and just out there playing football. But, it's a lot bigger than that now, so it should be fun.
Come on, Wow. Yeah, it's not a good look on the entire coaching staff, specifically Pat Shurmur, their offensive coordinator. But I think it also, some would take that as like, Coach Prime, what the hell were you doing? I would offer some defense for Prime here. He was dealing with a lot last year. I mean, the guy was battling massive health conditions. He seems to be back and ready to rock for this season. But that was, if you're a Colorado Buffalo fan, like, I'm looking around going, what in the world are we doing? Are we a serious operation right now?
Sure.
Just high school free balling at quarterback. That's how they're building their offense. It was like, okay, I guess like Shador's not here anymore. What do we need to really care about the position?
What'd you say?
Quarterback doesn't really matter anymore.
Figure it out, dude.
It's like, okay, we're not really going to invest the way we need to. I don't know. That's one of the weirdest comments I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is bizarre.
Like we weren't studying defenses? Like I would imagine there would be some pushback here.
Yeah.
From the coaching staff that would be like, well, maybe he couldn't handle as much as we were trying to put on his plate.
Yeah.
Or he's missing the boat in some way here because that just doesn't make any sense. We weren't studying defenses at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
I mean, and you've got a former head coach in the NFL on your staff. Pat Shurmur should have been able to handle that responsibility.
Yeah, but even when Shador was coming out, they were talking about how the Shurmur offense was
he's
an embarrassment.
terrible. But you'd think the base level is we're at least watching tape and getting ourselves prepared for our game, and he wasn't even doing that.
I mean, even in high school, you're watching tape. Like I don't know. I don't know.
That's crazy.
I would imagine
and Julian Lewis is probably getting a mouthful or an earful, I should say.
Yeah, I would think he's...
Let's clean that up in post, Lucius. Good Lord. What the hell am I doing? He's getting an earful, okay? You don't say something like that.
All right, let's hear from Coach Prime. Now, this is a different subject, but this is at Big 12 Media Days yesterday, and he was being asked why he is not in the EA Sports NCAA video game.
A few of the coaches in college football are not in the video game. You're one of them. I was curious why that was and what went into that decision.
I don't know about the video games. I have a wonderful team that handles a lot of business for me. If I'm not in the game, that means they weren't paying enough. it probably didn't fit where we're going right now. That's probably it. It was probably that simplistic. Thank you, Athletic. You guys do a wonderful job. You know I'm lying, right? Next.
What?
Yeah, you're not lying, sir.
Oh my, you do a wonderful
My
job.
God.
You are not lying, sir.
Thank you, Athletic. You guys do a wonderful job.
Really?
Of course, I am lying straight to your face when I say that. He's in midseason form, man. Coach Prime is back.
So it's like when Michael Jordan was just like the player 23 on your basketball video games. You couldn't get Jordan for a long time, bro. I don't even think you can get Jordan. Can you get Jordan now? I'm not even sure.
I'm not sure if you can either. I think there was a time though, whenever I was in my video game heyday, that I think you could rock with Jordan.
Yeah, you definitely like NBA Live.
Yeah, it got to that
was
point.
on
But for
there.
many years, he was
But
not.
now,
Yeah, he wasn't there. It was just a player 23. Unless you had Jordan versus Bird 1-on-1 for your Nintendo.
That's the only way you could do it, man. Yeah, so no Coach Prime in the video game. Everybody seems to like the video game, though. From what I've seen, the graphics and everything, everybody's pretty fired up.
I wonder if Coach Prime is really hard to work for. I wonder if he makes it very difficult on his coaches because his staff is constantly getting turned over. And I wonder if that's affecting like what you're talking about, what the quarterback was talking about, I wonder if Pat Shurmur was at a point where there was times with Pat Shurmur and Shedeur that it looked like it was good, solid football. And then you watch Colorado in some of the games, and we caught them on tape. They would play an opponent that we would, that you would break down and you would go, gosh, that doesn't look right. And I wonder if guys like Pat Shurmur, who's no longer there, I wonder if they just get kind of like they get neutered. And they're not able to do what they want to do because there's a lot of like on the staff, there's a lot of going back and forth. Well, we need to be doing this. And then Deion kind of gets. I'm going to say this. I think Deion Sanders is on the hot seat at Colorado.
Might be.
There's a lot. I mean, there is the former AD is no longer there. Who hired him, and they are running at a deficit right now at Colorado. And there's been a lot of things.
They're not bringing in the money like that?
They were not bringing in the money like that. And so to me, I just wonder if a new AD is going to say, okay, we're going to continue to run this thing at a deficit because of the football department. There's a lot of things that Coach Sanders and that group does. I mean, he's got some guys. He's got pro guys as coaches. I mean, he's got like Andre Girard's on that thing.
He had Warren Sapp. I don't know if he's still on the coaching
I don't think
staff.
Warren. No, Warren's not on that thing. He's got a former guy who worked with Clancy Pendergast, who was a linebackers coach under Mike Zimmer, that was here. But man, he needs to get some stability within his program on his coaching staff because that thing has become a revolving door. Like they're like one of their coaches, like he demoted a coach, an offensive coordinator. He demoted that coach, and the coach ended up going and taking the job at San Diego State and having success. And so you wonder if, in fact, that there's maybe too many Chiefs, not enough Indians in that building.
Yeah,
and that might be something that's going on there in Colorado. They need to find a way to be better. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I do think this is a bit of a hot seat year for him. So we'll see if they can get things figured out and moving in the right direction. Now, Wolchuk, yesterday you mentioned the Big 12 announcing a new sponsorship deal with Monster Energy for the upcoming football and basketball seasons. And so they are going to be known as the Monster Energy Big 12 Football. I mean, that's just funny.
Monster Energy.
You're going to have logos. I believe you're having the Monster Energy logo on
the field.
On the field. I think on the jerseys too.
Yep.
And a lot of these teams have their own sponsorships for their jerseys. So there's I think we're going to be looking like a NASCAR out there in the Big 12 with the amount of different sponsorship logos that are going to be on all these Big 12 jerseys.
In Europe are kind of like that now too.
People pointed out the BYU and how there could be some moral,
energy drinks,
some moral issues here with their honor code.
Okay.
Because they have a long list of things that you can and cannot do at BYU. One
like
of
girls
them
can't show up in like black leather pants with just a black leather top on.
It's very specific.
And promote their product.
I'm not familiar with that. Oh, you mean because that's what Monster Energy
That's what Monster does. Yeah, if you ever go to a race, our favorite sport, bullfighting. Not bullfighting, bull riding. Bull riding sponsored by Monster. It's the promotion is everywhere, and the Monster Energy Girls are part of the promotion.
Well, I mean, in their guidelines at BYU, you have to abstain from alcoholic beverages, tobacco, tea, coffee, vaping, marijuana, and other substance abuse. But if you can't have tea or coffee, but now you got the Monster Energy logo, I wonder if BYU's just like, hey, they're cutting us a check, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that would have been a conversation that Brett Yormark has.
Why can't you have coffee?
I don't know.
Why can't you have coffee?
Caffeine.
Okay, well, Monster Energy.
Yeah,
is the caffeine.
That's I'm saying. No, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
And this is where BYU, honestly, by coming into the Big 12, when they were an independent, they didn't have to deal with this. They didn't have to deal with, they were making money hand over fist out there in Provo. They could continue to be an independent, but the fact that they got into the Big 12, I bet you they had to turn the eye away. Don't look BYU, just cash the checks, So I think that to me I think you mentioned about NASCAR look on these jerseys and stuff. I don't blame them, man. I don't blame colleges have got to find a way to pay these athletes. And if it means kind of, prostituting yourself out to make money so you can pay your athletes, I don't care, put the damn logo on, wherever you want.
So we don't have the capacity. We got a lot of texts coming in here. 970 Mormons drink tons of energy drinks. 214, apparently you can have cold caffeine. I don't know, maybe that's a loophole. And then 903 Mormons prohibited all stimulants, soaking, even caffeine. Yeah,
loophole.
Yes,
I see what they're doing.
Yes,
they're finding.
Are these Mormons texting in?
Maybe.
Are these folks that are Mormons texting in?
Are you texting in? Are you Mormon?
Yeah, please tell me. That's probably illegal. I probably can't do that, right?
Well,
I can't ask if you're male or female, right? Either is that another one I can't do?
I'm not sure what the rules are. And if we can't say that, then please ignore it. Don't clip it.
Yeah, and it's a good point for the 214. Like, it's $20 million per year. You're talking about a little over $1 million per team. This is not that. It's not even like
I did listen to him talk about it, and he's like, they're a global brand. It's going to be great. They're trying to push the Big 12 globally. So they're trying to do a lot of more games in Europe, and they want to eventually go to a 24-team conference.
Like the NFL.
Yeah, so
it's just not that much money to bring in for something like that.
They're thinking bigger picture.
Yeah. Eventually, that's what it is now, but down the line, it'll end up growing to be much larger. It might end up blowing up in their face. Who knows?
$1 million will get you a good player, right?
Maybe.
$3,500.
I don't know anymore.
$350,000 will get you a 4-star recruit now.
All right, let's get into a mixed bag audio bonanza featuring Primetime, Mac Jones, Mystic Mac, and Could You Eat This Diet? That's next in the nation.
America Canned Cars for Kids.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, is this DeSoto legend and Super Bowl MVP teasing that he's about to sign with America's team? Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, and of course Lucius Alexander. Coordinating your video is Austin Nix, and we're partying with you here. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, about to hit a mixed bag audio bonanza featuring a couple of big-time legends, but this is just hot off the press. Von Miller on Instagram with a photo of himself in a number 24 Cowboys jersey with the shh emoji and the cowboy hat. Maybe he's teasing that he's about to sign with your Dallas Cowboys. Certainly no official news on that. We kicked the tires on this several times yesterday, most notably. I don't think you can ever have enough pass rushers, fellas. The Cowboys have a lot of question marks. There's a lot of potential. Like, you've got a ton of potential with Malachi Lawrence. You had a lot of potential with Donovan Ezeraku. Rashawn Gary, I think, is a really good all-around edge, but he's not a double-digit sack guy for you. Von Miller had, 8 sacks last year, quietly in Washington, still productive, and we've seen it with the last handful of Super Bowl champs, specifically with the Seahawks. You need depth. You need a rotation, and you can never have enough pass rushers. Von Miller, I'd love it. That would get me excited. I think that's exactly what the Cowboys could use depth-wise.
Yeah. You don't want to have crazy expectations for him, but I do think he can come in here and be helpful for you in a limited role, designated pass rusher, obvious passing downs. You throw Von Miller out there, and then what he can be as well as a mentor, like DeMarcus Ware was for him in Denver all those years ago. He could be that guy for Malachi Lawrence, for Donovan Ezeraku. I think it's a no-brainer, because one of my biggest questions about this Cowboys defense, will they have enough pass rush?
Yeah.
And I think Von Miller can certainly help you with that, and hopefully help the young guys grow into what will hopefully be all-pro badasses.
Could be exciting. 877-881-1053. What would a Cowboys potential addition of Von Miller do for you? Does that change any of your expectations heading into the season? Of course, nothing official, just Von Miller putting that out on his Instagram. All right, let's go ahead and shake it up. Hit a mixed bag.
You want a chocolate? Mama.
Leave the guy.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them back?
Yeah. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, let's stay with the NFL. Man, I did not realize, and I think we saw glimpses of it last year because Mac Jones got to start again for San Francisco with Brock Purdy out. But this dude has had an incredible interview with Bustin' with the Boys. I mean, he is giving so much viral content from this interview, and he's got a great personality, and he's kind of got a Peyton Russell aspect about him to where he's just hilarious without even trying to be hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a likable, goofy guy. And Mac Jones was talking about the 2021 NFL draft, how he might end up with San Francisco. He said, quote, "I remember all the hype leading up to it. I think everything happens for a reason. I'm here where I'm at now, and I did think they traded up for somebody, and I knew it was one of two people, and I was one of the people. So I guess if you're a gambling man, it's a 50-50 shot at the start." But then he adds, "You could have just picked me at 12. I don't know if I'm worth 3 first-round picks, but bleep, sign me up." Like, the self-awareness of Mac Jones, I love. He went on to also talk about just the craziness. Josh McDaniels leaves after his rookie season, in which he does go 9-7, takes the Patriots to the playoffs, and the next year's when they did that whole experiment with like Joe Judge and Matt Patricia as their offensive coordinator, and that just totally nuked his career in New England. Like, they just put anybody to be the coach. They didn't know what they were doing. And I mean, from his perspective, like, that would be crazy. I've got a special teams and a defensive coordinator trying to be my offensive coordinator. Like, how do you think this is going to turn out? Disastrous.
No, we've never seen anything like that before.
It was unreal.
And the fact that it was a Bill Belichick decision,
yeah,
it's crazy.
It's wild. It's wild. But here was Mac talking about when he's being recruited and the strength coaches at Alabama. This is an incredible story.
How intense was it when you first got to Alabama? Was there a point you're like, yeah, I got to get out of here? Too many goons. Too many goons. I'm used to goons, but this is way too many fucking goons.
That's a good point. I think my mindset was there, but like my first day when I did that lift, because the lifts there were insane. And Scott Cochran was obviously a legend. Go in, you do your warm up, like everything's like so organized and structured. You're running to every lift, so like you'll back squat and then you'll like run to the row machine. So like you're dying and they don't give you water pretty much. Well, they do. We'll say that they do. But anyways, first day I'm like hallucinating. Like I can't even finish an hour workout. And I'm like, dude, these other guys like Minka Fitzpatrick and everybody like, they look like they're 10 years older than me. One of the coaches, he thought I was a walk-on. So he like put me with the walk-ons. Like there's another group for the walk-ons. Oh, so the first day I'm with the walk-ons and I didn't know shit. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna go lift my ass
with
off.
all these other white guys.
I mean, here's what I bet.
It's amazing. Like the eventual starting quarterback and national champion Mac Jones at Alabama. They're like, yeah, this dude, I mean, he can't hack it. Put him with the walk-ons over there. And I mean, he does not look like he is a college athlete or a quarterback in the NFL. When you look at Mac Jones, he looks like an average guy, but incredible. And I'd very much encourage you to go check out the Bustin' with the Boys episode. He's funny. They have a lot of fun going back and forth. Now, let's get back to college. And you played the Julian Lewis clip, Eric, of him basically outing the staff like they weren't watching any tape. And then you brought up, Brian, the point of, all right, maybe it's tough to work for Prime in the coaching turnover. Where here's Deion Sanders on a game against Georgia Tech in Atlanta, and he needs to tighten up the reins on this coaching staff a little bit.
What's it going to be like to go back to Atlanta? Play Georgia Tech. What you got planned?
I got the coaches on curfew, not the kids.
I'm telling you.
The coaches are having curfew against Georgia Tech. We go in there 2 days early. We'll be there on a Tuesday. We play on a Thursday night in front of the whole country. I can't wait, man.
Yeah.
The coaches are on curfew, not the kids. I mean, hey, I get it. He's probably got a bunch of coaches that are going to go out and have a great time. And Pat Shurmur not there anymore. So they've added a new coordinator and quarterback coach there, Brennan Marion. And Marion's coming over from Sacramento State, where he spent one season following a stint at UNLV. Previously, he's been nominated as a finalist for OC of the Year honors, and he's expected to be an immediate upgrade over Pat Shurmur, who was demoted last year.
Well, is he not going to install the high school free balling offense?
I hope not. I mean, the offense got outscored 105-24 across a 2-week span last year with Pat Shurmur. Like that dude probably shouldn't coach in football again.
No.
Not even in high school.
I was blown away when Deion brought him in to be the OC.
Crazy.
Like this
Kevin Mathis is his new defensive coordinator, by the way.
Oh, former Cowboy.
Former Cowboy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go. Hell yes.
It's they're like I say, they've got to figure some things out there in Colorado. That's not as kumbaya as it once was probably 2-3 years ago. They've got to find a way to be more competitive over there.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean this is definitely a big year. I mean they finished 23rd in the top 25 rankings 2 years ago. Last year was just an absolute disaster of a season. This is big news, as I guess Texas Tech and Big 12 kind of buried the hatchet here. Brett Yormark and Texas Tech executive recently met at a Fort Worth steakhouse to bury the Brendan Sorsby hatchet.
Cattleman's?
A tough reconciliation process remains ongoing. This is per Ross Dellinger. Cody Campbell on the Fort Worth meeting said, quote, "We want to find a way to get all other Big 12 schools to elevate themselves. Everybody needs to do some version of what we've done. That's the path forward for this conference. A rising tide lifts all boats." So meanwhile, now you have the Sorsby saga continuing as the NCAA has finally sent Cincinnati a letter of inquiry or inquiry. And
inquiry.
It is. I've heard both pronounced
inquiry.
That way. Inquiry. I said it right the first time. Inquiry. I like inquiry. I think that sounds good. But it's about time. Like, why did it take this long for you to go ahead and say, "Hey, Cincinnati, what was up? You guys?"
After Tech encouraged them to do so.
You guys know about this? You know, like it's like ping pong. Cincinnati encourages them to look into, hey, this Sorsby
Cincinnati,
guy.
I guarantee you leaked all this stuff.
100%. I'm with you.
Well, it's going to be an ultimate KNC backfire.
Yeah, it is. Backfire. Also, the Dallas Mavericks have begun a multi-year partnership with J.P. Morgan Chase as the franchise's official jersey patch and banking partner. Chase will have a presence across American Airlines Center, including an entrance on the east side of the building for eligible cardholders.
So we're going to get the Chase logo on the jersey.
We've already got Chase. Isn't there an arena out in San Francisco named Chase?
Yes, Chase Center.
I wonder if our new arena here in Dallas for our basketball team is going to be Chase.
Have the same thought.
Well, maybe, I guess, does Rick Welts Is he part of that? Like, he was with Golden State. He helped them get their new stadium.
Maybe that's a good point.
Maybe Weltsy's got the in with Chase.
Eric, you're being very observant.
You had the American Airlines Arena in Miami, and you had the American Airlines Center in Dallas. So it wouldn't be the first time.
Just
Instead of Chase Center, you do Chase Arena.
Chase Arena.
Boom. And then everybody's happy here. We have the
What about
return.
the Chase basketball barn?
I like that.
How does that
CBB.
work? Yeah, just going to the CBB tonight.
Here it is. UFC 329, the return of the notorious Conor McGregor, is this Saturday on Paramount Plus. Conor has been doing the media rounds.
When's the last time he won a bout?
Won. The last time he fought was 5 years ago. Last time he won, gosh, it might be 7 when he beat Donald Cerrone. It's been a while. But he's coming back from that broken leg he suffered against Dustin Poirier. But here was Conor doing some interview yesterday during media day.
I was in my mother's, or I came out of my mother like this, and the midwife said, your son is going to be a fighter. Is that true? That's a true story, yeah. So, I can't remember that far back. I was fighting off the other guys trying to get the place. So, here you go. Fighting all the way, bro. All the way. And I will be all the way.
Man, and I don't know how she came out last night and put some doubt to people that this fight was going to end up happening, but both fighters are there doing media day. Conor's never been a guy, once he's there, like fight week happens, he's never backed out of a fight. In fact, he's had multiple fighters that he's supposed to go up against pull out, and he stays and fights whoever they like. The Nate Diaz, the first time he lost him, he was supposed to fight somebody else. Nate Diaz then takes the bout short notice. He's supposed to fight Aldo. Chad Mendez then has to step in, fights him 2 weeks out, and he won both matches. So I don't think Conor's backing out of this one. I think this is going to happen. He seems to be in a good place. Look, he's taking accountability for what it's worth. There's a lot of people I think that'll never be fans of Conor McGregor again, and I totally understand it. But there is something special about a McGregor card.
Is he broke?
No.
Not broke?
No. He still makes
financially.
Yeah.
I'm not totally sure.
He made so much money off the Floyd fight, his Proper 12 whiskey brand. He owns bare knuckle fighting.
Okay,
so money's still not a problem.
Not a problem there. Okay, we're fighting. We're fighting to be fighting.
He's not like Floyd trying to jump back in here because he needs a cash grab. Because honestly, I don't think he even makes what he's worth fighting for the UFC. I don't think a lot of these fighters do. And he still had 2 fights left on his old UFC contract. So I think he's going to fight. And if he wins, then they're already talking about a fast track to a title fight with Justin Gaethje. So we'll see what happens, but it's going to be fascinating. It could end up being heartbreaking, where if you're a Conor fan, he shows up and looks terrible, and Max Holloway, who's been active, and Max is a badass in his own right, beats the crap out of him. And then it's like we're watching what was, I think, the greatest come-up in era in UFC history, and it's over. And we're just realizing in real time, like, oh my gosh, it's done. But you still always have the hope of, like, that left hand of Conor. Does he sleep Max in round 2? And then, oh my gosh, the champ is back. So I can't help, but I loved Conor.
I know.
His rise was incredible. It's been really heartbreaking to kind of see just how things have gone out of control for him, and he's lost himself, and the sexual allegations and punching old people in bars, and clearly the substance abuse and alcohol abuse that he's been going through. But hopefully he's gotten his mind right for this fight, and we get a vintage McGregor performance, because there's really nothing like it.
Yeah,
and it'll be good for the UFC.
He's a showman. There's no question about that. And that'd be one, like, as a casual UFC guy, I'm down to watch that and just see, does he still have anything left, or is he about to get embarrassed?
I know. It's going to be fun. And Patty Pimlet's fighting the co-main event. He's also very, very entertaining. All right, how about some baseball maxing next, Chief?
Yes, all sorts of history being made next in the nation. a little bit there, Wolchuk.
I mean, the first innings are out of whack, bro.
I know. And Schumacher saying, like, no chance we would ever have an opener for DeGrom.
And I agree with Corey. I mean, all you needed was Evo and Monty, and they brought you a World Series. I think you're set.
That's true. It's a dynamic championship duo right there. DeGrom just sat back and watched the entire time.
Sorry, Jakob.
All right, so we do have some quality stats of the day here when it comes to Major League Baseball. I was blown away when I saw that Byron Buxton was caught stealing for the first time since May 1st of 2024.
Whoa!
Yeah, he had been
That's a base stealing badass.
37 consecutive stolen base attempts coming into Monday's game. It was the longest streak by an AL player since Ichiro. 06 and 07, he did it 45 straight times.
I was going to go Ian Kinsler.
45 straight bags. And now he has to reset it and see if he can go on another run. Byron Buxton. You also have Mason Miller. What a dog for the Padres. In his first 35 appearances of 2026, he has a .98 ERA and a 16.5 strikeout per 9 innings pitched. Okay, he is the first MLB player to have a sub-1 ERA and over 16 punch-outs per 9 through his first 35 appearances of a season since 1913.
1913.
You got to go way, way back when Broadus was only just still an adolescent to get that particular stat.
He was already thinking about being drafted in World War II.
Now, do you want the good? I skip the bad and go right to the ugly when it comes to the Royals. You have good, and then you have ugly. What do you want first?
Well, good.
Tyler Tolbert tied an MLB record for consecutive at-bats with a hit. 12 straight at-bats.
Yes, he did.
In what was a wild game versus the Mets. Now, it's wild because the game ends 16-12. Royals get the win. But this baseball folly right here is too good not to play, okay? I would like to take you to the bottom of the first inning with the bases loaded. Kansas City is pitching, and this is the disaster that ensued on Royals television.
Little tapper left to the mound. Lugo fielding, throwing on the run, and it gets on by Caglione. That'll bring in the game's first run as Ewing scores. Bichette to third, and all the way to second goes Benj. Now it's thrown to the backstop, and Bichette digging for the plate. He scores. Now the ball gets away again, and Benj will score.
Oh, my God.
A Little League home run for Carson Benj. 3 separate errors on one play by the Kansas City Royals. Mets lead 3-0.
Oh, my gosh.
The Royals gave up a 3-error Little League homer that included one of the worst throws you'll ever see on a baseball diamond from old Jack Caglione. Okay,
not good.
That was.
Hey, he's in the home run derby now, though.
Yes, he is. Yes,
that
he
guy
is.
seems to punish the Rangers.
He does. It's weird how we get just random guys that'll just be Ranger killers and they stink against everybody else. But this has been quite the series against the Royals because the day before they were the first team to score in every inning since the White Sox did it against Cleveland back in 2016. They scored in every inning, 26 up, 27 down. It's even more rare than a perfect game that this happened. And they did it against the Phillies' ace, Christopher Sanchez. They knocked him out of the game in 3 1/3 innings. It was amazing. They scored 6 in the first.
Dang, on Sanchez, too. We know firsthand how freaking dominant Sanchez is. Wow, what a week for Kansas City. It's
been fun for them.
A lot of highs, a lot of lows. But the good news is that triple throwing error with the Little League homer situation was in the first inning, and they had enough time to claw back and win that game 16-12. So all is not lost there in Kansas City, but that was pretty ugly and embarrassing. I need to send you guys this clip here. Now, Austin Nix, our wonderful fan cam coordinator, is going to throw this up for the YouTube and the Twitch, but I want you guys to see this because in Baltimore, they are revolutionizing the sport of the in-game promotions, I would say. And You know, sometimes like they'll do like the beach ball in the stands and everybody's got to keep the ball going or whatever. Well, they have changed it up, okay? How can you not be romantic about baseball and hot dogs? Baltimore teaming up with Quick Trip, okay? So they have a inflatable Quick Trip hot dog and they have an inflatable Quick Trip hot dog bun. And they start on opposite sides of the ballpark, and the fans have to volley it until they get the hot dog securely and safe into the bun. And it was actually really fun to watch. It was exhilarating. And when they finally landed the dog into the bun, the entire crowd erupted like they just hit the grand slam home run.
How long did it take him to do it? Was it like a 2-3 minutes?
The clip that I see is like a 50-second clip.
Okay.
And it looks like they're picking it up kind of in the middle of it. So, yeah, roughly, I would guess a minute, maybe 90 seconds, having to bounce those things. And this is just like all fans uniting and coming together and trying to make something happen there in the middle of a commercial break. Like, you don't have that much time.
Yeah,
everybody's got to
do their job.
Everybody's got to do their job, keeping the hot dog and the bun up in the air until they land perfectly into each other. It's a beautiful advertisement for Quick Trip, by the way.
Oh yeah,
because I mean this video is going viral right now. Like
true.
Quick Trip is the big winner here, and kudos to Baltimore because I think that was pretty dang legit.
Are those some good dogs? Those QT dogs?
QT dog will,
yes. Quick Trip hot dogs are fantastic, bro. Make sure that bun is nice and soft in there in that little heating area.
That's the key.
Yeah, you got to watch them buns.
Best time to eat them like 3:38 in the morning. What time do we eat these Quick Trip hot dogs?
They're 24 hours a day.
Sometime in the afternoon.
Oh, we're in the afternoon?
Yeah, I don't have the belly like that, bro.
I just wondered if
3 a.m. hot dog from a gas station
crazy.
Recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
I'm just telling that time we went to Nobu and Bobby made me pull over to gas station to get a roast beef sandwich there or turkey sandwich, whatever he got.
We were at freaking Nobu, man.
Yeah,
Bobby's like, "Hey, man, you mind pulling over for me?"
He's not a seafood guy.
Can't take him nowhere.
And he went in there and got him a Quick Trips. Actually, like
it's like a
Pacific Coast Highway hot dog is what or a sandwich is what he got.
Yeah, that was maybe as infuriated as I've ever been with Bobby. And it had really nothing to do with me. I wasn't losing in any way.
No.
But just knowing that he was punting on Nobu's food so he could get an expired sub sandwich roast beef style from a random gas station totally angered me.
They moved it in the box at least 4 different times.
Oh, yeah.
That little sandwich. Let's move it over here. Nobody's buying it. Put it over here. It's not expired yet.
Got to take a Sharpie and mark out the date a little bit.
Jeez.
Got to make it like you can
on there.
Yeah, you can't see all the date. You know?
He ate a sandwich that was probably made during the pandemic. Yeah. And he was fine.
Right across the street was Nobu.
Yeah,
you got to just go back to the hotel and order yourself food. Don't let anybody else know that you're.
Lucius, are you going over to the nacho cheese area to lather your hot dog at Quick Trip? Or you just going straight mustard?
I usually go straight mustard. Yeah.
Don't want to play
Sometimes
too
put some
dangerous.
onions on there. Now I can't do too much with that. But don't get it twisted though. You can make those walking tacos over there.
Yeah.
You know, put the Doritos and you pour them cheese and the chili on there.
Yeah.
That sounds delicious.
Is the
jalapenos?
Is the veg sketch over there? We're talking about like the relish and onion. The veg. That's short for vegetables.
Okay.
The veg.
Yeah.
Is it sketch?
I put a little pico.
Is it like cold? I mean, is it?
Yeah.
Is it or is it room
I'm
temperature?
not touching it, bro.
No, I mean, like you're putting that stuff on the hot dogs.
Yeah, I'm not touching it.
Okay, so
people just don't. You know, they cross contaminate a lot.
Yeah.
People just are so disrespectful.
Yeah. So the utensils from the onions end up in the relish thing?
It's just disrespectful, man. People are they're weird.
It does get kind of sloppy. I popped into Costco the other day, and I mean they still have the $1.50 hot dog deal, which is outstanding. But even that was
there's no
messy.
rules to this. What are we doing?
Yeah,
it's just like anarchy out there in the hot dog
You've
world.
got some drippage from the mustard and the relish all over on the counter, and then sometimes that can just kind of seep into the onion, and we got issues.
I'm telling you, got to be careful with the ballpark. You got to be careful with the ballpark because if you hit the mustard dispenser thing,
it'll get you.
Sometimes there'll be some gumpage going on there, a little gumpy.
Yeah.
And when the gumpy clears, that thing goes
It's firing out
on your shorts. You're like, oh no! What was I? You got to stand over on the side. Don't go straight line. If you're straight line putting mustard on your hot dog at a ballpark, you're risking wearing the mustard going back to Section 107.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's some strategy there.
Yeah,
just with the
stand to the
fundamentals.
side And yeah,
the exit velo on that mustard is crazy.
It's great for tryout.
They're not all equal.
No, it is not. All right, there's a little baseball maxing here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a hump day. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I've got some Cowboy stuff. It's really about Malik Hooker I want to talk about. We'll do that next.
Uh-oh. All right, tell
And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Rangers lineup has dropped, and it looks to be near identical to what it was last night, with Peterson leading off, Josh Smith again batting second, playing second, Berger at first, Nimmo going ahead and playing right field. Your cleanup batter, Duran at third, Evan Carter at center, Osuna in left, Elias Diaz catching for Mackenzie Gore, and then Nicky Lopez again playing shortstop and rounding out your order. We'll talk with Jared Sandler coming up at 5. We got Ari Timken at 4:20. But right now, it's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Hurtado and Reliant AC. Here he is, King of the Krusties.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you very much to Hurtado and also to Reliant. I was kind of looking at, and this is, man, I don't want to even bring this up anymore, with the whole thing with Malik Hooker. You know, Bobby.
It's kind of gone crazy. It's weird to be arguing about a player that is really not. Bobby seems to think he's going to have a massive role. Maybe he does.
I want to say this. I want to give Bobby credit. Because Bobby, I want to give Bobby credit about this. Because Bobby's looking at it away from a money standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it as, well, look what they did to the position. You know, look how they went out and spent money. And Bobby's argument or discussion, it's really not an argument. I mean, he's just saying what.
It's just a rebuttal.
It's just a rebuttal.
Yeah.
He's thinking it's like they had a chance to save money. Why did they not get rid of him too?
Which I would argue they should have. And I think that was a bad decision because I think P.J. Locke might be better than Malik Hooker. Now, we'll find out. Maybe Malik Hooker, he's battled a lot of injuries. There's no question about it. I don't think he's a good cover player at this stage in his career, but he has proven to be a sure tackler. All you'll hear from anybody praising him from that building is how smart he is. He's a good character guy. He has leadership traits. And maybe those are all the things that they wanted to stay. Those are why they wanted to keep him here.
All the other players, all the other safeties that they moved on from might not have fit what you're talking about with the smarts and all that stuff like that. I understand that. And like I say, my discussion, I didn't focus on that money. You know, and the money is very, I mean, it's super reasonable. But if you say he were to get cut post June 1, and that post June 1 would be, say that he gets in training camp and, he doesn't make the team. Well, it's like a $5.5 million cap hit.
Okay, so he's going to be on the team then.
See, I
doubt they want to eat that.
Yeah, and then there's only like a cap savings of like $1 million.
Yeah, Malik Hooker's not going to get cut, I don't think, in that case.
See, that's, if you look at it as that way.
Yeah.
Bobby's right.
Right.
Bobby's absolutely right about that. And so the more, I want to look at the position, think, I know one thing, I think they upgraded the position.
Oh, there is no question. And I thought it might have been the weakest room. I know linebacker was bad, but their safety play was atrocious.
I just feel like that they were so bad up the middle, with the exception of the defensive tackles. I just felt like that they were so bad up the middle that way. With the linebackers and the safeties. And the way I'm arguing him, like, gosh, you got to get better up the middle, don't you?
Amen.
And I felt like that they did. But do you believe? All right, let me ask it this way then. Malik Hooker on the team. Bobby thinks Malik Hooker playing significant time. Is he going to be right about this?
Well, he's right in the sense of if the Cowboys are legitimately going to just be keeping Caleb Downs as their slot corner in nickel and dime situations. I would love these corners to step up and maybe Kobe Durant or Reddy Stewart, whoever it is. Your outside guys like Bland's actually healthy, Revel shows you something, and you can actually line up to where you've got your 2 outside guys. Durant can play inside, because I would love Caleb Downs to be able to play like a Troy Polamalu type, where he can be a chess piece that you're moving all over the place. He's sneaking up and is kind of like a sniffer around the line of scrimmage. He can play deep at safety. He can play linebacker. If you want him to shade over the slot, he can do that. If you want him to man a tight end, I want no restraints on Caleb Downs. If you've got him in that specific role, I think Bobby's right in that they're probably going into the season thinking that, but I'd love it to where that isn't how they have to end up using him.
Does Hooker play because he's smart?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing now?
Yes, I think there's trust there.
Yeah, and he is good downhill.
I just don't feel like he covers well enough, though.
That's
what you got Downs for.
And Thompson.
You got these guys that can play, and I need somebody in the back end that I can kind of put, if all of a sudden it's a 2-deep look, you're playing hashes and stuff. I get it. Everybody telling me Malik Hooker tackles well, this, that, and other. Listen, I think there's plenty of opportunities where you can watch Malik Hooker missing a tackle or two. But the whole defense was missing tackles. That's not an indictment of Hooker. That's the whole defense was bad.
But in coverage, you're right. I can't think of a play that he's made in the last 2 years.
It's like, why do you want to play somebody in coverage? But that's what you need. You've got other players to play his role, to play down, to play underneath.
PJ Locke could do that, in my opinion, and might be better at it now at this stage in Hooker's career.
Yeah, I do think that's what PJ Locke brings to the table. It's not really the coverage aspect here.
No,
I think Jalen Thompson is probably your best cover safety.
Right.
If you're thinking about Downs in a different way.
Yeah, if Downs is playing your slot outside of base. Because I think ideally your safeties are in base defense. It's Downs and Thompson.
Right.
Yes.
So, Hooker's hopefully not on the field. But when you go to nickel, if they are planning on Downs is that star player where he's moving and playing nickel corner, then it is. Is it Thompson and Hooker? Is it Thompson and Locke? I would predict that over time Locke ends up taking Hooker's role. But I
think watching Locke play, I think Locke is smart enough. I didn't see any massive oh geez. I think he made 3 or 4 starts there in Denver.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this is a good signing here.
Had 2 big interceptions against Josh Allen when they played him during the season and in the playoffs.
Maybe it's because I think it's one of those, Vach likes to talk about, Vach Lombardi, who we all work with. It's like position redundancy.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got guys that, that could do this, but the guy you needs to be able to cover. I just don't see that with this guy. I just don't. And to me, I'll admit this. Because I think that people, if I ask you guys, when I say Luke Schoonmaker, you guys are like, I'm done.
I just want better.
I'm done. I feel the same way about Hooker.
And I'm with you. I agree with the way that you see the player. I really do.
But I want to give Bobby credit for bringing up the fact that, listen, dumbass, talking about me, listen, he's look at his contract. Look at his contract.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not going to go anywhere. And Bobby's right about that.
He is.
But I'm to the point where I am so hopeful of watching the practices and the preseason, and that the fact that somebody else, because I think they're going to need somebody to be able to play well in coverage.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't know if that's PJ Locke. Maybe Hooker, when it comes to coverage.
Maybe because I've seen Hooker not play that way.
Yeah, I think you've got 2 guys that are good cover safeties in Downs and Thompson. Locke, we'll see. We need but we know Hooker is now a box safety.
I don't feel that great about Bell covering anybody either.
No, I think that Bell, there's a reason his best year was playing linebacker, and I think we're seeing that now. He's not a good cover safety, but I am intrigued, and I brought up his name yesterday, and what they have in Elijah Clark.
Elijah Clark, I think you're absolutely right about that.
And they seem to love him.
I don't think we're giving Elijah Clark enough of a look right now, or enough of a conversation about him. Because I do think he could cover. That's to me, I just, if I've got guys that could play down and play and tackle and play, I'm cool. But if I don't have anybody that could play in the middle of the field and play with some range and and help these corners when the ball goes vertically. I just don't see it. So, listen, I want to acknowledge Bobby Belt. Bobby, if you're listening, you made a great point. You made a great point. I guess it's like I've seen enough of Hooker, and it's kind of like people think about Luke Schoonmaker. I just do. I just do. Who do you guys think will be? Who do you guys think the normal nickel will be? If it's not, if they're shuffling, if they're bringing downs put them at safety, who do you think's going to play that nickel spot?
Man, I think in their perfect world it would probably be Kobe Durant. If Revel and some of these guys can be trusted to play the boundary.
He's working that way.
Yeah. If they can't trust Revel and some of the other younger guys on the boundary, then I guess Reddy Stewart would probably be that guy. I mean, that would be my guess, again, unless a Zion Childress or somebody like that ends up stepping up in a way that we don't totally foresee.
You just didn't think about a guy like Carson or any of that, did you?
I'm not thinking about Carson, and I'm not thinking about Carson in the nickel. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I'm just saying you're not even. It's not even. You're just kind of like.
I think hopefully it could be Carson, could it be Revel that are actually good enough on the boundary to where they feel comfortable putting Durant
inside. There you go. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Because I agree. The other guy, I'd still think that to me, he's played his best football in the slot is Deron Bland.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind kicking Bland inside, and maybe I am so off and wrong on that, but I thought Bland did really good things.
No, he did. It's been a while now, right? Like it was his rookie year that he did that, and they just haven't had the propensity to want to put him back there, and he certainly doesn't want to.
Yeah, he hasn't wanted to do it.
Do you think him having to carry or cover so much ground puts more stress on his foot?
Yes, that's probably a big part of it, and I think that's a great point.
Yeah, the shifty receivers dragging you across the field.
And then now you have to plan on that foot. Yeah, I think so, too.
Covering choice routes out of the slot.
Yeah. That's tough. It's a tough spot. It's such a challenging position.
Yeah. All right, boys. Thank you. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. There is Krusty's Corner again, brought to you by Hurtado and Reliant AC every day at 3:40-ish here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's hit a football fix, shall we? Breakouts, growing up in a football family, and his dad out of excuses based on this list. That's next in the nation. But Michelob Ultra, it's the list.
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
We have somebody teasing they could possibly be a Dallas Cowboy. If you missed it, we'll cover it here. We do have some updates. I know Joseph Hoyt and others on the beat have been on that. We'll share that with you as we do a little football fix. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio, going to join us on the other side as he has been live at Big 12 Media Days. So much to discuss regarding Texas Tech and the current state of the Big 12. It is Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champion scout Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, my partner in crime. Of course, Lucius Alexander holding it down in the Pim Cup. Shout out to Austin Nix doing great work coordinating your video on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you for rocking with us on this hump day. We wouldn't be here without you, but let's do it. Here's our football fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
The hot Cowboy news right now. Von Miller posting a picture of himself in a Cowboys jersey on Instagram, and it's got Cowboys Nation now running wild with all kinds of ideas and speculation. Is it happening? Finally, DeSoto Zone. Is he coming back home for one last ride in Dallas? Well, Joseph Hoyt said he talked with a couple people and nothing to report back on this front, quote, yet. Couple things worth noting. Von Miller, as I mentioned, he's from DeSoto, just south of Dallas. He and the Cowboys defensive coordinator Christian Parker did cross paths in Denver. Cowboys could use more at outside linebacker, but the roster currently is full. They'd have to make a move if indeed they were to sign Von Miller. He also was with Emmitt Smith and Dez Bryant for a FIFA World Cup game recently. Took a picture with them, and then he's got his annual Pass Rush Summit that is coming up. He hosts that, and you do have several Cowboys that are signed on to attend that. Donovan Ezeraku, Rashawn Gary, Kenny Clark, those along with Quinnen Williams that will be going to the SAC Summit that's hosted by Von Miller, Cam Jordan, and Max Crosby, Brian.
Yeah, Joseph reached out. I reached out too. My direct message was I sent a picture of Von Miller's account, and I said, is he just fishing here? And he says, yeah, I think he's fishing. So my source, they like Joseph is, a lot of these guys, Todd Archer, Calvin Watkins, Clarence Hill, all those guys are plugged in, but it seems to be that Von Miller just, as my source would say, is just fishing right here.
All right. Well, we'll monitor that, but that makes some sense. Maybe he's trying to will it into existence. He's flirted with Dallas several times, and who knows what his market is right now. I mean, I know he's also been very outspoken that his desire would be to go back to Denver and his career there. But I think that'd be a fun addition if the Cowboys were to make it happen. I don't think you can have enough good pass rushers. And several people have asked, like, okay, would you rather have Von Miller and Jadeveon Clowney? I think Clowney's really, we're propped up based on his final game against the Giants. Like, Jadeveon Clowney is very similar to Rashawn Gary in terms of he's not some sack specialist. He's a good all-around player that'll give you 6 to 8 sacks a year. But he had to have 3 or 4 to hit the 8 mark in his final game to hit his incentives. Like, Jadeveon Clowney knows what he's doing. He knows what he has to do. He can turn it on when he wants to, and then he can certainly just go ahead and chill. And I think there's a reason he's been a mercenary, and it jumps from team to team and doesn't sign until training camp and gets his 1-year, $10 million bag. He had a really nice season here. But I think if I got to choose, like, I don't know that Jadeveon Clowney's some sort of mentor kind of guy. Von Miller clearly would be willing to be that. And you have some young dudes that you like and are excited about, and Ezeraku and Malachi Lawrence. I think Von Miller would be the better fit between the two on this year's Cowboys team.
Yeah, I think Miller would embrace the role of being that player coach kind of guy to the younger dudes, and embracing the role of, a small number of snap counts, being a true designated pass rusher. And I do think he fits that role better than what Clowney does. Clowney is a plus player in the sense that he's good against the run and he can be disruptive that way and then give you a little bit of juice off the edge, but not the finishing sack juice that you want from, or that you get from maybe more of a Von Miller. Right, so right. I think it fits much better for Miller over Clowney, and I'm all for this move. I don't want to make it seem like, oh my gosh, this is a total needle mover, but it's like a Kobe Durant. You help raise the floor of your defense.
Right. And hey, the more pass rushers, the better. All right, let's go to Caleb Downs and his brother Josh Downs, Downs to Business podcast, as they grew up in a football family. I mean, their dad played at a high level. Their uncle, Dre Bly, won a Super Bowl with the Rams. They're built for this, and here they are kind of talking about growing up in a football family.
I felt like we was around players growing up, and that was the biggest thing for us. To be around my mom's high school students, like Kevin Minter, Cameron Hayward, those type of guys.
It's good to get back to the community and let kids, they see professional players in front of them, college players, and it kind of gives them a sense of like not making it like irregular, not making it seem like we're like these movie stars. If they see you in front of them, they're kind of like, wow, like he's not that big, or wow, like he played here for high school, like oh, I can do it too. So I feel like for me that's a big thing. And our family friends are former NFL players. So, and then again, our uncle was Dre Bly. Like one of his great friends was Torrey Holt, and we used to be at Torrey Holt's crib, and you don't even know how good Torrey Holt is. Seeing like an NFL player wasn't like this surreal moment where I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy. Like it was like, okay, like Dre Bly had 43 picks in the league. Like that's abnormal stuff done. But again, that's our uncle. We see him all the time. Every day. It was pretty cool.
Hey, it's definitely not an oh my gosh NFL. This is some crazy like. Caleb Downs has been built for this, man. Him and his brother, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Kachuk brothers in the NHL. Their dad, Keith Kachuk, just getting inducted in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and they've been around it their entire life. And for some people, like maybe it doesn't end up resulting in I'm some great NFL player. For Caleb, I think it absolutely will, and I just think those bloodlines, it's always something I make a note of when I see that, reading through notes when we're prepping for the draft, Brian, is like, okay, this guy's got a family
and we're
member
seeing that a lot more.
Yeah.
I mean, we are seeing that a lot more in these reports with these kids. There was a time like, oh, yeah, well, he's so-and-so's son. Oh, great. Now it seems like you scout, 10, 12 guys, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, his dad was or his uncle was. So it's a very, very common thing nowadays.
Well, and we got another Harrison, Jet Harrison, younger brother of Marvin Harrison Jr., also going to be going and playing for Ohio State. Man, that would be wild. I mean, I will say, I've been a little surprised in Marvin Harrison Jr. and how
quarterback
underwhelming.
Situation?
I think that could have a lot to do with it. Maybe this year, I mean, I don't know. He's still got Jacoby Brissett, but eventually I think it'll click for him, but it has been disappointing.
Coordinator, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just being in Arizona. He'll get Arch next year. And we'll get another Manning to Harrison. That's what I'm hoping for him. Let's stay with the wide receivers. Let's go to my guy. Nobody else's, okay? Screw you, Bobby. Ryan Flanoy. Ryan Flanoy. This story is crazy. This is him and Nicole Hutchinson. And Nicole Hutchinson's got a good deal going out on DallasCowboys.com, and you can check it on their social media page. She interviewed our buddy Jake Ferguson. Now she's got Flanoy. I tried to play this story several weeks ago. Bad on my part. You heard a lot of crap going on. The audio was very unclear. But here's Flo. 99 pounds in high school. How did you keep the belief?
When was it that your coach at the time basically told you you weren't going to be anything?
Yeah, that was my freshman year, and I remember the meeting. We was in the driver's ed room. The wrestling coach came out and said, yeah, these are all the NFL players who wrestle. He's trying to get us to come wrestle. And it's a room, like 70 of us in the room. And who in here want to play college? Everybody hand, straight up. Oh, he just pointed me out. He was like, Ryan, I was 5'3", 99 pounds. I knew that because I wrestled 99 pounds. But I was 5'3", 99 pounds. And he was like, with your height, you're not going to play at the next level. Yeah, I just remember that and like being hurt, like my heart sunk and felt like my dreams was crushed. But I always never gave up on myself. That's one thing, I don't like to give myself credit a lot, but I never give up. Somebody think I can't do anything, I like to prove myself, and if I can't do it, I'm going to try again. God bless me. I grew. 6'2", 205 right now.
Big dog.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. 5'3", 99 pounds. And now 6'2", 205. What a freaking jump for Ryan Flanoy. And, I mean, some of the stories you've heard about him, like he breaks his wrist or his arm, and you've got the pro scouts that are coming out there, and he's like, no, I'm still doing all the drills. Like, I'm not staying in that. Like, this guy's just driven to be great. I think that's part of the reason why we believe in him. And I'm excited to go, see how he looks this year and takes another step. I mean, year 1 to year 2 is a hell of a jump. 2 to 3. Can he go out there and prove like, hey, guys, I'm here. And if you need me to be your wide receiver too, I can do that. Otherwise, we've got the best trio in the entire NFL with CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, and Ryan Flanoy.
It's crazy to go from 5'3", 99 pounds, and then years later you're at the NFL Combine and you're scoring a 9.9 out of 10 based on your physical skill set, your size, your explosiveness, your speed. He is so much more athletic than I thought he was.
It's unbelievable. Okay, so CBS Sports Today put out the NFL offensive infrastructure rankings. Which teams have best set up their quarterback for success? They graded play callers, offensive lines, and weapons to see which teams have set their quarterback up for ultimate success. The worst on the list is the Miami Dolphins for Malik Willis. I mean, you got Jalen Tolbert, Tutu Atwell. Those are your starting wide receivers. The Titans, the Browns, and the Commanders are the help needed, 29 through 31. Help wanted, you've got the Panthers, the Giants, the Jets, the Texans, the Cardinals. Then average incubators, Steelers, Ravens, Raiders, Seahawks, despite winning a Super Bowl, Bucks, which I'm surprised by, and the Patriots. Tier 3, above average, Colts. Eagles at 16, which is a big difference from yesterday, the roster rankings, where they're at 2. They're at 16 here. Broncos at 15, Saints at 14, Packers at 13, Falcons at 12, Vikings at 11. Still no Cowboys. Tier 2, very good environment. Chargers at 10, Cincinnati at 9, Chiefs at 8, Bills at 7, Jags at 6, 49ers at 5. Still no Cowboys. The best ecosystems in the NFL. At number 4, you've got the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, there we go.
Then the Lions, the Bears, number 1, surprise, surprise, it's the Rams. But they are grading play caller, they are grading offensive line, and they are grading weaponry around one Dak Prescott. Would you agree they have put together the ideal ecosystem for Dak, which means, sir, go out there and keep playing at a high level. There's no more excuses, and hopefully they've now rewarded you with a better defense to give you a better chance at a championship.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, you can't have perfection. You're always going to have something that is not ideal, and I think that's the offensive line right now. And maybe a little bit with your tight end room is just okay. And you could use a little bit more explosiveness out of the backfield. But when it comes to a play caller and when it comes to the Pickens Lamb factor, like those right there are what elevate you. Your offensive line, somewhat average at this point, with potential to take another step if Guyton and the young guys can step up a little bit. But I think so much of this is being propped up by the shoddy Clayton Adams combo of offensive coordinators, and then just what Pickens and Lamb do for you, which is astronomical.
Unbelievable. It's craziness. Finally, here you've got your execs, coaches, and scouts. They've ranked the top edge rushers. Myles Garrett 1. Last year he was 1. Not surprising. Micah is 2, your former Cowboy and current Green Bay Packers. Highest ranking was 2. His lowest ranking on the list was 5. Last year he was 3. He's moved up to 2 now.
I'd go Will Anderson.
I agree. I'd put him over Micah 2 at this point. I think he's just a better overall player. Will Anderson Jr. is 3. His lowest ranking was 8, which, I mean, what are these people doing?
I don't get it, dude.
I don't either. Highest ranking at 2. Last year he was 8, so moving up from 8 to 3 is pretty big. Max Crosby, though, still at 4 on this list, and his highest ranking was 2. His lowest ranking was 8. Last year he was at 4. He stays at 4. An NFC exec saying he is a bad mother bleeper versus the run, the pass, whatever. He is a pain in the ass all game. I still love me some Max Crosby. Aiden Hutchinson at 5, Danielle Hunter at 6, TJ Watt at 7. He dropped from 3 the year before. Nick Bosa at 8. He did get unranked by some. His highest ranking was 3. Brian Burns of the Giants at 9, and Nick Benito of the Broncos at 10. There is not a Dallas Cowboy even in the also receiving votes category.
It was funny this morning to listen to Choppy try and guess these.
Did he not really know what was happening?
He was just, Bobby was trying to lead him down the path of, all right, let me give you a hit here. Choppy was just going all over the map. I was like going, Okay, this is.
Did he belch out DeMarcus Ware's name at one point?
I think he said verse like 6 times.
Jason Taylor.
Yeah, he just. Bobby goes, okay, number 6. This has got to be verse. No, it's not. And then number 7. Well,
verse.
This has got to be verse.
Verse was an honorable mention.
And he got to number 10. Well, man, this has to be verse. And Bobby, like defeated, goes, no, it's not verse.
It's not verse.
And he goes, so that means he's 11? He's just outside the top 10.
Not in the top 10. We love you, Chop. All right, let's talk with R.A. Temkin, Big 12 Radio, coming up next in the nation.
Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a hump day. And we'll talk some Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler at the top of the hour. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333 as we head out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our buddy Ari Temkin. Ari, how we doing?
What's going on? How are you?
We're fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The media days, you've been busy. You've been interviewing. Who's your favorite interview you've done so far?
Man, I'm trying to think of like the joking answer here because I always want to like have fun and joke with you guys, or like the real answer, which is like more serious and not as fun. But
give me the fun.
Who felt like gave you the best case for an identity of his team, Ari? That's what I want to know.
You need to punch him in the face one day.
At some point, you're
Ari,
going to
I love
his
you.
ass,
And
Ari.
congratulations, too, on your appointment there at Haymaker, too. You're doing a great job.
Dude,
absolutely.
Thank you for that, and brought us to the bat. You know I love you forever.
I know you do, man. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. I'll randomly get texts from friends. Hey, like they're talking about you on the fan. I was like, is Broadus talking about identity again? Like that's. I love that.
There was nothing better than Ari after a game, and like we'd be sitting there, and Ari knew damn good and well they played very bad. He's like, Broadus, what do you think their identity of this team is? And I'd look at him like, Ari, their identity is they're losers. This is what they are. They're just flat losers. That's their identity right now.
Well, and like, I mean, you get to like the end of a 3-hour pregame show.
Oh, sure. You're right. I was so mad at him at the end, Ari. You know that. I was just mad at him. God.
But in all honesty, I love it. Like, and I think there's things in sports, like platitudes in sports, that we just kind of like continue to perpetuate that don't need to be. And like that's one of those. Like you should have called me out for that. It's hilarious.
No. I'm a jackass. I admit it, man. I mean, listen, Zach and Eric don't want to work with me anymore. You might have to come back. They might have to bring you back.
That's really what this whole interview is about.
Your kids,
welcome back.
Yeah,
buddy.
Ari, they want you to come back. Your kids are grown now, right? So we can bring you back. You don't have to hang out at the house, right?
That's it. That's totally it. But no, I mean, look, like you, I don't take myself too seriously. I think that's an important part of this business, and like, so I like, it's the people that would this is an identity thing. Like, just don't take yourself so seriously, man.
Yeah.
Like, and in some ways, like Texas Tech fans, like, cool it, man. Don't take yourself that seriously, Texas Tech fans. But go back to the question. Noah Fafita he's really cool. Like, Noah Fafita to me has one of the coolest stories in college football that nobody talks about. And like, everybody complains about the transfer portal at NIL, and it's like kids these days, they don't want to face adversity and they leave at the first sign of adversity. And like, so Noah Fafita has been in Arizona his entire career. He blew up his freshman year with Jed Fish. Fish bolts, goes to Washington. He stays. He could have been justified in leaving. He didn't. He stayed at Arizona. Brent Brennan comes in. He has a really bad year that next year at Brennan. Could have left. Same thing, right? Like, faced adversity head on, stayed there, had a really good year last year. Now he's one of the most productive, consistent starters in the league, and yet like nobody talks about him. So like on the one hand, you have all these college football fans that complain about the transient nature of the sport, and all these kids that want to face adversity, and there's examples of the complete opposite of it right in front of their face, and they don't like. It's not a story. It's not a talking point. It's just a really interesting sort of study on human behavior. And like, we say we want certain things, but we don't. Do we really want those things, or are we just more focused on like the Sorsby stuff and the other, stuff on the side that's not celebrating the sport the way that it probably should be?
Hey, Ari, we had this discussion earlier. I'm sorry, it's going to take you off the track a little bit, but it's about BYU, and we were trying to figure out with the new Monster Energy thing. Is the fact that BYU's now in the Big 12, did they have to kind of lighten up some of those honor code things to play ball with the guys and gals in the Big 12?
I mean, I do think the caffeine thing in Monster, like that is a very interesting dynamic because, they're going to wear a caffeine-free Monster Energy drink patch.
Yeah. But we were talking about people, there's some like Mormons, texting in saying, hey, it's caffeine's okay, that kind of thing. But I just wondered, does BYU, to get in the conference, did they have to make some concessions That's, I mean, or I don't know. It's probably an unfair question to you. I mean, I know I just usually come up with a great answer on these things, but I just wondered if BYU, them being an independent, for just as the last couple of years or so.
We found out Ari's a lawyer, so I'm sure he's got knowledge on this.
Yeah.
I mean, the answer is no, bro. They didn't, and I think that's noble. They don't play on Sunday. If in basketball, like the Big 12 championship game in basketball had BYU played in it, like it would have been moved to not play on Sunday. There's been some adjustments made for that. I mean, the honor code in terms of sexual relations. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, and that wasn't it. But
you nailed it, man.
That sabotaged them in some ways. I mean, and like in ways that could be used against them, where you've got like, I'm not saying this has happened, but it could very reasonably happen, where you could have somebody accused of an impropriety that is then used to basically say like, oh, this person did that and you're not supposed to do that, and they're kicked off the team because they broke the honor code. So, without having a really good I don't work for BYU, and
sure.
I don't know if people are getting away with the honor code, if people are getting away with that kind of stuff. But no, I don't think they've made concessions. And look, the reality is, the Big 12 is benefiting as much from BYU as BYU is benefiting from the Big 12.
Absolutely.
They were a sleeping giant in sports. They have a really big, well-known brand. The Mormon Church has, a huge population across the country, and they're good people.
Yeah.
They're really good people.
They're really nice when they kick your ass in football. I experienced that myself. Yeah.
And they're not drunk.
No,
they're
not at all.
Genuinely really nice people.
They are. Very nice.
So, but yeah, and I mean, good. I mean, look, they may have one of the greatest college football coach ever, and talk about like influencing offense in football. Like Andy Reid may be the best offensive mind in football, and everything he learned.
He's a BYU guy.
Yep. So, I mean, still today, we're talking about legends in coaching from an offense that was designed, by the namesake of BYU, at Lavelle Edwards. So, I think there's a history there. They've had Heisman Trophy winners in '84. They won a national championship, quote unquote. They have, to me, one of the better underrated stories in college football with their quarterback Bear Bachmeier, who wears number 47, who was a true freshman last year, who spent spring football at Stanford. When Torrey Taylor gets fired, he bolts and leaves, and his only opportunity to start learning an offense as a true freshman was at fall camp. And he won the job and had a really good season and looked like a true freshman in the Big 12 championship game, but has now had a full off season. He's got a brother, Tiger. You guys may remember Hank Bachmeier, but he's got another brother, Tiger. So it's Bear and Tiger on the same team. They have a tight end named Walker Lyons. So there could be a Lions, Tiger, and Bear.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Yeah.
Yeah. That's amazing. Ari Temkin with us here in the G-Bag Nation, Big 12 Radio. DJ Lagway, we have not highlighted a lot, at least on our show, and he might be kind of going under the radar, considering it was a bummer of a season at Florida. I know Will Chambers, our buddy, has been super high on DJ Lagway. What's the expectation for him in Baylor this year? And is Dave Aranda kind of in need of a big season, or else he might be shown the pink slip?
Yeah, no, he's definitely going to be shown the pink slip if they're at least not a bowl team. There's a couple of things to say on this. So, number one, it's really interesting. The Big 12 has two former number one overall, quarterbacks coming out of high school, in Connor Wegman, who went to Texas A&M and is now at Houston, and DJ Lagway. So a couple of reclamation projects, quote unquote, from guys that were very highly recruited. It's also interesting. Houston does also have the number one quarterback and number one player in the country right now is a true freshman, in Keyshawn Henderson, who played for the legend Michael Bishop in high school. And Michael Bishop played for Willie Fritz way back in the day. At why am I forgetting the JUCO that Cam Newton went to? Blinn Junior College. Yeah. So that's interesting. Lagway, I love this dude. Today was my first chance to talk to him, or yesterday was my first chance to talk to him. He's just everything you want. I mean, unbelievable size. Holy crap, is he big? Great mentality, great leadership. I don't know if you guys have heard much about these VR headsets that some NFL teams have, that some college football programs have, where you can kind of the quarterbacks put them on. They can speed it up, and some quarterbacks have said that the game slows down for them with these VR headsets when they're sped up. So Baylor told us that he has basically set the record on this VR headset in terms of usage of it. And so, I'm really excited to see what he looks like. The thing, though, that I can't get out of the back of my mind is, when was the last time, a situation where it's like you got to win or you're out has worked? Like, it feels like it never works. And so I just, there's a lot I'm buying from Baylor, but at the end of the day, these types of situations where it's like, man, you got to win and otherwise you're out, those situations do not work. And the reality is, if what happened with Mack Rhodes, their former athletic director, doesn't happen, I think, G.J. Kinney, Texas State's current coach, somebody other than Dave Aranda would have been at media days here. So I'm rooting for him. I like Dave Aranda a lot. I know, Broadus is an LSU guy. You got to respect the hell out of him.
Love him. Love him.
He's just a very interesting guy. I don't know if he can be a head coach because I think he gets too caught up in the minutia. But he's not presiding over the defense. They've got Joe Klanderman, who comes in from Kansas State, who is basically, he has had top 30 defenses every year, even with injuries last year. So there is reason for optimism. I really like Lagway, but again, I can't get over these situations rarely work out long term.
Is Colorado going to be good enough for Prime to keep his gig for next year?
I think Colorado's a sleeper in the Big 12.
Okay. All right.
Look, I think to be a really good head coach, you got to check a lot of boxes. And in football, college football, you got to recruit. That's a box that Deion checks. His name still carries a lot of weight. You got to motivate. I think Deion is really good at that. His in-game coaching is not very good, and there's multiple opportunities to see it in close games. But I think despite that, Brennan Marion, who's been around the block, was the head coach at Sacramento State and then is now taking over as their offensive coordinator. They had Pat Shermer running their offense last year as running quarterbacks. It made no sense. It was one of the dumbest things. You could see it coming from a mile away. It made no sense. This offense makes sense. And then speaking of five-star quarterbacks, Juju Lewis is coming into his own, I think, now. And this, to me, is just it's the go-go, Brennan Marion go-go offense. Deion has never had a running game since he's been at Colorado. They've always been dead last in the Big 12 or close to it in running. I think this is a perfect offense with the perfect players at the perfect time. So again, I don't think this is a 9-10 win Big 12 championship team, but I think this is a bowl team. I think it's 6-7 wins. It's probably where they're at. And Deion is best as a coach when he's counted out, and this is that year for sure.
Sure.
All right, last thing before we let you out of here, what have the talks been around Texas Tech during this media day coverage? And on the other side of that, is Cincinnati now finally going to be held accountable by the NCAA?
What, did Texas Tech do something?
Well, they're finally filing a little bit of an investigation, it seems, on Cincinnati, which was announced today by Pete Thamel.
Yeah, no, I was being facetious to the initial question.
Did Texas Tech do something? No, not at all. Cody Campbell is not speaking anymore.
We were talking to Scott Satterfield, and it's like, hey, whatever happened to your quarterback from last year? What happened to that guy?
Yeah, is he still around?
So look, I think so. There was the fanboy message board question that I asked to Brett Yormark. It was just a word vomit bad question that had elements of good questions in it. So I think the question had to be, if you perceive that Texas Tech's being treated in this league differently than everybody else, then that should have been the question. Why is Texas Tech being treated differently? I don't think that's the case, but if that's what you're going after, then that should have been the question instead of this long, convoluted, thought-out question that sounded as dumb as it was. I also think the Cincinnati piece is interesting too, and I'm also curious about it. But unless you're a reporter that has done some background work on it, that you could say, I know because I'm doing, this is how reporting used to work, guy. It's just crazy to think we live in a world now where, some guy who lives in his mom's basement can go to media days and ask Brett Yormark this question and then impose on Cincinnati without having done any research or reporting on his own. It's just a bizarre world where, it used to be where, there'd be a reporter that would have maybe done some stuff on Cincinnati that sees that they might have some culpability that then asks the question. But it's backwards now. It's making the other people do the work for the reporters that should have been doing the work themselves. I'm very interested to see what Cincinnati knew. Satterfield told us, we didn't know. I find that hard to believe, but it will come out if they do. There's going to be evidence of it, and at some point it will come out, and they probably should be punished if they played a guy that knew was gambling on the sport.
Ari, you're the man. Thanks so much for the time, brother. We'll catch up soon.
Love you guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
Love you more. There he goes, Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll talk some Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler at the top of the hour. But coming up next, Cuban in court and the most psychotic thing I've seen in years next in the nation.
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, LA. And yes, you can go and hang out with Sean and RJ. It's really Sean and Bobby at Just Love Coffee this Friday in Grand Prairie. They're going to be out there for a remote. So it was great seeing everybody out at the Globe yesterday. You got a chance to go say what up to Bobby and RJ. But right now, without further ado, before we get to Jared Sandler at the top of the hour, let's hit a sports hodgepodge, shall we?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
All right, Kennedy Landry is reporting that Wyatt Langford took live batting practice in the pregame 4 at-bats at Globe Life Field today. He ran the bases and did defense yesterday. Trending in the right direction, nothing definitive, but it's possible he comes back before the break. Okay, we got to see if Jared Sandler would be on board with that. I know we were talking about it a little bit yesterday, if they rush him back. I know this is a huge week. Angels and Astros, and the Rangers have struggled versus really the entire division this year. So going into the break on a high note would be a very important thing, but rushing him back is a little bit scary. I don't know if I'm down for it. Also have Josh Young with the knee issue. He ran, hit, fielded today. Lots of acceleration and deceleration to test the knee. He said he's feeling good. Skip said he's available off the bench today. So maybe we get a little jungle cat action, pinch hit situation, and maybe that could pay dividends for the Rangers versus the Halos tonight. Now, we also have the report from our buddy Mike Fisher. Mark Cuban suing Patrick Dumont, Mavs owner. Old owner versus new owner. Part of the lawsuit is him being shut out of basketball operations despite the handshake agreement from the 2023 sale. Okay, so he's upset. Cuban's upset because upon the sale, their handshake verbal agreement, hey, Mark, you'll still get to run the basketball ops for an extended period of time, but that, of course, never happened. And
not when you're paid billions of dollars.
Well, I just can't imagine that a handshake agreement on a $1 billion deal is going to really be holding up in court here.
Yeah.
You are a moron.
I agree.
That's just,
I think he's kinda,
like, for as much of a business savvy Shark Tank guy that Mark Cuban is, that's an elementary ball dropping.
Kind of reaching there a little bit, I think.
About him being a businessman?
No,
business
reaching about the deal, you knew the situation probably pretty well. They were going to come in there and do what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
You agreed to sell the team. You gave up that right. They might have, you could still be governor and all that. And then they're like, oh, wait a minute. We don't need you to be the governor. We don't need you to be representing us. We sold you. You sold the team. It's our team now.
Yeah, we're good here.
We're here. Yeah.
Everything's under control. Nothing crazy is going to happen when you leave, Mark.
We're not going to trade our best players or anything like that.
We're not going to nuke the franchise for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
So that'll be...
Seriously, I don't know how you sell something to somebody and then think that you could still have a part of it, having control.
Like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreement. That's got to be in writing.
Yeah.
And I think Mark Cuban is probably kicking himself.
Unless they asked him to stay on, if all of a sudden, if Cuban could prove that Patrick Dumont and that family wanted him to stay on, then maybe he has a case, but I can't believe that.
Yeah, I don't know how you can really prove any of that if it's not in writing, unless you were secretly recording your verbal agreements with each other. I don't know how it is that would really hold in court. So I don't know. Mark Cuban must feel like he's got a good case here. Now,
when you do the handshake agreement, do you spit on your hand first and then shake it?
That's how I've always done it.
That's how you do it. And then you shake. Yeah, we go. Right?
It's like
What group does that? What group does that? Is there a certain nationality that does that, or is that? I mean, is that in Italy or?
No, I was seeing that like in gangster
Canada.
movies.
What do we do?
Oh, the gangster.
I've seen
the
gangster movies. Yeah,
the gangster movies. Okay,
I've seen it in Euphoria.
I got you. I got you.
Yes,
I got you.
Really is disgusting.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is at the American Century Tahoe golf tournament.
He's got the type of game that might win that thing.
Oh, he's legit.
They asked him about Braun.
They asked him about LeBron. And, of course, golf is in the air here, but you're going to like this broadest quote. I'd say more so I'm interested to just play golf with LeBron. We'll handle the basketball stuff, but I want to see the golf LeBron free agent.
Yeah.
He's grinding on the golf game, and we would love to play with each other, but he's more concerned about playing golf with LeBron. You nailed it. If that ends up being the case, it's just I want this to be my golf buddy for the next year.
I'm sorry,
That's what it
folks.
is. But he's not going to go to Golden State. It's not going to happen.
He loves golf so much, and it's become this he's one of these guys that seems to be very passionate about things and doing things and taking up the game, and he's getting good at it. And like I say, you don't fly all your buddies to Scotland to go play golf. That is, you're taking that trip because you want to take that trip.
Yeah. Yeah, he's serious about it.
You're just bringing your guys along is what you're doing.
Okay, is this the most psychotic thing you guys have seen in a long time? New York City garbage is making headlines once again. We remember after the Knicks parade, you had that lady who picked up the Knicks painted trash can, dumped it out, and then carried it with her back home via the subway. She lost her job, got fined, all sorts of things. Well, now you just had the Swift and Kelsey wedding at Madison Square Garden, and the headline reads, "Unhinged Taylor Swift fanatics are buying cubes of New York City street trash collected around MSG for $25 a pop."
Oh my God, bro.
I mean, how psycho do you have to be? Somebody, great entrepreneur, decided I could go walk around the arena, scoop up trash, put it in these tiny little clear boxes, very, very small, seal it up, and put it online for $25, and the Swifties all around the world will pay for it and pay the $10 shipping that it involves. Is that not the most psycho thing you've ever heard?
Very much so.
Like, this dude he's been making pretty good money selling this right now. Like, he's sold quite a few around the entire world. You have rabid Taylor Swift fans that are buying little boxes of trash.
Yeah, it's crazy what
from
these people
around
do.
Madison Square Garden.
The wild women.
Yeah, I mean, that's like intervention worthy. That show, like, these are true.
Yeah.
These people are fit for a straitjacket, dude.
No, it's these Swifties. It's just insane.
And
what
he seals it. He seals it in a way, he says, to make sure that the odor doesn't protrude out, because this is true garbage from around the arena. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's not even like it was the garbage from inside the arena.
When they stunk.
This might not have anything to do with the Taylor Swift wedding. It's just garbage from around the arena at about the time they tied the knot.
But they're thinking maybe this could have been Taylor's trash.
Maybe this was her napkin. She wiped the wedding cake icing off of her face.
You never know. And it's the possibility of it alone is worth the box of trash.
Is it true that
every one of those people
the boys this
is
morning,
a psycho?
The boys this morning were saying that their wedding vows were 20 minutes each long.
What?
It was 40 minutes.
Well, she's a writer.
Yeah, she's a writer.
I don't know about
Bobby thinks that
Travis.
Bobby was thinking that maybe
Travis has never read anything for 20 straight minutes, let's be honest.
He was thinking that, like, Bobby was saying that she is that way. She's a writer, and maybe he felt pressure to try and match her.
Oh, I bet that he could have gotten anybody to help him write his vows that he wanted to. I mean, gosh, if Adam Sandler officiated it, I'm sure he could get a movie writer to do this for him.
Dylan Cease is going to go to the ninth with a no-hitter. He's walked 3 in this game against San Francisco.
Well, his pitch count is way up there now, but you don't take him out, man. Yeah. You got to let him keep going.
Yeah.
Let's go, Dylan. We're pulling for you, pal.
All right, there's your hodgepodge. Let's keep the baseball conversation rocking. We'll watch Dylan Cease. We'll let you know if he's able to do this. 8 innings, no hits, 10 Ks. There you go, Brian. Yep. He hit the prize pitch. He's got a couple of walks. Does he hit the no-hitter? We'll talk with Sandler next here in the Nation. On no-hitter watch here as Dylan Cease has thrown a no-no through 8 against the San Francisco Giants. We'll keep you updated on that. We are under 30 minutes now away from your G-Bag of the Day and LA Live. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl champion scout himself, Brian Broaddus, the glorious Lucius Alexander, flawless so far as he is always in the Pimp Cump, and we got Austin Nix, who's coordinating your video. 877-881-1053 to text in and join that conversation. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us on a hump day. But right now, let's welcome in our buddy, Jared Sandler, after a glorious 8-3 Rangers victory over the Halos. They're looking to go back-to-back today with Mackenzie Gore on the bump. And Jared, how the hell are you? Are you feeling any better today?
A little bit. As I said, I'm about to cough right now. Feeling a little bit better, but my hero, the courageous Matthew Hicks has returned, and so he's my inspiration to power through this. Feeling a little better, trying to get the back in better shape, but hopefully I don't cough more than like 7 times during the segment.
Jared, the 8th inning, the bottom of the 8th last night for this Rangers offense, I think, and maybe it's prisoner of the moment, but might have been the best single inning of the season for me. With Josh Smith leading off with a single, Berger then is able to reach, Nimmo is moving the runners, you got Duran with an RBI single, Foscue RBI single, Osuna then with the homer to blow it open at 8-3. That's the kind of connection top and down the order of the lineup that we've been searching for. I loved what we saw defensively. Last night was just an awesome team win as a whole, and then what our guy Peyton Gray was able to do out of the bullpen.
Yeah, no, it was a good win. I would say maybe a little prisoner of the moment if you're going to say that was the best half
Just agree with me, dude. Just agree.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I thought the one
definitely.
Yeah, weren't they down 6-0 to the Twins or something like that?
That one wasn't
inning?
last night, Brian. Okay, we've slept since then.
I just remember being down 6-0 and coming back and actually going ahead in that
That's
game.
pretty
or something
cool
like
too.
that.
That's a pretty good one.
No, they got the 5.
Was it 5-0?
And put up 6 in the bottom of the first. I thought that half inning against Toronto that knocked Dylan Cease out of the game. I thought that was a pretty fun one. But no, I mean, Zach, you're right. Like it was a.
No, he's not.
You know, we can split hairs over. I mean, you know, listen, Edwin Diaz gets one right every once in a while, right? That was a little too inside, just the 3 of us, 4 of us. That's also a weird thing to say. That was a good half inning for sure. And you know, it was nice to see Alejandro Osuna show off some of that power. And you know, the other thing too, like, you know, you're right, Zach, about just stringing an inning together and the lineup working kind of as a unit in that inning. The other thing that's significant there is, you know, we always talk about like run differential, and yeah, whether you win by 1 or 7, it's a win. But when you win by 5, as opposed to say 1 or 2, you now don't need to use Jacob Latz.
Right.
And when you've got 6 straight games before the All-Star break, and he's going to pitch in the All-Star game, which you know you consider in your usage maybe to some degree. 3 games this weekend against the Astros. If you can save a bullet, you save a bullet, right? So like. You know, at the end of the day, listen, the Rangers had a run differential last year that suggested they should have made the playoffs or, you know, been over 500 at minimum. And that didn't, you know, it's not like they get to play that card when the season ends. But I do think there is something to run differential when you look at it granularly and the way that increasing a lead can help protect you and prepare you a little bit better for the next game. And so, you know, that 5-run inning was significant for a number of reasons. You pointed out a few of them. I would just add that, you know, being able to not have to use Jacob Latz last night, you know, that's another benefit that puts you in a good spot tonight.
So no Josh Young in the lineup again. We know he was kind of doing some work before the game. We weren't sure if he was going to be available. Is he available tonight? Did we get confirmation on that to come and pinch hit if he needs to?
Yeah, so my guess is he would be, simply because I think everything went well today, and thus they don't need to worry about retroactively ILing him, right? If you thought you might put him on the IL, you don't want to burn 2 or 3 days of potential IL retroactivity by using him tonight. But I think things went well. They might just say, hey, you went through a full workout before the game, you know, only in an emergency. But you know, I do think that everything points towards Josh being good to go tomorrow, and that's, that's important because they're facing a lefty in Reed Detmers tomorrow, and so you'd like to have your right-handed bats in the lineup, and he obviously is one of them.
Speaking of hitting against lefties, do you have any information on just how much better the Rangers have gotten in terms of hitting against lefties?
Yeah, lefty starters, they've definitely been a lot better against here of late. Lefty relievers, that's always a tougher measurement because usually, the lefty relievers, they specialize in getting lefties, and they're usually in a situation to face lefties or, a pinch hitter. Thankfully, the Rangers have a weapon off their bench from a pinch hitting standpoint in those spots in Justin Foskey with how good he's been. But, yeah, Eric, that was a huge talking point before the year. And while a lot of the turnaround has been done against lefty starters here recently, you think about the inning they strung together on Thursday against Summers and the Tigers, where he faced 5 batters, all 5 reached. 4 of those 5 were lefties. The one righty who reached, I think it was Elias Diaz, walked. Yesterday with Taylor Saucedo, obviously the work they did against him. But, yeah, the fascinating thing is, if you look at the Rangers' offensive numbers this year against lefties, they've got a 731 OPS. That's 10th in Major League Baseball. Against righties, the Rangers have a 708 OPS, which is 22nd in Major League Baseball. So they've actually been a better offensive group against lefties than they've been against righties because of the work they've put in over the last month or so.
Okay, Jared, totally dumb a thought, but I was just thinking out loud. Corey Seager, still, we don't know what's going on with him. And after watching what the defense did in the infield, I think defensively with Nicky Lopez and Duran, I think Josh Smith is certainly playing much better right now. But even Cam Colley, turning double plays, they're looking great. I'm just trying to keep Seager healthy, and I want him to DH. Jock Peterson has built his value back up. You can probably lend more into that than I can in terms of what is his value. But with an impending free agent, I think he might have a player option. Would you, if you're buying and selling, could you look at trying to trade a Jock Peterson to open up that DH spot for Corey Seager?
I mean, you can look to do any of that, right? And I think with the third wild card, you do have a lot more of that. Hey, it's not so much buying and selling. I mean, you do have defined buyers and sellers, but you also have a lot of, hey, we're just both trying to make our teams better right now, and we're gonna make a trade that isn't the traditional buy sell role play, but just. We've got a need here. You've got a need there. I've got a little surplus here, and I can trade this guy. Here's what I would say, with Jock Peterson, it's just to play devil's advocate. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we talked about this offseason was changing the identity of the lineup and being a lineup that balances some of the aggressive hitters with guys who, they can have success by being patient. Right? Because anyone can go in the box and say, well, I'm just going to see at least 3 pitches and hope that one of those 3 is a ball, so you get to see at least the 4th. And, I'm exaggerating here to some degree. No one's going to go in there and just straight up plan to take 3 pitches. But, there are guys who they naturally can succeed by being patient, right? Because, for whatever reason, they've got a really good eye. That's obviously one part of it. You got to be able to hit with 2 strikes. You got to be comfortable doing that. Jock's one of those guys. Jock can see pitches. Jock can have success seeing pitches. He's also your leadoff hitter. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of stock in certain spots in the batting order, but I do think that there is something to be said about the leadoff hitter. I think there are guys who, for whatever reason, they don't love that role. And Jock has, done that more than any other spot in the order in his career, and he's been really good. So if you were to move Jock, I get what you're saying. That the logic, it's not a dumb question at all. But I think what you're losing is a part of the guy who has helped reshift the identity that has allowed your offense to have more success than last year, and a guy who's been really comfortable setting the table for you, after several years where the Rangers, since 2023, so I should say the last 2 years, just haven't had any sort of real production at the top of the order.
It's Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. Any concern with DeGrom fighting a hip leg thing last night?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Skip gave us a definitive answer earlier. Wanted to wait to see. I think he might have said Jacob was sore today, but no concern that he's going to miss his start on Sunday, which is, that's the good news. Then he'll obviously have the All-Star break to rest and recover. I think it would be a little more concerning if it happened at the end of the 5th inning and then he just couldn't come back out. It was something that he had been fighting throughout the evening, so he was able to pitch through it. Again, short a day, but I don't think as of now there's any concern that he won't be ready to go on Sunday when he is scheduled to pitch against the Astros.
So, Jared, we're all kind of playing scared a little bit with Wyatt Langford. At least us here on the show would prefer to just let him rest up and pick things back up after the All-Star break. It seems like they're leaving the door open for potentially him returning this weekend. Where do you stand on that?
I'm sorry. I forgot to mute my
You're
phone.
good.
It's tough, right? Because I think it's easy, like we're all, we can all be armchair doctors, and it all makes sense, right? Let's say, why not just wait till after the All-Star break, get a few extra days of rest, recovery, it's a hamstring, soft tissue. This is where I think teams can really earn some points in the margins is how they handle these situations, and this is also, like, I think we've talked about this before last couple of years. If you're, I'm looking at the standings right now, if you're the Milwaukee Brewers, you got a 7-game lead in your division, and you have Wyatt Langford dealing with this, you probably have a little more wiggle room to say, hey, Wyatt, let's just wait till after the break, right? If you're the Los Angeles Dodgers, you're 14 games up in your division. Hey, take an extra week, dude. Like, we're good. This is all about, being ready for October. When you're the Rangers and you're a half game back in the division and you're, in the thick of a wild card race, these games matter, and you're facing a team this weekend in the Astros that you need to establish that you can beat these guys. Like, they're not very good this year. It's the worst they've been in a decade, but the Rangers still have not shown that they can beat them. So if Wyatt's healthy, it's tough to say, well, hey, yeah, you're not going to play. But, again, this is where you got to trust your medical staff. You got to trust your training staff. You got to trust the player to some degree. Maybe the least of those parties, just because the player is going to be a little delusional in these situations, as they should be. That's what we want, right? We want them to want to be out there. We don't want them to sub themselves out in a round of 16 match, in the World Cup because they have a sore ankle. We want them to push themselves. So, but yeah, it's a fair question. I can see both sides. Just being honest, I'm kind of with you. Like, hey, what's the harm in waiting? But, let's see how the Angels series goes. That's the other thing. If the Rangers can sweep the Angels, I'm not trying to get ahead of ourselves here, and the Rangers can take the first game against the Astros, like, hey, you know what, we'll see you in Atlanta. Let's just worry about that. Do they feel the need to get him a rehab appearance or two? All those different things come into play. I wouldn't be upset if we said, hey, we'll see you in Atlanta, but obviously it's tough to keep your, one of your best players out of the lineup if he is cleared and ready to go.
What do we need to know about tonight's pitching matchup?
Yeah, well, we didn't know a whole lot about Walbert Urania last time the Rangers faced him, and then all of a sudden he comes out just throwing absolute darts. Yeah. I mean, he's not a guy who has gone deep into games, but and I say deep, I mean, like, he's not, he's gone 7 innings, I think, once. He's kind of in the 5 to 6 inning range, or the Rangers can wear him down. Maybe you can have some success. They didn't have a ton of success against him when they faced him in Anaheim. He will walk guys, so it's important to be patient and try and wait him out. But he's got nasty stuff. He has been a little more hittable for the last 5 or 6 starts, but a guy who making his rookie season, he's done a really, really nice job. He got an ERA that's right around 3 as a rookie. Batting average against, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was right around 200, and he's not given up anything in the way of slug. I think he's allowed 5 homers in 14 starts, so it's just been really tough to square this guy up. So we'll see how the Rangers do facing him the second time around. That's the key here. Second time around against rookies, sometimes you'll see a little bit of an uptick. It happened with the Athletics. He faced the Athletics back-to-back starts, shut him out over 5 innings the first time, allowed 7 runs in 4 1/3 innings the next time. And that was in Anaheim, not in West Sacramento, which is a launching pad. So we'll see how the Rangers fare facing him the second time.
Jared, thank you so much, my dude. Feel better, and let's get a dub tonight.
See you, fellas.
There he goes, Jared Sandler. Of course, you'll have your pregame show, 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Rangers Sports Network. Let's do G-Bag of the Day. LA Live next as we hit the expressway on The Fan.
All right, let's go commercial free, courtesy of our friends at the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Stars, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Love of the Star podcast. G-Bag of the Day in LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up in just over 5 minutes. There was quite a bit going down in sports today. What happened with Dylan Cease and the no-no? Carried it into the ninth?
Yeah, his first batter that he faced in the ninth inning gave up a single. So 118 pitches, no hitter through 8, but I believe they did go on to get the win 10-0. Yep, it's a final. Toronto does beat the Giants. 8 scoreless, 8 no-hit innings, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it done with the final 3 outs.
Well, a little Cowboys news today. Von Miller sort of campaigning, it feels like. DeSoto's own, A&M's own, former Super Bowl MVP, one of the best pass rushers of a generation. Von Miller, now at 36 years old, is posting on his Instagram story of himself in a Cowboys uniform. And he's got some emojis in there, including the shh emoji. He's got the Paul Wall song, They Don't Know, playing in the background. Is this something we should be getting excited about?
It doesn't seem like it yet. I know Brian gave us, his intel earlier, and then the one feedback that I got was like, my question would be, where are they using him? He's clearly not going to start for them.
He's a designated pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, that would kind of be my answer. Like, yes, he's going to end up bouncing a Sam Williams or a James Houston off the roster, right? Like, he's going to, but how much are you really thinking these guys? I always just wonder, I think the Cowboys probably feel way better about their depth at every position than we do on the outside looking in. They like their guys, right? But I think, to me, like, the answer is what you just said. He comes in pass rush situations. He's part of a rotation, but I think the mentorship of what he can give to some of the young guys, a Malachi Lawrence and a Donovan Ezeraku, and even a Jayshawn Barham, who might be used as somewhat of a linebacker / edge rusher as well. I think all of these things, you have Gary, you have Ezeraku, you mix in Von Miller, you mix in Malachi Lawrence. I just think he overall adds a nice depth piece for you, and he's not an every down player for you anyway at this stage in his career.
Yeah, I just got the call that he was fishing. Evidently, he did this with the Broncos uniform too.
Yeah, so I know he has talked on his podcast. Yeah, he really wants to be a Bronco.
Yeah, so this is kind of maybe something he's just sitting around having a little fun, chasing chickens, and it's kind of stirring up the pot a little bit. But
shut up.
But people in the organization, well, just the person I talked to said, yeah, he's nothing there. He's just fishing.
Well, that's a little disappointing. Yeah. I would like the addition. If I told you could have Von Miller or Bobby Wagner right now, where are you going?
Bobby Wagner.
I'd probably still go with Wagner.
I think
but that's tough for me.
This is why, Eric, because I think they're going to try and play this run defense with 5 guys. And I think Bobby Wagner, if you're going to play this thing with 5 guys, if you're going to try and play a bunch of nickel, and if people get in 13 personnel and do things, and you still have to have the ability to play the run.
Is it 5 guys?
That's basically
like 4 linemen. You're going to have 2 linebackers, aren't you?
3 down linemen. Your defensive tackle, your ends, and basically your 2 linebackers. So yeah, that's what it's going to come down to. Tonight I'm going to sit down. Last night I got watching the Rangers, but I know I told everybody I want to sit down and watch Philadelphia play last year and
just see how well they keep their linebackers clean. Yeah.
See how many times were linebackers fighting blocks. But I really do think he wants to play. I think he really wants to play with 5 guys playing run defense. I think he does.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wants to play in light boxes, and I do think they've set themselves up to be successful there, at least when it comes to the guys that are down on the line of scrimmage. You have the questions at the linebacker spot, but I do think Quinnen Williams, Clark, all the Otitos that they brought in, and then Gary and Ezeraku on the edge, I think they will be able to hold the point of attack and let those linebackers run. Yeah. But you have questions with Overshown and his health. I mean, the linebacker stuff is certainly a question mark. I mean, selfishly, I'd be like, why not bring in both?
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to be cheap.
But if you said, hey, we want to bring in one guy, one veteran guy, I would bring in him before I would bring in any pass rusher.
Okay, I'm seeing here it looks like Justin Bieber is going to join the World Cup final halftime show lineup.
Nice.
Do you guys know they're going to do like a Super Bowl-like halftime?
Yeah, they've been doing, I think like at the matches, they've been doing halftime shows. And for the final, they want to put on a big production.
Justin Bieber, Madonna.
Wow.
Shakira.
I think Madonna, does she still live? She might live in London. So if like England gets through, this might be something that,
She'll be pretty excited about it.
And Shakira is I'd say her name wrong. Shakira. She
Tupac
is
Shakur.
Yeah, she was married to a Spaniard soccer player, right? Piqué.
Yes, and then
But she's done like multiple of the World Cup theme songs too. So she's
a staple.
Yeah.
She's a staple there. Yeah, but I was just thinking like fandom. Like do these folks show up because of fandom?
Yeah, she's definitely a legit soccer fan, but you'll get Justin Bieber in the mix there for the World Cup halftime show. All right, let's go into the Pim Cup. It's time for G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah, they had Future. Remember, Future did the beginning of the World Cup.
That's right. That's right.
He has a World Cup song. That's crazy. As a FIFA song, Future. And then I seen Larry June out there the other day. They had Larry June. FIFA reaching out, bro.
Yeah, they got money.
Checks.
They sure do. They got money.
Checks,
You're going to be
bro.
about to make about $12.5 billion off this thing.
Ooh. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan. It's fueled by East Dallas Diesel. My name is L.A. How you doing out there on what is this, a Butt Naked Wednesday? Oh, yeah.
Wednesday.
All right, going for two. What'd you say, Mr. Broadus?
July 8th.
July 8th.
Yeah.
July 8th on a Butt Naked Wednesday.
Halfway through the year.
Combo pack right here. It's from our man, the night show host, Fred Davis. A Fan After Dark. You can catch it usually after the G-Bag Nation, especially in the fall. But anyway, my man Fred is going to take us to social studies classes. Or maybe he missed some, or I don't know. Anyway, these clips are going to speak for themselves. So listen to my man Fred.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody knew this or not, but USA Soccer.
I love the way he starts that off, by the way.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody knew this or not, but USA Soccer's playing tonight here in about 10, 11 minutes. In fact, I want to say we got the
anthems going off.
Belgiumese? What do you call what's a Belgian person considered?
Yeah, it's called Belgiumese.
Belgiumese.
You are 100% correct, sir. And the Rock of Gibraltar and the Strait of Gibraltar. Fred kind of knew about it.
You get the Strait of Gibraltar. Gibraltar.
Gibraltar. By the Rock of Gibraltar.
Okay, Blake.
The Rock of Gibraltar. And by the way, Casablanca is a big movie.
I am
Monaco.
still waking up.
Gibraltar.
Wait, did Chris? Let's go back.
Yeah, that's Chris. What's up?
But did Chris go back and say that Casablanca's in Monaco?
Shoot.
Let's go back and listen there, if we could, please.
Oh my God.
We might have some geography going on here.
We're about to go VAR on CA.
We're about to go VAR on CA.
No.
Come on, let's.
Oh no, Chris about to catch that straight, bro.
Let's see it. We might have said Monaco.
The saxophone
might
getting
be
louder,
Morocco.
Chris.
Let's go. Here we go.
Gibraltar. By the Rock of Gibraltar.
Okay, Blake.
The Rock of Gibraltar. And by the way, Casablanca is a big movie.
I am
Monaco.
still waking up.
Monaco.
Did he say Monaco?
He said Monaco.
Where is Casablanca?
It's in Morocco.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an easy flip. You
Oh,
know?
yeah, that's very...
Look at little Monaco.
Yeah,
Monaco.
the M, the O's, they get you.
I'll give him points still.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not full deduction.
Does anybody know where the Rock of Gibraltar is?
Hell no.
No.
It's off the coast of Spain.
Yeah. Spain is so beautiful, bro.
Yeah, it was used as a protector.
I had a great time in Spain. It was so beautiful out there.
Yeah. Ooh, hey, some watchdogging Chris.
Yeah, you're watchdogging.
You sure was. You were trigger happy. All right, let's go to MLB first baseman Will Clark.
No.
Very outspoken.
Will Clark.
How many beeps you use in this one?
A lot. And it's sponsored by Car Shield. I was looking for the name of the pod, and all of a sudden it's just Car Shield everywhere. Car Shield is real proud of this pod right here.
Good for him.
On why he will not coach these new guys. He's not into it.
So you think we're making it too easy for the players?
Oh, hell yeah, you're making it too easy. Sure.
Too much coddling going on.
Oh, and that's why people have asked me why I don't get into coaching and why I don't get into managing and all that. I am not going to pat you on the back and tell you you're doing a good job when you're hitting 220 and you fucking strike out 100 times. All right? You actually suck All right? I'm going to tell you suck. I'm going to tell you to make a f***ing adjustment. And if you don't make an adjustment, you're going into minor leagues and somebody else is going to take your spot. Sorry. That's the way the f***ing game goes. This is a big boy game, not a little boy game. And you have to have f***ing thick skin. You don't have thick skin, get out the way because I'm going to f***ing steamroll you. I'm going to steamroll you.
I'm going to steamroll you.
Wow, dude.
Dang, man.
Shout out to Will Clark. He has great awareness on why he won't be coaching in the MLB.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he meant it when he said sorry at one point.
No, he didn't. Will Clark
to apologize to absolutely bleeping nobody.
From the same bottle of wine, about the same age. Both played in the SEC about the same time, Yeah. All right. I'm with you, Will.
All right, since we're all over the map, let's go to South America.
Oh.
Playing some basketball. Now, this is in a totally different language, but the broadcaster gets the cussing on the mic.
All right.
It's the play of the week. I believe this kid's name is Juan Pablo, Argentina.
Okay.
Juan Pablo had a behind-the-back finger roll. I've never seen this in my life.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think he did that by mistake. It just so happened to work. The announcers lost their mind.
Ataca Veloso a la esquina para Martínez. Martínez, un pase extra para el profe Figueiredo. ¡Oh, shit! ¡Oh, shit! The fuck, man! ¡Oh, what a see, bro! ¡Oh, shit! No, lo que me acaba de regalar Borja Bayón es increíble.
Yeah, incredible.
That's amazing.
It's incredible.
It's incredible, huh? And F me in there.
Oh, Lord.
He was stunned.
No words for those words, huh?
I love that, though.
Para el profe Figueiredo. ¡Oh, shit! ¡Oh, shit! The fuck, man! ¡Oh, what a see, bro! ¡Oh, shit!
Wow, boy.
Sounds like Elvis.
That's amazing.
I got to see
Mike
this play,
Breen,
dude.
Mike Breen going a little.
Oh, bleep. Oh, wow.
He said F me at one point.
Yes,
kinda
he did.
Yeah, he sure did.
That's awesome.
It was a slick little move, man. Woo! It was a slick little move. This isn't one. I'll probably just wait till later. I'll wait till later because I do have this one. Nathan Eovaldi almost had a no-hitter the other day.
Oh, Evo was flirting with one. Yep.
Yeah. He almost had one the other day,
Sure
but
did.
MLB Network cursed him.
Oh, no.
We have a developing story here, folks. Nathan Eovaldi into the 5th inning, and he has not given up a hit yet. Now, my cohorts here think I should not say that out loud. I cannot impact a game in Arlington, Texas. But yet my friends here think I'm jinxing no-hitters by saying it's a no-hitter, pushing the button for the no-hitter alert. What do you think about that?
I love your new age approach to this. We're talking about Junior Caminero, now we're talking about not jinxing no-hitters, so I'm loving everything I'm hearing out of you.
Colt Keith drives this to right field.
Until that.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You gotta be kidding
Eric,
me.
I've seen it
man.
24 times.
I want nothing to do with that button. I want nothing to do with that button.
Yeah, happened right there where they were talking.
It happened today. It happened today. They were in the studio today.
They did it again?
They did it again.
Deceased?
Deceased. They did it again. Like Harold Reynolds and all them were sitting in the studio. And everybody now is tweeting at him like,
oh, I'm looking for that.
It was a jinx.
Tolo, send that to me. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for
it
that.
was studio today. They did it.
I'm looking for that. Again. This isn't one, but Mr. Broadus, let's go back when NASCAR was in Sonoma. This kid is a Bubba Wallace fan. Talked to the local news. They asked him, why is he a Bubba Wallace fan?
There we go.
Because he's number 67, and there's a meme going about 6'7", so that's why.
He just left McDonald's. We skipped swim practice for this today.
Because he's number 67, and there's a meme going around saying 6'7". That's why I hate this kid.
Because he's number 67, and there's a meme going about 6'7", so that's why.
I hate that kid.
Yeah. His parents hate him too. They're driving home like, damn, that's going on the news, bro. Everybody's about to see this.
6'7".
I like him because it's 6'7". You know what? I'm going to drop another one on you so I can clear this out because I've been sitting on this for a while. This guy does a Busta Rhymes impersonation. It sounds like Busta Rhymes, bro.
What up, New York? It's your man, Busta Rhymes. What up, New York? And I want to give a shout out to the New York Knicks. Y'all have finally broken the 53-year curse. Y'all brought new energy to New York City. I'm proud to be a New Yorker. You already know what it is. Flip Mode Squad. Salute to y'all kings.
That's not Busta Rhymes.
That's not.
But that's Busta Rhymes.
Wow.
That's impressive, dude.
That's really good.
I was waiting for him to start rapping at just a hyper speed, but he didn't.
No. Get away.
That's a good impression right there. All right, is it your one-time champ, Freddie D? Is it Will Clark with some incredible self-awareness? South American Play of the Week with a little bit of English cussing on the broadcast. Our very own Evo being jinxed.
I'm sorry. Bubba Wallace drives 23.
He does say 23.
I hate that kid again.
Yeah, he drives the 23.
I just hate that.
It's a Michael Jordan-owned car, and it's the 23. Yeah.
So he's not even 67?
He's not even 67. Not even 67.
Oh, my God,
I didn't want to call the kid out,
No.
but, man, yeah.
I think the comments were.
He drives the 23
He's
car.
6'7".
Because he's the number 67, and doesn't mean going about 6'7", so that's why.
That's why.
Yeah, he's number 23.
He is 23 for Michael Jordan.
What a hater.
Incredible, dude.
Ay.
Is it that loser kid, or is it comedian with the Busta Rhymes impression? I'm going to go with Will Clark here. That was pretty strong stuff, Lucius.
South American basketball.
All right, tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I co-sign that Spanish call.
2-1, Broadus.
Hail State.
The hell does that mean, bro?
Hail State?
What is that?
The Mississippi State?
Is that Will
Mississippi
Clark?
State.
Oh, Mississippi
That's the
State.
Bulldogs. Hail State.
Okay.
Will Clark being a Mississippi State Bulldog.
All right, we're tied at 2.
Vote for Will Clark.
We got to leave this up to the Tolos now.
Okay.
Wolchuk's going to put a poll up
All right,
on
I'm going
Twitter.
to put a poll up. I don't have the G-Bag
have to work a
access.
little bit.
At Zach
Just take a sip of your
Thanks a lot, guys.
cappuccino over there and get
God
it done. Let's
forbid.
go.
All right. I got water this time, but I should get a cappuccino.
Ooh, I thought you were going to drop an F-bomb.
I almost did. I almost went full Spanish call on you. All right, I'll put up the poll, and I'll make sure we circle back and let you know.
All right. He did not want to do that, bro.
No, he didn't.
I seen him crack his knuckles before he even.
Are you kidding me right now? I'm trying to enjoy LA Live. Not worry about
he's
this
over
crap.
there checking Twitter, and I'm like, watch me.
F&A.
I'm going to make him have to create a poll here.
Nice work,
Who's your
Broadus.
G-Bag of the day winner?
All right, we keep it in the Pimp Cup for LA Live.
Shout out to Chanel West Coast up there with that pink hair, man. Let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Right out to the great Rick James, baby.
All right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
They banned Pornhub here in Texas about a year ago. It was exactly a year. I got the calendar thing today. I found out before the news came out that I had stuff to do early in the morning. I'm reading a paragraph on state legislators. I'm going, well, I don't know why the state's getting involved. Finding out day one sucks because I had to wait like 4 days to talk about it just with friends. You can't go out day one. Yeah, I can't go to lunch day one and be like, did you see what they did?
Yeah.
Did you see what they took from us?
Yeah. They sure did. Bring it back, man. I've been on Reddit. LA Live for Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Sound on the phone. Hey. We're busting out on some serious funk, y'all. Shout out to Dallas's own Mrs. Erica Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Peace to the gods and mad props to the God Jaborn. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the Tolos a question because you know way more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you, man. Plus, I really, really do enjoy your participation with this segment. All right, let's call a question for the Tolos right after this, folks.
So the Braves will go from Johnson to Hand, and the batter will be Mastroboni. And that's probably a good thing Jeff Francoeur is in the other booth.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that man was broadcasting his behind off right there. He was. All right, this question for the Tolos. I sent this out on Facebook and on Threads, and all I put was, we need to get rid of, that's it, You fill it in. We need to get rid of
that 6'7" kid that you just played.
6'7"
In the
kid.
6'7" thing in general.
He is canceled. Get him out of here. We need to get rid of. I got answers like this from Tolos. Self-driving cars.
They are freaky. I mean, that Waymo experience it didn't even take us really where we needed to be. I mean, it's kind of cool, but also I don't think I could do that on a regular basis.
Just bad drivers in general.
Yeah. I do think the tolls. I mean, the toll roads are great. We should not be paying tolls anymore.
So much.
Are the roads not paid off yet? That's the whole purpose of it. This is BS.
And I hate when they like stagger the prices. Like, oh, it's packed on this thing. How about you paid $16 now?
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
I hate that.
And you'll take it every time because you don't want to wait in traffic.
I sure do.
You'll pay it. I've done it on 635. I've dipped down underneath that 635 so much because I don't want to deal with all the traffic going west or even coming east.
Yeah.
You know, you do it. I mean, it's just a better way to go.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Those self-driving cars are kind of freaky. I do see them sometimes, the little Waymos.
Yeah.
People stand in front of them trying to mess them up. Can't you get a ticket doing that?
I'm sure
Aren't
you
they
can.
recording you?
Yeah.
Yes, they are recording. Yes.
Yeah.
Was this you right here, sir?
Yeah. Speaking of cars, my neighbor has an electric car. Every time he pulls up, I hear,
Yeah. Little humming.
Yeah. Doorbell cameras. We need to get rid of doorbell cameras?
I don't think so.
I like them.
Yeah, they can be very
I
helpful.
think safety reasons you don't need to get rid of them.
And they make for good G Back of the Day nominees.
Damn right they do.
Yeah. How about the new NFL kickoff BS? Atolo says.
Well, it worked. It created more returns.
Yeah, I just missed.
It is weird.
I missed the wedge busters.
How about get rid of Kevin and Corey talking baseball nonstop? Atolo says.
That's the baseball show record.
Damn right. Show some respect, okay?
Taking shots at our guys.
I bet there was a lot of that. How many said us?
You know what? You guys didn't pop up.
Woo, let's
you guys
go.
didn't pop up, but definitely some Tolo, well, some fan hosts and producers and whatnot definitely popped up on the thing. But you guys did not pop up.
Yay.
You're safe. Baseball coverage made the list.
Baseball coverage.
LA sounding like Kodak White there.
Mr. J, get it, Mr. J.
Mr. J, Mr. J, look at his mouth, Mr. J.
Flip it around, baby.
Get a photo. We need to get rid of cigarettes.
Never partake.
I never had either.
Never partakes.
That's
just shocking. But I
crisp cigarette in the morning, bro. When you get that buzz and you're numb, your lip is numb. Drink some coffee with that thing.
Not bad.
Never done it.
Have a bull crap conversation with somebody about the weather real quick.
Yeah, it's the 1964 you.
Yeah.
Call it breakfast.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. Right after a good breakfast.
Yeah.
Smoke deck. Shout out to the military, man. Somebody says get rid of Fred's bell. It's Fred Davis's bell.
He'll
He
hit
does like
that
to ring
bell
that
on
bell.
you. He'll hit that bell.
I kind of like it, but it might be abused a little bit.
Like to expand?
I just like how they argue on that show.
Yeah.
It's non-stop.
Yeah.
And then Blake is, well, I don't understand.
Yeah, Blake will bait the hell out
Why
of
are you
Fred.
so mad?
He'll draw him off sides.
It's so
much.
good.
Crazy. We need to get rid of BBLs and pineapples on pizza.
I disagree with pineapples on pizza big time. I am a fan. The BBLs that are getting out of control, and you told us they stink, and I can think of nothing else.
Yeah.
Like that is such a bad side effect of that.
Yeah, you can't get a BBL and have. I mean, I'm sure your booty can already smell.
Yeah, I had
That's
a
gonna make it
homegirl.
worse.
I had a homegirl told me that the body didn't count because she didn't have a BBL then.
Oh.
What? She's fudging the numbers.
She's restarting.
It didn't count.
I got a new body.
Tweaking the box
The
score.
body didn't count because you didn't get the new body. You had the old body. You had the flat cakes. I had that OG, girl. I had that OG. Property taxes and the Cha-Cha Slide song we need to get rid of.
I like the Cha-Cha Slide.
Down, down, do your dance.
Yeah, I think it's a hit at weddings.
Okay.
It won't. I hate that song too,
ya?
bro. Yeah, I hate it. I hate getting requested that song.
Yeah.
You got to be paying good, bro. You gotta be
It'll
paying
get
good.
everyone on the dance floor.
Yeah, it really does.
You stand there defiant when they ask. Like arms crossed kind of look.
I'll get to it 30 minutes later. I'll get to it.
You're waiting for the broadest 20.
Is that the number one? Is that the number line from a DJ? I'll get to it.
Yeah, I'll get to it. I got you. It's you on the list, brother.
Yeah.
I got you.
You're on the list.
You're never getting that song, fam. You're never getting that song, bro. What else we need to get rid of? HOAs and any video of RJ twerking.
Oh, I think there was that AI one that popped up. Yeah, that's probably a Bobby Belt
Okay,
special.
so it really wasn't RJ twerking. It was.
I don't think so.
Thank God.
He was in his coveralls, his shorts, that American coveralls.
Did he do the Bad Baby thing, though, in Oxnard a few years ago?
Bad Baby thing.
He did.
The Crybaby?
Yeah, the Crybaby.
Were you on the ground doing that?
Yes.
No way.
In a public establishment.
Yeah,
in Oxnard, California.
He did. In fact, yeah, he did.
Get up.
He was trying to encourage. You didn't actually. Did you?
I caught the fact that everybody was filming. I didn't know what was going on. He was trying to teach me how to do this, and then I looked back.
And he tried to teach you?
And everybody had their phones out, and I'm like, "F you! I am not getting caught."
That's
doing
when
this.
we were on the
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He was trying to teach you how to do the Crybaby?
Yeah, and then he just went and showed off and did it himself.
Yeah, he did himself.
He was talking like that fisherman the whole time.
That fool was flirting with you. Show you how to do this dance. Down is a Cupid shuffle. Cha-cha. Oh, cha-cha, no. One time again. Both of them suck. I hate both of them.
What about the YMCA?
I like the YMCA.
There we go.
I like the YMCA, by the way. The word Tolo, we need to get rid of, this Tolo says.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shots fired. It's going to be tough, man.
Yeah, I think it's here to stay.
Shots fired. What else we got right here? Bioengineered food we need to get rid of.
Yeah, we do have way too many chemicals
Yeah,
in our stuff.
the fake meat patties, all that kind of stuff.
Vegans.
That's ridiculous.
Get rid of vegans.
Vegans. AI data centers.
I don't know.
Yeah, they know everything about us.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything to hide.
No.
Somebody out there could totally just ruin all of our lives if they wanted to.
Really don't. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was
reading
just
the fan text.
acknowledging.
No, somebody's mad at Rick James. I appreciate you though, day one listener. Tolo, shout out to you, fam.
Mad at Rick, day one is mad at Rick James? Or,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
Well, Rick James definitely has a shoddy little past.
Well,
I can't clean that up.
Also mad about the general being called the general when he's not a general.
Oh. Okay.
Hey,
salute.
It's just a radio.
Salute.
It's a radio nickname. Salute. We love you.
Yeah.
At ease.
Question for the Tolos here. We need to get rid of Bobby and Blake.
No. Bobby does so much for us, man. Bobby is a content gold mine. Puts in a lot of extra hours, and I think Blake is really coming into his own.
Bobby knows ball, man.
And he provides us with a lot of great G-Bag of the Day nominees because of how silly and goofy he is.
So many people want to come at Bobby, bro. It's hilarious.
He's very divisive.
Bobby accepts it all, though. Bobby wants to smoke.
Yeah, he's a champ with it.
He really
it does
wants
not bother
He
him.
wants to smoke.
That's another guy that'll ruin your life.
We need to get rid of cameras on glasses.
Hey, but you like them.
Yeah,
They're
sure
getting
do.
better, though.
I'm getting
with this,
another
right?
pair.
Yeah, they're getting better here.
Another pair?
I'm getting
Okay.
another pair.
We're updating.
Heck yeah. Barstool Sports, the Electoral College, 60 seconds on soccer. Credit scores we need to get rid of. Oh, we need to get rid of Brian Broaddus.
Oh, no.
I agree. I totally agree.
We need to get rid of Brian Broaddus.
I totally agree.
Send him to the lake. Is that what they want to do?
Hey, if that's the plan, let's go.
Gone fishing.
Yeah, let's go.
They did put a little JK next to it and some laughy faces, but sometimes there's truth in jokes.
That's so funny. Like when people will tweet at you and they put something serious going after you, and then they put LOL.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we doing, man? Just tell me you hate me. Don't just put LOL.
It's a good way to soften the blow.
Yeah, they're trying to be nice about it.